try to show him. Creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. He used to believe in something. What happened? Mills for liberty. Gnostic sex cult, building his own world. A Gnostic sex cult, unhinged from reality. Totally lost it. What can we do? The mocking relentlessly. It's not a Gnostic sex cult, James. No, it's not. Stop lying to your audience. No, it's not. It's not Gnostic change. And a grip, Mary nodding, he tells us queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. Catch up, James. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. Whoa. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's capitalism. To pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. The left hates capitalism, but James won't admit it. He refuses to believe queer theory stabilizes normativity. The gender binary and the nuclear family. But James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him. Creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. Is to believe in something. What happens for liberty? Gnostic sex cult, building his own world. Gnostic sex cult, unhinged from reality. He's totally lost it. What can we do but mock him relentlessly?
Good evening, Gnostic sex cultists. What up? What up? Well, there's been some drama today. Hey, shout out to Chief Trumpster who's watching over on X, the most handsome and dapper and debonair and all the nice things of all the Groypers. Shout out Chief Trumpster. It was great to meet him at Afpac over the weekend. Well, I met someone else at Afpac over the weekend, and it was kind of a it was a serendipitous meeting. I was after we all got kicked out of the club, I was standing on the sidewalk with some of the other Groypers, and they were taking me to their Airbnb, where they were being perfect gentlemen, of course. And so we were kind of waiting around for our Uber because it was taking effing forever to get there. And all of a sudden, who walks up right beside us? But Lilly. Actually, let me do it a different window because I'm gonna have to play the sound on this one. Lilly walks right up beside us, and she's like tiny, and she was like actually being very kind of just like, a little quiet. And I said to Lilly, I was like, you shouldn't be too afraid of the Groypers, just be chill, and it'll be okay. And she kind of joked with some of the Groypers I was hanging around with, and it was a perfectly lovely exchange. And I was like, all right, well, maybe this will work out, but not to be that girl. But I have a little bit. Listen, I don't want to. I shouldn't engage in stereotypes, but in my experience, growing up as a tomboy, always hanging out with the boys, being in boy spaces, having mostly boy friends, in my 29 years of experience, not really, many more years of experience than that, but you know what I'm saying. In my experience, people who look like Lily don't tend to understand how to operate in boys' spaces. Because people who look, and then listen, I've never been like the pretty girl, I've never the thin girl. No, I've always done okay with the boys because I knew how to hang out with the boys and the boys enjoyed me. And so I never had any problem with the boys. But boys definitely react differently to someone who looks like me than they do to someone who looks like Lily. And that's cool, man. I mean, whatever. But because boys act differently around someone that looks like Lily than someone who does like me, they never really understand how to like acclimate into boys' spaces. Because what happens is they expect boys to cater to them. They expect boys to kiss their ass. They expect boys to pander to them. And especially, and I'm just gonna throw out a guess, especially I think Lily may have thought with the Groypers that and there were definitely Groypers simping to her. And you kind of understand why Nick has the rule that he does about no e-girls ever, not even once, because when you bring a girl like Lily that doesn't understand how to operate in boys' spaces and you put that girl in a boys' space, all of a sudden you disrupt the entire social dynamics of the space, because all of a sudden all the boys are trying to impress her and they're showing off for her and they're starting fights with the other boys over her and doing all this stuff. And then she comes to expect that. And she comes to expect that the boys are always going to put her feelings and what she wants above everything else. And then she expects to be pandered to it. And I'm sorry, that's just not the way it goes. That's just not the way it goes. And especially when you are pandering a giant pile of bullshit, as I absolutely believe Lily is. Because the Groypers are smart. Say what you will about them, and you can say many things. Groypers are smart, and they can sniff out inauthenticity like a dog that has just picked up on the scent of a bone. The Groypers know. And so the Groypers starting trying to figure it out. They started like figuring it out kind of last week. Lily was on No Holds Barred with Dalton and Paul Allen, and she was getting grilled by the Groypers, and they kind of started to figure it out that like Lily may not be like, Lily had this like miraculous rise on the conservative right, 100,000 followers like basically overnight on Twitter because she put out videos of her being a pretty girl saying the N-word. I don't condone that shit. I'm not saying anything in support, but her numbers, whew, real quick. And any time something like that happens, and I can say this because like anytime something like that happens, you really should be asking questions about why this person is being elevated. Yeah, I'll just leave it. I'll leave it at that. And so the Groypers were asking questions, and then Lily came to their event, and by all like, listen, I didn't see her at the event the entire time, but I will say that when I saw Lily at Afpac, the Groypers were treating her very nicely. So they weren't giving her like any like issue or anything like that. They were kind of accepting her and just being nice to her, and that was what I saw. Now, maybe other things happened, I don't know. But well, today the Groypers were well, one of them found Lily's. Here's my understanding of what happened. One of them found Lily's old account. Like the Groypers were already starting to get annoyed by her because she was kind of like tweeting about them and stuff. And then one of the Groypers found some old social media accounts that Lily had in which Lily was posting pictures of her child. Now, this child was a revelation. The Groypers are like, she's a single mother and she's out partying at Afpac and doing drugs, because Lily was also tweeting about doing shrooms at Afpac, which, I'm sorry, this is one of the stupidest things that woman's ever done. What an idiot. Listen, man, why the fuck are you doing shrooms at Afpac? That doesn't even make any sense. And then apparently the Groypers said that Lily slept with like a high profile Afpac VIP. And I think I know who that VIP is, but I'm not going to say his name because I don't know for sure. But it's even, let me tell you this, it's even stupider that Lilly did shrooms if she was going to have sex with someone because, okay, pro tip, you can't have an orgasm when you're on shrooms. So that was stupid. Like, what a waste, honestly. Like, I'm not like and obviously there's no reason I should know this. I would never do such a thing. But I have heard tell that you can't have an orgasm on shrooms. So, like, to take shrooms and then to have sex, I mean, I guess you can have fun. I guess maybe it'll be like all magical and hallucinogenic and you're going to see all sorts of pretty colors, but you're always going to be left forever wanting. So, what a silly idea. Anyway, so apparently she did drugs at Afpac, which was a no for the Groypers. You don't do that. She's a single mom that's out partying. She's hooking up with a high-profile Afpac VIP. So the Groypers kind of, really? Obviously I'm not speaking from experience, but maybe I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I've heard that from multiple people. Not just I obviously would not have any experience in this. I've heard that from multiple people. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter for the course of the story, okay? So there was a Groyper that found pictures of Lily's kid that Lily posted online. And so Lily's running around saying the Groypers doxed my kid, the Groypers doxed my kid. No, they didn't. Lily was the one who posted the pictures online. Lily was the one who apparently was building some sort of like baby lifestyle brand. And so Lily posted this video in which she went off on the Groypers about all of this, and I want to watch this. And then she's been tweeting about the Groypers all fucking day. She's calling them all sorts of awful names. And so the Groypers did what they do best, and they harangued her to within an inch of her sanity, and it's probably going to get worse. They, excuse me, are virtually excommunicating her from the right, which, I mean, the way she's treating the Groypers, I don't actually blame them. And they pulled her into a Twitter space earlier, hosted by Mio. Oh, you guys can't see it. They dragged her into a Twitter space earlier, hosted by Mio, where I think she was kind of made to defend herself. Now, this Twitter space was going on while I was live on the internet doing something else, and then I had a meeting, so I didn't get to pop in live. I popped into it for like 2 seconds live, and shout out Goose. But that was it. And so I want to go back and listen to it. So essentially this stream is, I missed this Twitter space earlier. I want to catch up on the other video. I want to listen to this Twitter space. And so I thought, why don't we just do this with friends? And that way we can all listen together and get our take of drama. So mount the like button for me, guys. I do appreciate it. Now, if you're a Groyper and you don't feel comfortable mounting the like button, you can give the like button a high five or below the like button a kiss. You can do something purely platonic with the like button. You don't have to be sexual about it or anything. There doesn't have to be fornication. But the first thing I want to watch is Lily's response to the Groypers, because I haven't seen this yet either. I just heard about it. Let's see what Lily had to say, because she looked a little bit fiery in this video. Yeah, we gotta hook Lily up with Nick Fuentes. That sounds like a great idea. Stepmom Dev Filmin just did a stream titled "Why Holocaust Education Doesn't Work." I DM'd you the link to. Oh God. We're not gonna deal with Zionist stepmom Deb today. But thank you, Naruto, for the super chat. I do appreciate it. All right, let's see what Lily had to say. Let's watch what happened. Oh, hang on, another super chat from MacB. By the way, it's MacB's birthday in an hour and 15 minutes. So can everyone wish MacB a happy birthday? Because like it's almost his birthday. So basically we'll just pretend happy birthday, MacB. We love you. All right. Yes, Lily did have an Israel flag in one of her videos. So that was a clue. Although I was around Lily when she was talking to the Groypers and she was swearing she wasn't Jewish when she was talking to the Groypers. I don't know though. Yes, I'm watching your space, but I'm going to listen to this video first because I didn't see her video from earlier in the day. And Mio, fuck you. The Afpac was not the first time I've had men buy me drinks, okay? I listened to about 3 seconds of your show like earlier this morning. Come on, bro. That wasn't the point. I'm going to deal with that bullshit later, but not right now because this is more important. God, you try to be nice to fucking Mio and Brittany. You try to mend fences, and before you know it, they're doing a fucking stream about you where they're like, Afpac is the only time that Carlin's ever had men buy her drinks before, and she was loving it. Jesus Christ. All right, let's listen to this.
All right, y'all. So I just got off my flight. I'm headed home from Turning Point in Afpac, and I thought I'd get on here and like give a little rundown of what my take was on the whole thing. So, like this all blew up overnight, and I kind of got thrown into this whole scene. So I was like, okay, I better go up there and meet some people and talk to people, see the different opinions, and just learn. I'm just learning at this point. I'm like, I'm like one of the normies that's waking up. So we're all waking up together. And anyway, so here's my take. So first we went to Turning Point. I thought Turning Point was kind of lame, to be honest. It was very low energy. We weren't there for that long anyway, but I mean, it was cool. Like I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. Everybody there was really sweet. We met a lot of solid people, like good working, hardworking American people. My people I love. Those are my people. That's Americans. Anyway, we left there and then we went to Afpac and it got canceled and whatever. So a lot of people are mad at me because I'm kind of going hard, like they think
because you're really,
a bitch. Hating on the America First movement. I mean, I'm not kissing your ass. Like, I'm just going to give an honest opinion of what I thought.
Oh, this is already going to go wrong.
My opinion on the whole America First
here we go.
Is obviously that's the direction we need to go because the people's getting fucked over by the government. We're getting fucked over in all these foreign wars. We've got foreign powers controlling our government and stuff. So obviously that's all terrible. So that the guiding principle behind the America First is perfect. That, obviously. My critique is it's so fringe, it's so cliquey, it's so niche that you're excluding a lot of normal people. Most people don't know who Nick Fuentes is. Like, if you ask an everyday person who's pretty conservative, who gets their basic news and stuff off TikTok and Instagram, they don't know who Nick Fuentes is. And if you've got a good message, so you just need to figure out how to get more people involved, and I think you have to do that by you got to stop being so cliquey. If you want to be a clique and you want to have your little frat, that's cool, but you're not really going to make any difference in the country in the long run because it's fringe and it's a very, very small group.
Okay, this is where I'm right that she does not understand how to be a girl in boys' spaces, because what's happening is she expected the entire thing to conform around her and her. Yeah, exactly. Sin. See, Sin understands. Sin had brothers and Sin was in the Navy, and so Sin understands. She's being a typical fucking girl. The very worst thing, and I say this as a fucking girl that's hanging around with the America First people, doing what she wants them to do is going to destroy what it is. It's going to destroy what makes it cool. It's going to destroy the energy of what the thing is, because what she's talking about would be effectively diluting it to making it no different than Turning Point USA. This is an organization built by young men who want something for them, and they want to be able to lead and do things that they want to do without the interference of women, because as soon as women come in, it ruins the social dynamic between the men. And guess what? As a girl who is kind of hanging out with them, I know very well that my role is to back the fuck off and to let them do what they want to do. It's not the girl's role to come in and change the movement and make them be more accepting and opening to women. What they need to do if they want more women involved is to make sure that the women who are getting involved understand that this is a movement for men. And it's their thing and they're leading it. And part of the whole point of this, I think, is that one of their premises is that society being built around, and Mio, you can correct me if I'm wrong, society being built around women has fucked everything up because women destroy everything. Okay, there might be some validity to that. I can get that. But by that logic, Like, you have to you can't just have a completely open movement, because that's going to dilute the message of the movement. It's going to dilute the effectiveness of the movement. What Nick is doing right now is gonna it has a vibe to it. That's the best I can explain it to people. Like, Afpac has a vibe, and it's a cool vibe, man. And if you're like a girl like me that's always grown up around the boys, you understand the vibe. But you have to like it's not all about you. It's about them, right? And well, yeah, Mio says we got this far by not letting women change it. Why stop now? I mean, yeah, I kind of actually agree with you. I kind of like, I don't think that that Nick would be as effective if he was integrating women like this in. Now, what I will say is that there's a way that you can kind of get women on your team to support you, but they really do have to understand what they're walking into. And so if you can find women that understand how to be around boys, that don't want to be the center of a fucking attention, that don't expect anyone to cater to them, that want to joke and play and all that stuff, like, I think it can work. But it has to be like, they have to understand what their role is in the equation. Like, I don't want to be part of like Nick's like group. I don't want to be any of that. I just want to like hang out and enjoy it and have fun. And so I think that's kind of like why the Groypers have been more receptive to me, because I'm not trying to take over their shit. I'm not telling them to change things. I'm saying this is really cool and I like being a part of it. And I agree with you guys on a lot of things. And even when I disagree with them, I'm being respectful. Now, certainly I've had my moments with the Groypers when they tried to destroy my stream for no good reason. And then we had words, but you know what? We fought for a little while and we moved on, and we've all decided it's more important to be like supporting Nick and all that stuff. So you move on, you grant a general amnesty, all this stuff. You just like be a fucking normal human being. I'm not suggesting it's the easiest thing in the world, but like once you understand the dynamic of the Groypers, you kind of I do have an appreciation for what they're doing. She doesn't understand that yet, because she has just risen up out of fucking nowhere, and she didn't take the time to kind of sit back and listen and learn about what she was getting herself involved in. And now within a week, she expects to come in and dictate what's going to be most successful for America first. That doesn't make any sense.
People. Anyway, so that's my critique of them. Like, I think, yeah, I've made my comments and whatever, and they're all valid. Like, if you don't agree with that, that's fine, but I'm not kissing your ass. Like, I'm just going to give the true, honest opinion. And another thing, like, yeah, anyway, I don't know if I should even do this. Probably people would tell me not to address this, but there is.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have done this.
Call it out. I think it's called like AF movement or something. And don't quote me on that. I don't know. I can't remember. But that's the account that like first exposed my child.
No, incorrect. Lilly posted pictures of her kid on the fucking internet. See, this is who she's talking about. Shout out. Lilly posted pictures of her kid on the internet, and then this guy found Lily's posts and posted her posts. So no, Lily, he was not the one that exposed your child. You were the one that exposed your child when you posted the pictures on the fucking internet in the first place and tried to build a baby lifestyle brand or whatever.
And now they put out a post that I slept with somebody at Turning Point or Afpac up there. So let's just address the first thing. What kind of sick motherfucker exposes somebody's child? What kind of sick, depraved, vile human being gets pictures of someone's child, someone's baby, and posts them on the internet so that all the...
Yep, this is true. Chief Trumpster says Groypers are chill in real life. Groypers responded after she attacked them. This is true. Groypers are chill AF in real life. Like, there wasn't any problem. Like, they welcomed her into their event. They were nice to her from what I saw. And had she just calmed the fuck down, this wouldn't be happening right now. But no, she had to attack the Groypers and call them all sorts of names and be a bitch. And so this is what's happening. It's pretty clear she is new and feels like she knows everything, but doesn't, and is missing the entire point of the movement. I couldn't agree more, Chief. Yeah, she fired the ICBM, and then the Groypers, because they're not going to take that shit from a girl, they returned fire.
Wacko, crazy people out there can now try to come come to my house, try to kidnap my child, try to hurt my child, try to send me threats that involve my child now. You say whatever you want about me. I don't even care about that. I've came in here not caring about, I'm not trying to kiss anyone's ass. I'm not trying to be in anyone's club. I'm just saying exactly how I feel about it. And you fuckers are mad about that. So first of all, let's just start off there. So this account is posting pictures of my toddler around, putting...
You know what? I'll say this. I agree with Chief Trumpster again. Literally zero drama the entire time there. The internet is where people are combative. If she stayed in her lane, there would be no pushback or attack. I was genuinely and sincerely shocked at the fact that there was no drama in person at Afpac. Even people I've had beef with, even people like Hypocrite, like Lauren Witzke, even Beardson and Wurzelroot, like even people that I've had words with online, everyone was chill. Everyone was fine. Everyone was nice to each other. It was a really celebratory environment. It was a great fucking day for Nick. Nick became basically legendary after that day. Like there was no drama. This is happening because she started this shit.
My toddler in danger. You sick piece of shit.
You shouldn't have posted the pictures on the internet, Lily.
That's low. That's a fucking low.
And
low
this
blow. This better be.
And this whole thing, this is all just her being a victim. That's all this is. She posted that they would not have the photos had she not posted them on the internet. And now she wants to act like a poor abused victim of the world. Yo, listen, I know you want to show off your kid. I get it. But if you don't want your kid to be on the internet, then don't post pictures on the internet.
A Fed that's taken over this account, because if this is one
of
these,
a Fed.
Quote, American
okay.
First Groyper
Bro,
guys,
come
bad
on.
Fucking look, dude. Bad look. Like, what kind of a low life are you? You don't have the balls to come up to me I went up to America First. I went right up into the right into the lion's den, knowing all of you fuckers hate me. And I went right up there and I was shaking your hands because I know I have the courage of my conviction. I'm not trying to hide anything.
Here's what happened.
You fuckers, you little cowards, hide behind your anonymous accounts, and you expose pictures of my toddler so that the world can attack him.
No one's gonna attack your kid,
sick.
Lily.
That's depraved. And then you start this rumor.
She's actually using her kid to try to shield herself from very valid criticism based on her behavior. That's fucked up.
That I'm sleeping with somebody up there. You don't even know what you're talking about, you lying piece of shit.
Ooh.
I don't mind. You go ahead and throw me under the bus for things I actually did, but I don't want thrown under the bus for something I didn't fucking do. And I didn't do that.
Welcome to the internet, Lily.
And I know this is probably really bad for PR or whatever.
Oh, yo, Lily. Lily, welcome to the club of getting accused of shit you didn't do on the internet, girl. We've got jackets made. I promise it's going to be fine. There are far worse accusations that could have been made, and I'm not so sure I don't believe the accusations to begin with. I heard that Lily was in some like American First VIP. I heard that she was in his hotel room until like the afternoon or something. I don't mean to spread gossip, but
give a fuck, because I'd rather lose my whole account and get my side out, get the truth out, then everybody just go around and like say something that didn't happen. Call me a whore, call me whatever, call me a worthless single mom, lie about the fact that lie and say that my baby's mixed. Okay, whatever. Say all those dumb lies, because those are lies and they don't matter. But like something like this that like hurts your reputation really bad and is not fucking true. Like if I did it, I wouldn't even be mentioning this. I'm just being honest and frank here, and this person, whoever's running this account, you know who you are. Whoever this is that's running this account is a sick piece of shit.
At least one person got laid.
The same person that was releasing pictures of a little baby. People have my home address. You know that, you motherfuckers? Like, what do you want?
So what? People have my home address too.
Kidnapped? Is that what you want?
Oh my god.
Oh, because I called you stupid?
God.
Because
did you see that? She almost laughed. Did you see that? She almost fucking laughed. Hang on. Rewind. Replay. Watch the smirk. Look at that. That was almost a laugh. She's acting. Come on. Watch again.
Is that what you want?
There it is.
Oh, because I called you.
Did you guys see that? Lily, I do this for a fucking living, girl. Do you guys see that? Again.
Is that what you want?
There was it.
Oh,
Fucking.
because I called you.
She was so fucking pleased with herself. The lip went up. One more time. Watch her lips. Watch the corners of her mouth.
Is that what you want?
There.
Oh, because I called you stupid? Because I called you autistic? Because you are! You are an autistic? Fuck. You are stupid. And if you want your damn movement to grow, how about you start letting in other normal people? But no, you want to be some
Because
little
you
faggot
fuck it
with a
up,
dumb
Lily.
clique? It's so gay. Sorry. I am not in a good mood because I've had 0 sleep and yeah, anyway, sorry for the telling off. I didn't mean that for my people, but I just had to get that out there. And I know this is probably a disaster and I should not be filming this, but that's how I feel. And it's just the truth, and you can hate me on me for saying the truth, but at least I'm saying it. At least I have the balls to say exactly how I feel. Other people are sitting here kissing your fucking ass. Everybody else is sitting here kissing your ass, trying to get in with you. I'm not kissing your ass, and you hate that. I don't care.
Oh, this is gonna go great for her.
I'm just gonna give you an honest opinion, and that's my honest opinion.
Oh, Lily, this is gonna go just great for you. Nothing could go wrong with this plan. All right, now let's listen to Mio's Twitter space. Let's see what happened. Hope you didn't fuck this up, Mio. Hang on. Stand by. 1 sec. All right, that's fine. There it is. Okay, take 2. Come on, fast forward.
About like it was Paul Allen's like lunch take, like you should eat lunch at 11 or 1 or something. He was like, "What is this?" Like it was not even a controversial opinion. It was
Wait till
so
we tell
weird.
your husband that you agreed with a Groyper about lunchtime.
Yeah. He was like, what's going on here?" But yeah, I mean, mostly he thinks like a lot of it's funny and doesn't have time to like think about it too much because he's like working.
Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense.
Well, we are funny. We're just funny guys, white guys.
Who don't know how to dox.
Like finding stuff. I had to get my
We're fast forwarding.
But when I looked at them,
Mio, what time? When does this actually start? Can you point me to like a timestamp or something?
it looked like they were.
We expected that back when we were all posting things back in the day, So there is that aspect to it.
That's what Mio says about the AI stuff. Like, tell him what you said about how like we don't know where this is going to lead and how it's going to end up going. So.
Oh yeah, right. Because with the data collection, the way that goes is I mean, it's all
like tell him what you said about how like we don't know where this is going to lead and how it's going to end up going. So.
Oh yeah, right. Because with the data collection, the way that goes.
Oh, 5 to 10 minutes from now. Okay.
I mean, it's all being harvested. The data is all being collected.
Shit like doxed on me. They went through all shit like doxed on me. They went.
Blocking classics, Groyper, right? He's he's a good guy.
Oh, here she
is. Do his best.
I don't think that was that the one that like I thought it was him that did that, but apparently it was a different account, right? Because she called up the account. I don't know who account that is.
Yeah, no, she's mad at what I think is called AF has something like that.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know.
I don't believe necessarily affiliated, but I heard whenever I went to Afpac the other day that there were some other complaints of people being like, yeah, they've doxed my kids, they were threatening to rape my daughters. So that account is like, I don't know who runs it, but they're obviously kind of pretty sick.
Yeah, fucking internet.
Well, and here's
Uh-huh.
something to keep in mind.
Mhm.
You can't let the
Thank you,
you know, the
Triz.
weirdos who are like most antagonistic against you categorize the group, right? You just met a bunch of these guys in real life. They're good people, right? That doesn't represent everything going on here. And that's true as well. Maybe bad things are happening to you, but people around here have less empathy about it. If the second you start taking heat, then you turn. Because of what we're nervous about, the reason that the guys are super cautious, every girl that comes around now is under a microscope, is because the girls tend to cave under pressure, and that can be really dangerous. You've heard it before.
Okay, have I passed the fucking test now? Like, are there like can we just talk about me for a second? Because I feel like I've been hanging around for a while now, and I put up with a lot of your guys' shit. Have I passed the test now? Are we cool? Like, I didn't cause any problems at your event. I hung out with you guys. Can we just like? Are there any more hazing rituals that? Well, I don't approve of this. I don't approve of that. No, God, I'm 29. I'm 29. I don't want to come on. Okay, but you're saying that I have passed the test. There will be no more hazing. Okay, I appreciate that. The book list. Well, you know what I'm doing right now. You guys will appreciate this. You know what I'm doing? I read Day of the Rope a couple weeks ago, and I'm rereading the Turner Diaries right now from when I read it in college, because I read it in college and I was like, I wonder if I would look differently at this book now if I read it now. And let me tell you what, it's a trip to read that book now. I'll tell you that. So it is a trip to read that book now. For reasons I'm not going to go into on YouTube. We'll talk about that later. Well, I was left a little bit wanting with that, if I'm being honest about it. And I'm told I'm supposed to read Hunter too, which I don't know anything about that book.
The Lauren Southern route, right? Where they're like, well, these guys are mean to me and they're sexist. And so I'd rather just lean into, people that are more accepting of what I want to do, whatever I want to say right now, without really taking their advice. And that leads you away into the other circles, and then they turn. And that's not a good thing. It's better if we just don't accept them in the first place, if that's going to be the case. And so being able to take the heat and roll with the punches and still keep everything true on target is a high quality.
Hang on. Okay, so JT says if I'm cool with Wurzel and Beardson, it's official. Well, okay, so here's the thing. I talked to both of them at Afpac. Beardson said that he never had any problem with me and he didn't know why we were so why everyone was so upset. And so that seems fine. And then Wurzelroot, Wurzelroot was avoiding me all night. And then I finally saw him at the Airbnb and we had a little chat. And so I don't hold any ill will towards Beardson and Wurzelroot, but if they fuck with me again, I'm going to give it right back to them. But I don't really care.
No, that's for sure.
I
I've taken a lot of
Wurzelroot
heat
today
from them, and I've taken it in very good sport, really. And there's friendly hazing.
True.
We've all been there, but at the same time, then there's abuse that you don't have to take. Like I don't have to put my head on a chopping block just to not I'm not trying to be a part of anybody's group. Bottom line. So if something's wrong, I'm gonna call it out, and I'm not blindly loyal to one group, because I'm not blindly loyal to anything but America.
Oh, good. I'll make it a good one for him.
America first, and all these little offshoot, cliques and stuff. They're good and they have good intentions, but I don't think it's got the big picture in mind necessarily.
Well, you don't want to hitch your wagon to a certain horse and then be beholden to every standard and all of that.
Well, I do think that kids, no matter what, should be off the table. I don't think that people should be posting fucking kids for anybody. There should be lines, and I don't like that shit. It happened to me too, but
I don't like that.
At least block out the kid's face if you're gonna do it, or something. I don't
stuff
know.
like that. Yeah, I don't like, and especially when the guys are acting wild, they're wilding out and they're saying crazy things involving the kids. That's gross. I wouldn't do it. That's my personal opinion. But but there's also the factor you got to understand that when there's a new e-girl coming around, and it's because a bunch of the guys, a large group of the guys, they immediately project their perfect fantasy onto you. Here's our perfect new right-wing trad wife girl who's going to be super
Yeah.
based and red-pilled and affirm all of my beliefs. And then I can fantasize about her being my trad wife forever from now on. And the response to that has to be a measured, well, look at this thing that makes that not the case. Look at
We'll
this
have to
thing that
listen over
makes that
that.
not the case, right? And because we have to keep true to a target here.
Yeah, everybody's pulling her in different directions. So how was your experience at Afpac though?
It was actually good. I went up there because I was like, you know, since I'm new to all this, I don't really know anybody. I wanted to go up there like and meet everybody regardless of whether I agree with some people. Like I was hanging out with some people I didn't agree with at all, you know, but like I'm a free speech absolutist and I appreciate now obviously I'm mad about the kid thing, but I still think they should have the right to say it.
Right.
But you know, I wanted to hear everybody's voice. I went up there with like an open mind. I just want to hear, you know, all the different opinions out there. And the people, like, to be fair, I'm not trying to throw everybody under the bus. And I'm sure it's like a shrill minority because there was a lot of people up there. They were really solid dudes. They came up, you know, they were nice. We chatted and stuff. I thought everything was fine. So I don't really know why, you know, all this has happened. But yeah,
Well, I wouldn't say that I've made up with Lauren Witzke, but Lauren, I unblocked Lauren Witzke and I sent her a DM and I said, because what happened is Lauren Witzke's husband came up to me at Afpac and he was like, we should take a picture with you and Lauren where so Lauren can post it on her Twitter to say that Carlin made it to Afpac before Blair White did. And I thought that was kind of funny. And I said, we're going to play nice tonight, right? And he's like, yeah, everything's going to be fine. And so I didn't have any beef with Lauren Witzke. I didn't talk to her at Afpac or anything. I only saw her once, like running around. But I sent her a DM and I was like, I heard we missed an opportunity to take a picture, and she laughed at that, and I unblocked her and she followed me. And so I would say there's a tentative truce between me and Lauren Witzke. Now, if Lauren Witzke wants to start posting about how my husband should be deported, then that truce is going to go out the window right quick. But as long as it's a truce, it's a truce. I'm not going to give her any shit.
You
I
gotta
just wanted to go
also
up there and meet
remember,
them. I thought they were a bunch of people.
well, there's going to be the scorn simp crowd that when they find out you're not their perfect fantasy or whatever, they're going to get real bent out about it as well. So there's that too. But yeah. So you saw Nick's speech, right? You were in the crowd. You said, what did you think of him?
I thought it was cool. I think he's a really good orator. I think he's got a lot of potential. But I think if you actually want to change America, you have to, you know, you can't be like this, because if you're too determined to stay in your little clique, you'll never embrace, you know, some more people. Like, I mean, sorry, but a movement can't expand if you don't accept more people into it. That's just a fact.
I heard you say
I
that.
think
I'm going to tell you exactly where she's getting this. I think that Jake Shields said this to her. And there are reasons I think Jake Shields said this to her, but I think I don't think that she came up with this on her own. I think that Jake Shields said this to her, and now she's using that talking point, which, and I respect Jake Shields. I'm not shit talking Jake Shields. I think I got to talk to him at Afpac. I think he's a nice guy. But I think that's where she's getting this idea. And I think that, again, she has just burst onto the scene. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know the players involved. And if she was smart, what she would be doing right now is keeping her mouth shut and listening.
cool.
I heard you say that. I have some thoughts. So
he said the same thing to me.
off,
That's why I say
the
that.
Groypers
So no, I'm not calling him a simp.
have been ghettoized on the internet because everybody's refused to say Nick's name, even though they all know who he is. They have a secret handshake agreement not to, unspoken.
Did you know who he was before all this stuff happened? Just really quick, sorry.
Yes, I've known about him for probably 2 years. I didn't ever follow him, but I knew of him through other shows that I would listen to.
Okay, sorry, man.
Well, what was it? It was obviously it's people talking shit because everybody does except for us. But who'd you listen to before?
I listened to the Gavin McInnes show and Anthony Cumia and them, and they've always been very pro Nick. So I didn't come in this anti
Right.
Nick or whatever. I still like it, but you know, at the same time, I'm allowed to get angry. Like,
Yeah.
I can't expect. I'm not going to be some cuck that's just going to take abuse, because I don't want to be part of your group. You know.
Yeah.
Right.
Like-
Believe me, we all understand the natural girl response of being rebellious and defiant in the face of taking the heat. We've seen
Oh,
it
for
many
fuck's
times,
sake,
and
yeah.
we all know how girls are. And you know, that's why it's good to have maybe a level-headed conversation to balance things out. Look, there's a bunch of people, there's a bunch of Groypers that have it out for me, you know, and I don't take
True.
it and I just put up with it and whatever. I just don't really I kind of ignore them. That's mostly what I do, because there's a lot of good guys and there's a good cause we're all here for, and it makes sense, and we're right and Nick's right. They've been ghettoized on the internet, so this is a breakout moment. This is where now everybody from now on has to acknowledge Nick's existence. They have to refute his talking points or acknowledge them.
This is what I thought from the beginning. I thought as soon as she showed up, I was like, what does Milo have to do with this? So I'm like, does anyone else agree with this? Because I think that's my current opinion.
Them, at least. This is, I mean, it's up and up from here on out. And yeah, accepting more people, that's what we're here for, right? Winning the people over, the right ones at least. But we can't let it get watered down as well. And so that's why everybody's cautious, everyone's careful, because, you know, I mean, we have a lot of subversive types trying to get in and water things down. They always have. And finding out these things about them, that's like, well, they're not who they say they are, they're not what we thought, or something like that. That happens a lot, and we get screwed over every time. So you're dealing with a group of people who's had, you know, I mean, look what just happened at Afpac. Every single thing possible to shut it down was done to them, right? And so we're used to that at this point. And so they're angry too. You got to remember, you're dealing with angry young guys who have good reasons to be upset with what's happening. And, you know, they want to make something happen, and they don't want to see hindrances to that through subversion.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that our argument that everybody should be alike, you know, like everybody should have exactly the same, that's very Maoist. That's very closed-minded. You
shut
don't
the
want
fuck
everything
up.
to be alike. There's supposed to be a marketplace of ideas.
Lilly thinks that America First, wanting to retain its really cool and unique culture, is Maoist. Lilly, come on. Girl, you want to come watch real socialism with me sometime? I'll show you real socialism. This is not real socialism. This is you not getting your way.
Yes. So that, you know, the wrong ideas, they float to the top, and they're exposed in the light of the truth.
Yeah, I was just thinking you're being very diplomatic.
Having everybody, you have to all adhere to this exact, you know, set of rules and guidelines. I don't think that's good. I think that's progressive. I think it keeps a movement suppressed, and it'll ultimately cause a lot of infighting, because nobody can ever be perfect. So I think
you don't have to be perfect. There's a lot of imperfect people in America First.
And that's the problem with the right wing, is they cannot wait to cannibalize each other. And that's why we never win. Like lefties.
Yeah.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, it was my internet was going out. No, I was just saying it's like good to have like a lot of different opinions, you know. So you can't really, like, I don't think a movement should want everybody to be clones of each other, because that's very Maoist, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree to an extent with, like, I mean, there's something true in what you're saying. But on the other hand, there's, you know.
Okay, can I covert tell you guys that Lauren Chen, because now likes are no longer publicly available on Twitter, Lauren Chen has been liking a lot of my fucking tweets about Nick. Like, a lot. And not just like the tweets, also the replies. And I can see the one she's liking, and I knew Lauren Chen was based. I truly didn't know how base she was until likes became private, but I can still see the tweets that she's liking. And I just wonder if anyone else, I'm not saying which tweets she's liking. I'm just saying that I did not give Lauren Chen enough credit for how based she is. And she's like, she's liking tweets about. I'm gonna say, I'll say that she's liking tweets right now about how girls can fit into the Groyper movement, and about this specifically. So I kind of wonder if she's listening right now. Shout out Lauren if you are.
A ship's got to have a captain, right? You think about it like a ship. There's a singular mind that's running, the Marines, the salesman, the craftsman, the carpenter, the cook team, the all of these, all the people, the crew, they're all coming together, and there has to be a singular mind directing it all. And that's the way that we think is less democratic, but there's got to be a ship's got to have a captain. A country's got to have a leader. There has to be a singular mind directing the thing, and it all has to be principle, right? The principles have to hold. They have to be ironclad rules that we hold true to, and that's, I mean, it's like, think about the Bible, right? Jesus. There's rules of how things should be, and they're very harsh, and we strive to, we orient towards those always. That's the idea. So everybody should be the same in some senses, right? Everyone should be good to each other. Everyone should love one another. Everyone should, right? Don't murder each other, right? There's some things that should be uniform, and they're all principles that we should hold to, strongly. And
Are you religious? I'm not, but I mean, I don't know if you are or not.
Yeah, I'm Christian. I'm obviously a shitty Christian, like we all are. We're all sinners, but yes, I am technically a Christian.
Okay.
yeah. Well, there you go. And it's about, well, everybody's shitty. Everybody is sinners. And it's not just, well, we can do what we want. But it's, recognizing fault and genuinely trying to strive to do better. That is what marks the difference between a Christian and someone else. Everyone else is fine acting like shit. Like, whatever, you do whatever you want to do. And this is, as long as we all like it, that's fine. That's what's leading this country to hell. It's about striving to do better, recognizing the wrong, and having the right orientation. That's what is righting this ship, America. That's what Nick is trying to do. Everyone else is just trying to profit off of it, just like get their piece of it, of a fallen empire. And that's horrible. This is our home. This isn't just the shopping mall of the world where everybody from every country can come and raise money to send back home, or to take back home, or just to live here because it's for everyone. And if things get too bad here, well, they can go back to Israel or wherever their home country is, right? This is our home. We don't have a place to go. Our ancestral home.
Hang on, I got a super chat from Rottweiler. So either Lilly girl boss too close to the sun, or she's the most incompetent plan I've ever seen in my life. That's what I'm getting. I mean, yeah, true. I mean, I mean, it could conceivably be both. I think that okay, I think that women like her would tend to go to something where she sees the Groypers, and she might underestimate them if she hasn't really been paying attention. Thank you, Rottweiler.
Lands of Europe are being taken over too. So there's no place for us. And if you want a place for us, just like they all like having one, you're a white nationalist, which is a white supremacist, which is a Nazi, which is an anti-Semite, all these horrible things, right? So horrible. And that's just wanting the same thing everyone else has. So this is, again, these guys are righteously angry. They have good reasons to want to keep true to everything, to want to not let new people water down the message. That's why they're saying things like lurk more, learn more, take advice from solid people who have respect in the community, and listen to Nick a whole lot more and follow his lead, because he's right. He's winning. He's someone who's won against all the odds. They haven't just done all this at Afpac. They've been doing it for years. They suppressed him before he ever got his feet off the ground, and canceled him from everything. Websites you haven't heard of, payment processors, banks, planes, the works. And he's here and he's winning. And now you see it. So, I wouldn't bet against him now. I would follow his lead.
I'm not betting against him, but if we are claiming to this as a Christian thing, you were just saying how you lead with love, you lead with kindness. The example that the people that are supposed to be leading more into this flock are leading is not very good. And that's, I mean, right? Is that very Christian to to lie and libel somebody? Is it Christian to attack and try to dox somebody's child? That's not Christian at all.
Mhm.
So you can't claim to have like a Christian movement that follows Christ's example. Meanwhile, you allow your followers to, you know, go out and spread
Allow
the
his
very
followers?
hatred and
Allow? Does this bitch really think that Nick polices the behavior of everyone that watches his show? That seems to be a little unreasonable to me.
and stuff that like Antifa spreads around. You know, there has to be like some accountability. They're not perfect. Nick's not perfect. I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect but God. So that's
Mhm.
the example we should be claim to be like, oh well, we're perfect and we're allowed to, you know, be terrible and whatever, but everybody else better lead with love and acceptance. Like that's you got to see how that's a little bit hypocritical.
Yeah. There's no one's got a right to be hypocritical. I agree with that, and hey, I fought with plenty of people who come around here and they're making the craziest jokes. They're saying the most outrageous things.
Oh yeah, we fought
Things
with
that none
Groyper
of us.
quite a bit.
We fought with all of them a lot. Like I said, there's a whole lot of Groypers that have it out for me for reasons like that, but it doesn't categorize the whole group. And the problem is Nick is constantly asked to answer for everything that every Groyper does. Here's an account who says they're a Groyper. They say they're a Nick Fuentes follower and they did a bad thing. Nick, what's your comment on this? And this is a very common tactic that's been used for a very long time now, where they keep you on the defense constantly so that you can never make a move. And,
Right.
he can never
Right.
be focused on
Right.
that stuff.
And hey, guys, what's going on? And I
What's
can't
up,
tell
Goose?
you,
Goose.
I can't tell you how long. And this is one of the things where guys get defensive and they will attack you. So here, if you start saying that it's okayed from the top, that these guys do this, they're doing this to me, and Nick is okaying it, we have been hearing that since 2017. And it's always been bullshit. Because whenever you see Nick deal with somebody, like you were invited, were you not? Were you not being treated well by Nick Fuentes? So if some of his, like you call him his guys and it's okayed, it's just a flat out lie. Nick did not go up there and say, hey, look at Lilly over there. No, he invited you to his thing. So in fact, it is wrong of you to say that. It's not correct. And that's where people come out and get very defensive, because we have been hearing from enemies of Nick Fuentes for years that he should disavow his movement. His people are no good. And it's not right. So if you get flack from people, sorry about that. You're a public figure now. People are going to want to course correct for what they think is correct. But Nick Fuentes has not done that, has he?
I have a question. How did it? Okay, because like from what I saw from Afpac, it looked like everybody was getting along. Like you seem to be getting along with everybody there. Even like who was it? Lucas Gage, who was like fucking with you, did a got your Jewish nose. Like I saw, like they seemed like everything was fine. So where did all of this kind of spiral into? I guess what it is now, because it seems like it's backtracked quite a bit.
Right, because I thought we were all good. Like I went up there, because I honestly went up there to make peace. I was like, I'm gonna go up there and like actually see face to face the people who have like a problem with me. So if they have questions, come up and ask for me. I'm not hiding. I've been very honest with this whole thing. I've never portrayed myself as holier than thou.
Mm-hmm.
I've never portrayed myself as I'm good, I'm a pinnacle of whatever. And, you know, I have a right to come and defend myself. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I'm not a pushover. That's not what Americans are. We don't sit there and take abuse. I don't care who's doing it.
I guess the
who's
one thing
doing
I'd
it.
say is be specific about that, though, right?
Well-
Not Nick Fuentes and Groypers. And
So, but that's
Wait.
hold on. When I just
Wait.
came in here, hold on one second, Brittany.
I wanted to finish talking.
No, let me just say this, because when I came into this room,
Yeah.
Lily, you were saying it's
agree.
okayed from the top. So now just hearing that, guys will think, oh, she's going after Nick now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He never okayed anything like that. Have you ever heard him say something like that? No. So do not do that, because then all of a sudden, then guys will get pissed.
Yeah, you'll take even more heat. You
Yeah,
gotta
the
remember, like,
Groypers,
de-escalate.
well, the Groypers, it was like the way I've always like described them. They're like a fucking hornet.
I have to say this too, and I have to actually give Mio more credit here than I'm inclined to give him. Mio is basically setting Lily up to backtrack and de-escalate. Like, she's had so many opportunities with which to just like calm the fuck down, and probably a lot of the pain would go away if she just doesn't double, like, all Lily had to do in this conversation was don't double down. That's it. Just let it go, move the fuck on, know that you are new in a situation that you don't understand. I mean,
nest. Like, you kick like anything over and they are all swarming no matter what. And a lot of people have gone through it. I've gone through it. It can get a little rowdy. But they are also can be like your biggest defenders as well. So it's like it can go both ways. Like, they're very loyal to each other, and they are hardcore one way or the other. It's like
it's mostly about how you treat Nick. It's you. Brittany
Yeah,
fights
yeah.
with lots of Groypers.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
whole factions of Groypers that hate her, and all of that. They've had their reasons from the get-go. But Brittany's always been loyal to Nick, regardless. No matter how much shit she takes, who she fights with, she's been loyal to Nick. Not slandering Nick, not going after him, not bringing him into it, trying to avoid creating more problems for him. And so, by and large, there's no problems with Brittany.
Yeah.
Well, every once in a while there are problems.
I mean,
like when she
correct me if
said
I'm wrong, but I've
spirits and
never
nudes.
actually said Nick Fuentes was doing that. Whenever I said top down, it was because when you were talking about it in general, then I responded to you speaking about it in general again. But I've never spoken out against Nick Fuentes. I actually really appreciate him inviting me there. And I was hoping to meet him there too. And I left with a very positive impression of everything, believe it or not.
See,
because I met a lot of stand-up guys there. Like I said, I got a very good impression from everybody. I was like, okay, this was good. We came here, established some, I've taken a lot of hazing and I've taken it very well. But at the same time, I have a line in the sand as well. But I do respect Nick. I think he's created an awesome movement. But I think a few shrill, voices in the mix is doing a lot of damage to that, and that's fine.
By the way, if Nick goes live during, which Nick said he was going to go live at midnight my time, so that probably means he's going to go live around 2 a.m. If Nick happens to go live during this, can someone just tell me, because I want to actually watch the show tonight.
Like, that's cool, but you can't exactly say
maybe listen, is this your first time brushing into Nick Fuentes this whole weekend? Because I know you're new, with the TikTok going viral, and so people have been inviting you around. Is this your first run-in with AF?
Oh, you're saying Mio. Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea who any of these people are. So that's why I went to Afpac, because I wanted to meet everybody.
Beautiful. Hey, good. But here's the thing. All right. There's no hierarchy or top down. When you say the words top down, Nick Fuentes, and that's it. So if you say language like top down this, the group that, orders that, okay this, that would mean Nick said it. Okay.
Nobody else gives orders around here.
Okay, well, I don't understand that. If you would send me the rule book and how this whole works.
Well, and this is why
you need to listen.
About how a ship's got to have a captain, right? And the captain can't be the most popular.
I'm sorry that it's Mio that you have to deal with. This is this is the worst, Lily. Hey, don't worry, girl. I'll take care of you, Mio. Don't give her these analogies. What are you doing?
Okay, you know what, man? I'm stuck. Got Play-Doh stuck in my head. I forget I'm talking to a woman here. My bad, because you're right.
Wait. I do have a question really quick, because the person that did post your picture is requesting to speak. I don't know if that's something you're interested in, or if it's up to you completely. But either.
Oh, actually, absolutely.
Let's bring him on.
Acknowledge it.
Oh yeah, no, I think we should if she's down to that. And
all right, AF Hosborough, what do you have to say for yourself?
Explain yourself.
Why should I be explaining myself?
So what happened? What happened with the kid?
A double down.
You mean the kid that she posted all over Instagram and TikTok?
No, I don't know where it came from.
So that was okay. Let me just explain. So my brother has an e-commerce business, and I was doing the marketing for him. So I was using the products with my son to do that. It's a very small account. It has 50 followers. So those pictures would have never gone out. You went out of your way to find those photos.
Hang on. I know I'm going to get shit for this. I'm already getting shit for this from Tim Pool's Booker for the Culture War, where she's like, no, children are off limits. Listen, I'm not saying that posting kids, like images of kids, are good. I'm not saying that I endorse that. I'm not saying I co-sign that. However, she is the one who posted pictures of her child on the internet. She is the one that used her child as part of a marketing campaign. She made those choices. When she knew that she was going to be internet famous, or that all of a sudden she was going viral on the internet, do you know what she could have done? She could have scrubbed the pictures of her kids from the internet. This is just called being responsible, man. She is the one that put them there. She could very easily scrub them from the internet. She knew what was. Listen, she's already talked about knowing who Gavin McInnes is. I'm sorry, she didn't just trip and fall onto, like, when I went viral on the internet, I had no idea who any of these fucking people were. I wasn't involved in this world. There was no way that I would know who Gavin McInnes was. There was no way I would know who Nick. I didn't know who anyone was. You don't just trip on the internet and accidentally go viral and then say like, oh, I just didn't know what was going to happen. But you're watching Gavin McInnes. Bullshit. If she didn't want pictures of her kids on the internet, she should have been the adult and scrub them from the internet.
Twitter account where hundreds of thousands of people see them. That's a big difference. That's a very big
Oh, you mean the
difference. And you
LL
cannot
Gaddis
even
account? That's your account, right? LL Gaddis. The tweet I just made shows the pictures from LL Gaddis on Instagram. That's your account. You lie so fucking much. Like, that's the issue. You've been lying since the No Holds Barred
it's
episode.
from the baby bits.
You lie so fucking much.
No, it's not.
You act like you don't know what's going on.
Okay, what am I lying
But you
about?
do know what's going on. You're a fucking whore. We know who you slept with. I'm not going to blow his spot up, but your spot is blown up.
I think I know.
You said that I'm a lying viper, right? And you said everything I'm saying is a lie. And I named 4 things in the tweet. 3 of the 4 things I have hard evidence for coming straight from you. It's a video of your child that you posted yourself. You admitted to using shrooms at Afpac. You posted a fucking video with an Israeli flag in the background yesterday. The 4th one is who you slept with. All I can say, I can give you a hint. That dude could knock somebody the fuck out.
I knew it! I knew it! Shit.
You stayed in this fucking hotel room yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
She slept with the bouncer who jumped off stage.
Okay, hey,
Probably.
hold on. The bouncer. I'm telling you, that guy was gay. But all right,
Yeah, I think he was gay.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, with the pictures, yes, that was in my private account. Again,
you just said it was your brother's account. You lying fucking whore. Shut the
I
fuck
know,
up.
and I meant to say
Hazard, let you said you're.
She's a lying bitch, dude. Fuck her.
Okay, well,
she's cooked, dude. You're cooked.
All right, let her fucking talk.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, Tyler Russell.
Actually,
right. Respect space.
Oh my God.
Yes, both of those accounts. Sorry, I forgot to mention the one. I'm not trying to hide it. What was the other thing? The shrooms. Yeah, I did shrooms. Wow, kill me for that. That's
stupid.
Literally nothing.
So stupid.
And I'm
What, do you have a child at home? You stupid bitch?
Andy,
okay, man.
Listen, I'm not anti-shroom by any stretch of the imagination, but to do shrooms like at Afpac, so stupid.
Yeah, are you like, dude? She's saying the things. Shut up.
What the fuck?
Okay, and I'm not going to expose names or whatever, but I will swear on a Bible. I swear to God, I did not hold this man's hand. I did not kiss this man, and I definitely did not have sex with him. What happened was I showed up. We didn't have another room. Me and 2 other people crashed in that room. There was no sex. I swear to God. I will write an affidavit. I'll get it signed. I'll take it to the courthouse. I swear to God, I did not sleep with anyone. And if you want to reach out to that person that you're saying that I slept with, he would happily swear to God that he did not sleep or even touch me. There was nowhere for me to go. It was like 4 a.m. We were all exhausted. and we crashed out. It was basically camping. There was one other person in the room. So if you would like to reach out to that person who was in the room the entire time,
Yeah.
that's more
Yeah.
than welcome.
There was no sex in the champagne
Yeah, I
room.
believe
Yeah,
it.
But
exactly.
I swear to God,
Yep. Mhm.
there was absolutely zero sexual contact whatsoever. Never, didn't hold his hand, didn't kiss him, didn't have sex with him. I came up. He was supposed to walk me around. Like, what am I supposed to do? Walk around by myself?
I mean,
This is like the woman doth protest too much. Like, if you didn't have sex with someone, literally all you need to say is, I didn't have sex with them, and that's it. Like, honestly, you don't need to have a whole fucking story explaining about how, and honestly, like, the fact that, and again, Lily's just gonna have to learn this if she's gonna be famous on the internet. Listen, I've had my life dragged over the coals. I've had my college boyfriend doxxed. I've had my friends doxxed. I've had people drive by my house taking pictures and posting them on the internet along with my address. I've had to file multiple fucking restraining orders. I've had to file multiple harassment charges, like, with the police. Like, I like, if Lily, and I'm not, she has a bigger platform than me now. Like, if Lily's going to be famous on the internet, this is just something she's going to have to get used to. And sometimes it just has to be enough that, like, if you really didn't fuck Jake Shields, obviously it wasn't Jake Shields, but, like, if you really didn't fuck, obviously not Jake Shields, then just say, like, we didn't have sex. There's nothing, there's no there, like, whatever. And be confident knowing that you know what the truth is. Listen, Mio, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not, whatever. What happened between Chief Trumpster and I was beautiful, and I'm not going to talk about it. Okay, it's none of your fucking business. You're just mad because my hair looked good in that video.
I mean, if I
With
made it into a
hundreds of
room
plus
with
death
Jake,
threats?
that would be so, like, it's kind of romantic. I'm on shrooms. I'm floating around Detroit. Jake Shields holds my hand. You never know.
Oh,
No, the shrooms happened the next night. The shrooms happened the next night. He had already flown away. I had missed my flight, so I had to stay with some other people. They had some mushroom, like, chocolate stuff. I didn't even want to do it, but they were like, oh, come on, we're all doing it. So I was like, all right, cool. I'm not trying to hide that. Like, I don't care. That's not a big deal. But absolutely not. I swear to God.
I believe it.
Did I sleep with him? I have been extremely honest this whole time.
No, you haven't.
Why would I lie about that? Okay, fine. You go ahead. But I swear to God, and I'm dead fucking serious.
Oh, she swears.
I don't like to be
Well, we
lied
don't
about.
like when you attack the
All right.
Groypers
You
for no
can tear
reason.
apart.
That
You
was
can
the
tear
issue.
apart my reputation.
Why did you wake up after Nick
can tear
invited you to
apart
the event and
whatever.
started
Maybe I
attacking
should,
his movement?
Triz.
I didn't. If you'll remember, I did not start attacking anyone until they came for me. Till they started spreading very damaging rumors about me that are 100% not true. If they were true, I'd be like, damn, that's embarrassing.
No,
but I would
this all
accept it.
started because your tweets about Groypers this morning. This kicked the whole thing off. This was the first thing I saw. This is the first thing that initiated all of this. So you're like, it's up. And I was like, okay, it's up. So it's up. You got
I started tweeting about that as soon as I saw the first thing come out about that rumor that I had sex with somebody,
not
which
true.
I did not.
You're a lying bitch. I literally left my Airbnb, and that was one of the first tweets I saw, is you talking about Groypers. You can check the timestamps on the tweets. The first tweet that I made in response to you was a quote tweet about Lily's hating on the Groypers. So that was the first thing. The sex thing didn't get brought up till later. You went out of your way and initiated, like, a counter against Nick and the Groypers after you were so nice to everybody. Everyone was so nice to you. It was so unnecessary. And then, not to mention, you're like an Israeli shill for 6 years and you act like you're not.
Lauren Chen liked the tweet. I'm exposing this one, Lauren. I'm sorry. It's funny though. Lauren Chen, do you guys know the tweet I made of the Groypers where I made the photo of Nick's security Groypers into an album cover? And I did 4 different versions of the album cover. And I said, like, the Groypers look cool. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, Nick's haters are posting these pictures of the Groypers, but the Groypers actually look like they're in a band. Lauren Chen liked that tweet. Lauren Chen thinks the Groypers look cool.
Like, your first tweets on this page are Douglas Murray videos where it's like shilling anti-Semitism. In April, you retweeted Tommy Robinson and called him daddy. You're in Milo's Telegram chat. You know about Zionism. After the October 7th war, if you drew your line in the sand on the side of the Zionists, I don't fuck with you. And you did. You know what's going on with the Jewish power issue. You know what's going on with Zionism. And you made your bed. Your tweet today, let's see what your tweet today said. It was something that a guy says, Groypers only care about Israel. And you did the up arrow and said this. So you called us stupid or something, and we only care about Israel. So, like, did you not listen to the message yesterday?
I
That
can't
was
help it.
after
I
had
can't help it.
heard
It's
the
good.
Oh, back to get to the
Bro,
other accusation
you
of
are
the
full
video
of shit.
with
Let me
the
post.
Normally, I would take Lauren Chen's secrets to my grave, but this is just too funny. I mean, come on. It's like an innocent tweet of the Groypers like looking cool. Like it's I'm not going to expose the important ones. I'm just saying it's fucking hilarious that Lauren Chen liked that.
Posted in the nest.
To get back to the other accusation, because I forgot about that, of the video with the Jewish flag, do you think I am so stupid to accidentally put a Jewish flag there? It was obviously a joke. Like, and anybody who
What
takes
kind of
that
joke,
seriously,
Lily?
like,
Was your
it
tweet
was
yesterday?
obviously
Was your tweet
I
yesterday?
bought everything
I was
until that.
kidding. I was
I bought
kidding.
everything
6 years
until
of
that.
Zionism, all a joke. All a
All right,
joke
look,
for
I
6
would
years.
have believed if your first line was, "Well, I went to CPAC, and of course they try to give me
Yeah,
one."
they gave me a flag. I had it rolled up. I put it down. I made a video. No, I put it there.
No, I did that
to
on
do
purpose.
that
I
to
mean, you
you.
don't have to believe me, but I did do that on purpose because I thought it was funny. I was just leaning into the whole Jew thing.
It's a joke.
Somebody-
It's a joke when you
one of the
say,
people-
isn't it a joke when you say in 2018 you retweet the IDF, some tweet about Hamas? You tell
Hey, Triz, can you DM me the link on Twitter to the tweet of the album cover? Sorry, I can't click it in the chat here.
people to follow Jacob Wohl, the most like fringe Jewish
Nick just went
political
live?
figure. Like,
Wait, is Nick really live? Hang on. We might have to do a Nick break. Is he live or is his stream live? No. Nick is not live. Nick is not live. What's happening right now is Nick's lobby is open and there's music playing and there's going to be like a long ass intro. So I appreciate it, MacB. Nick is not live yet. I was like, yeah, that was shocking. I was like, Nick started early? Like, no. That would never happen.
in America, you don't know about Jacob Wohl unless you're a fucking Jewish
Thank you,
Zionist. I don't
Triz.
think
Hey,
you're actually
she could be
Jewish.
subscribed to his OnlyFans. Okay.
I don't think she's Jewish. I think the nose thing was a meme, but you're a clear Zionist for 6 years. And then even today, you go and make a tweet this morning. A guy says they're all losers, sniffing their own farts. Also, the only thing they care about is Israel, and they claim to be America first.
Looks
and
good,
you said
Triz.
this. Like, this is what kicked the whole thing off.
I mean, you have to admit, whenever you're talking to anybody,
Stand on
I do get a
business,
little
Lily.
sick of hearing
Stand on what you're
Israel,
saying.
Israel.
Like,
You
stand
gotta
on
let
your
her.
business.
You gotta let her respond. She's doing
She's
it.
just
Yeah.
fucking backtracking
I
and
know
lying.
you're. Well,
And
let
y'all
her
are up
fucking
here like
respond.
letting it happen, but I'm not.
No, hold on.
You
But
got to give her the
AF,
space to do
AF,
so.
she is literally giving you what
Yeah,
you want.
got it. You got to give her the slack to
I
give
meant
her
to
the
hit the
space
thumbs
to do
up.
whatever
No,
she's
I
gonna
know,
do
I know,
with.
buddy, I know. But
I
listen,
know, Goose. I
everything
hear
you have
Goose.
asked, okay, you're doing good.
Yeah, so it's all in the nest. But
So he's making a lot of points here. What's your response, Lily? Let's let
yeah,
her
just
speak.
to the tweet against the Groypers this morning, how we only care about Israel, and you went out of your way to say this, and that they're losers. They only care about Israel. That's what you started off this morning with.
Okay, so to get to the tweets from, 5 years ago? As I addressed in another chat room, people are allowed to change their mind. As
Tommy
I'm slowly
Robinson in
waking up,
April 2024, you called him daddy.
Man, are
You're
you
in
okay,
Milo's
man?
Telegram
Chill.
chat.
Yeah, chill, man. You are like.
She's minimizing it like it's 5
I
years ago.
understand.
It's
I
2
understand.
months
I
ago.
understand, bro. Please don't make me mute you while she speaks, so that we can get answers.
Look at
and then
Mio
you can
simping for a
respond
girl.
further. Okay, and I prefer if you press her on your.
I guess I just have an IQ where I see what she's saying already.
I
She's saying
understand
5
that.
years
I have
ago, she's
such
trying
a
to
low
minimize
IQ.
it. It was literally last month.
But that totally missed me. That she
It was
said
literally
5 years
yesterday
ago
with
to
an Israeli
minimize it.
flag.
I understand that. I totally missed that she said it was 5 years ago to minimize that. I understand what's happening here, bro, but you have to give her the space to do what she's going to answer, how she's going to answer, so that we know how she's going to answer things like this.
I just want to say that people need to make clips of Mio simping for the girl because he's being on his best behavior here, and we need to store those clips away just for future purposes because I feel like this might come in handy at some point.
It's an important thing to know, right? Not just the fact that it happened, but how she's going to answer things like this.
Hey,
So-
hey, AF, check DMs. AF, check DMs, please.
I appreciate Tommy Robinson because he's spoken out about the child rape.
Mio, you insinuated that I've never had a man buy me a drink before. And that the only reason I enjoyed Afpac is I've never known the attention of men. So you can go fuck yourself, bro. Two can play at this game.
So I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's something we should be happy for. And as for the tweets that were years ago, yeah, obviously, like every person in 2018 was supporting Israel. As I figured out, yeah, Jews do control the media. Yeah, Jews do control our government. Am I okay with that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, I mean, you guys can keep calling me a Jew or whatever. It's kind of pathetic at this point. And I mean, if you guys are allowed to make jokes about me, if you guys are allowed to poke fun at me, I'm allowed to poke fun at you.
I would just make it more specific and not something that would
kind of got to
damaging
earn that,
to Nick
though.
or causing problems for Nick because
Right.
he's been good to you, right? And
Yeah,
he's
he invited
working hard
you.
against all the odds, right? He hasn't done
the
anything
top
wrong.
down thing. I don't think AF Hezbollah got the call from Nick Fuentes and said now. Okay, so just the top down language.
I don't think so.
It's just wrong.
But you're
Yeah. When
I
I
clearly put in my bio as well, just to clarify, like I'm not associated with Nick at all. That's why I put that there. So anything that I say is coming from me.
Yeah, no, when I fought with them, like I always fight with them.
Hey, can all the Groypers watching over on Twitter, can you guys do me a favor and like and retweet the stream? I would really appreciate it.
Very specifically, and try to keep Nick out of it the best I can, and kind of help not get too ugly. So yeah, that's definitely the way to do it.
Again, I don't know about the group that much aside from just a vagueness. I was very impressed with how nice everybody was yesterday, and I thought everything was cool. And then all this has come out. So now, yeah, I'm mad. Mama Bear's fucking mad, okay?
You're mad
And
now,
if you guys
but can I ask
with children
why you
would be
started the
mad
day
too.
with the tweet? What made you mad in the first place this morning? What happened yesterday or last night? Because that came out of nowhere, and then I piled on to you today after you attacked the Groypers.
All right, I'll unblock you.
I understand why you're mad now, but before, what started it?
Because it is a little weird. I'm sorry. But when you show up to a group of guys and they are acting a little weird and they are acting like they're allergic to girls, I'm allowed to notice that that's a little strange. I'm not trying to be a part of the Groyper, sorry. I appreciate, like I said, all speech. But I'm not part of anyone's club.
Well, yeah, you can't be a Groyper. You're a girl. You can't.
Mio, I'm only following you. I'm only doing this because I'm pissed off at big tech, and so I'm taking it out on. I'm using you to get back at him. That's why.
Obviously, I don't want to be a Groyper, but I'm also allowed. This is still
don't
a free
tell
country.
him I said that.
Like, do you want to just censor all speech to where nobody can say anything?
No, we
like,
just want to censor
don't
all
blaspheme
women.
the king.
We just want to censor all
women.
women.
Okay, cool.
Well, well, hold on. That cuts both ways. You can't say you want free speech and then get on this guy's case for going at you.
Well, she did say that
I'm allowed to be angry.
Oh, she's cutting out again. She did say that she like.
But I am angry.
You're cutting out a little bit, but yeah, she said she's pissed off at like his actions or whatever, but like she still supports his right to be able to do it. I think she said earlier.
Well, so
yes, 100%.
So look, I get how this comes across to a girl. It's, you know, because Brittany's my co-host. She's been very confused about the whole thing, right? Why are these guys all allergic to girls? Are they just a bunch of incel weirdos that are mad at them? What's going on? And then she sees all these white guys show up in the streets, and it looks like a fraternity. And okay, what's going on here? right? And then all the haters are like, well, they're all gay and that's why they don't like girls. And really the point is like that, the absolute state of women at this point is really not good. And I think everybody can recognize that. If I have to say, like, look at the other girls, right? The other ones that aren't you, because you're not like the other girls, right? The women are really, the state is bad. And so these guys are looking for wife material and they don't see it anywhere. And it's just like, why are they allergic to girls? Well, because all these girls coming around aren't going to be their wife. And so what's the
Hey,
difference?
and
Is
don't
it just
forget,
physical
Mio led off that sentence with, I can understand the position of a girl.
Yeah, believe me, I've had it in my ear
Yo,
for a
you're like
fucking
a
year
lady.
now, dude.
You're like
I've
little
had it in my
lady.
ear for
Well,
a fucking year now.
actually, now that you bring it up, this is not what I was mad at him about, but I will say this. Like, and I kind of talked about this on the stream the other day. Am I mad at Big Tech for lying to you about Groypers being brown and sell loser free? A little bit, if I'm honest about it, because it was definitely misleading. I definitely had a very different expectation going into Afpac than what I found at Afpac. Now, what I will say is that, I mean, I don't know how many things he's been around them at, but like, I mean, it seemed that like when one of the things he went to was like Ralphamania, right? So there may have been a different audience for that. I don't know. But I would say that it is definitely extremely misleading for him to say that Groypers are brown incel loser freaks. That was not my experience at all.
I understand when women are coming into the movement and they're, well, what's with these guys? Are they gay? Why aren't they all hitting on me?
Mio puts his hand on Lily's shoulder.
No, you know what
I
it
get
is?
sweetie. I'm with you.
You
It's
have
like-
to lead with
Oh
that
my
so they
God!
can listen to the tough part, dude. You've got to.
It's Zoomer culture because all these, I don't know how old you are, but like all these kids like grew up online, and the women and everybody today, just like their options are fucked. Their options are millennials and
Yeah,
like
we're just children.
shut up. They don't. It's true. Like every single woman is gonna be online, and they're gonna be craving that attention, and they're gonna be half naked, and their options are limited. It's probably really hard to find a Zoomer girl that is not on social media, and millennials and Gen X and all those they're not as terminally online as all the Zoomers who grew up in this culture.
If I can
And
hop in, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief. Chief Trumps, Chief Rizzler, by the way.
Yeah.
Lily, did you know you're one of the only
She's
girls
not
that
allergic
went
to girls.
You're one of the only girls that went to Afpac that didn't post a tweet about like how amazing this guy is. I don't know
Well,
what's
I
going on,
hear,
what went
actually.
down at Afpac, but Chief Rizzler, he's got his hand up here. Let's let him speak.
Let's go, Chief.
So I mean, the whole I heard the conversation. I mean, the whole thing with Groypers is that when someone goes on timeline and attacks Groypers and makes a comment about Groypers, usually the response is pretty quick and it's pretty it's not light, right? So when at least from my understanding of the timeline, what happened was today at some point you made a comment or something about Groypers in general, and I think that's what set the whole entire fiasco off. And I think that's how this. I'm not sure if you know about AF and dissidents and how this thing usually goes, but usually people attack, then there's a response.
Hang on. Well, Tom wants to know, Carlin, will you be going to Afpac for Return of the Groyp this year? You guys should actually call it that. That's hilarious. I mean, I would love to go. It depends on if Nick invites me again or not, but like I hope I get to go again. I would really like to. Yeah, sure. Like, and I'd honestly be even more excited to go next time than I was this time because I was really nervous this time, but it turned out so great that I would love to do it again.
Response is pretty, it was pretty quick, and it is really something that happens again when someone attacks first. So is that what happened? Did you make a post or comment about Groypers and then they responded? Is that what happened, Lily, or no?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what happened.
This morning
yes.
I was under the impression that I saw the tweet, but maybe I tweeted. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is
Chief knew.
It's not cool to be able to try to shut somebody down because they can't make a comment. I think that's really gay, frankly, to have a little thing where, oh, you can't blaspheme or whatever. You know what I mean? It's stupid. It's a bad look. And what I've been trying to say in this whole thing is if you want to change America, if you want America first, you have to stop with all this weirdness because it's not going to attract other people. I'm just an outsider looking in. Now, you don't have to take the advice.
Well,
You don't
it's
have
that
to
it's
take the
not going to
advice. That's
attract the
fine.
women. That's the thing. It's not going to
Well,
attract the women.
hold
and
on,
you're
Mia.
right.
Let her
But
cook.
It's not going to
Hey,
attract a lot of
because
guys.
you know she's from the
Because
outside
you guys
looking
are
in,
not like a lot of
telling
other
us
guys.
what's going on and how we should act. And I'm new here. I
Well,
don't know what's going
yo,
on, but this is
here's-
what you people should be doing.
Here's the thought. Here's the thought. I'll explain the thought process here. Look, it turns out that women don't really care about politics, right? It turns out women really care about guys. Guys care about politics. Women care about guys.
It's true.
And
we
so
rizzed up
if all the
Carlin, and now
guys-
she's a nat sock.
If all the guys build a tree
Fuck
fort,
you,
right?
Goose.
And then you know their little sister wants to be a part of things. She wants to play too. That's every woman ever, right? So we're building a little tree fort here. The women will come along eventually. Turns
I was reading the extremist books before Afpac, Goose. I'll have you know.
out they don't really care about politics, so we don't need to make our politics amenable to them. You know, it'll all sort itself out with time as we move along.
I'll say this too. I do have to go, but I would say the thing about why having it selective and having it kind of a bit more of a higher quality for like Groypers versus like a normally conservative movement. It's because when you have like normie groups like TPUSA, they have every single person on the planet that's like somewhat conservative there, including like libertarians and LGBT creatures and stuff like that. That's the big problem.
Creatures.
I think the issue is like there hasn't been a movement that has been authentically conservative that has actually put America first, and that's why AF exists for, to have a movement where we have actual conservatives there who are talking about real issues,
True.
not like some normie con issue that everybody hears about all the time. Instead of talking about tax cuts and how great Israel is, we're talking about how Israel is actually not great and not our ally, right? You don't get that anywhere else. You don't get that at TPUSA or CPAC or any of these other big events. You have them at these more grassroots oriented, more more selective groups like AF. So I think that selectiveness is not a bad thing. If you want to have a group that caters to everybody, you can have a lot more people for sure, but those people represent what you believe in. A lot of times it's not the case. That's the big issue with lots of these big movements. You have everybody in there, and all of a sudden your voice isn't really actually a voice that counts. But with Groypers and it's more of a decentralized movement like AF, you have people who are talking about actual issues and are pushing for those specific issues to go forwards and actually causing real change. We were never allowed to talk about Israel for years and years and years, but because of Nick and because of AF, now we are. It didn't happen overnight. It happened over the course of years, right? So I should have to go, but I hope this gets resolved. So I have to go now.
Thanks, Chief.
All right, I want to take the super chat real quick. We had to let Chief Trumpster finish first. Right-wingers saying Groypers are white supremacists is as stupid as the left saying the Proud Boys are white supremacists. Yeah, it is stupid. Like I said this on like a post I made on Twitter, but the Groypers and Nick get so much more shit from conservatives than they do from the left. The left barely even registers that Nick is a thing. Like every once in a while they bring him up, and I know they have Media Matters on his ass and like Right Wing Watch and like all these groups, but like in terms of like real people on the left and real conversations, they barely even really know that he exists. Conservatives are fucking obsessed with Nick. They are obsessed with like destroying everything he does, and it's actually kind of like insane to watch. Because honestly, Nick is much more effective than all of them, and that's why they're also afraid of him.
Wise words of wisdom
Love
from
Chief.
Chief
Love
Rizzler.
Chief.
Everybody follow
Chief
Trumpster.
Rizzler.
And it's holding true to the course. That straight and narrow path is what got us here, right? And it's really Nick that held that all together, with everyone pulling in other directions from both the outside and the inside. And that's why we're all like this, why we're so adamant about these ideas, these principles, and we're not willing to give them up. That should we be open to more people?
Conservatives are more obsessed with destroying Nick and the Groypers than they are with the radical revolutionary socialist left. Like, that's how fucked up this is. Listen, I always knew a lot of this, but you guys were giving me so much shit. We weren't actually having real conversations about any of this. But maybe now, Mia, we've now entered into a new phase of our relationship where maybe we can actually have more adult conversations instead of like you guys yelling at me and causing me problems. You've hazed me sufficiently.
People, yeah, of course. There's a lot of people there's another aspect to this, because you said this is your first interaction. But you know, because we've
All
all
right,
been
we'll have a
ghettoized
real
on the
conversation
internet.
about books
Most of us,
sometime.
we've been banned
I
from
agree.
places. We're not allowed to speak places.
Let me finish the Turner Diaries, and then why don't I come on your show and talk about it? Not on YouTube, obviously, but I'll come on your show.
Almost everybody's had several accounts banned here, specifically, many times over. And so there's this subculture of being wary of the outsiders. And it's been years and years of not having a growth period because they've been trying as hard as they can to shut us out of every conversation. So having a growth period now, this big, huge breakout moment, it's sort of like what you're going through, this meteoric rise. Which way do you go? What do you do? Are you open to everybody, or do you stay, with a specific thing, or how do you play this? That's what everybody's going through all together right now. And really, we've got Nick at the helm to guide us.
Slime.
And that's what that's my advice for you, honestly, just like everybody else. Look, especially for women, you see the world through your own lens, and the way Nick sees the world is going to be better than the way you see it. His takes and things are going to be better if you watch Nick's show and then learn from the things he says and then say those things as a woman. That is the smartest thing you could do. The best piece of advice that I could give you that would be
As
the
a
best
woman.
course of action.
Okay, well, if you think that book sucks, I'm reading it because I read it in college, and so I wanted to reread it. But if you think that book sucks, tell me what other books I should read. So tell me what other books I should read. Listen, I'm only rereading it because I read it in college and I wanted to see if my perceptions changed. So give me a fucking book list. No, I don't want no. Come on. Seriously? Oh, God. This is gonna get me fucking canceled, I swear.
Yeah, because girls are too stupid to do this, man. They're too stupid to do this.
Well, you're
Every
speaking
time
from
a
experience.
girl says well, yeah, exactly. I know from a year of experience with Brent. The best thing that a woman could do is just say the same things as Nick, and then everybody will immediately.
Mia, why don't you send me a DM with a book list, okay? I'll just put that out there. That's what freaks me out. The conservatives care more about taking down Nick Fuentes than the socialists, and they don't care or notice that Fuentes has become the only part in the storm for a generation of disenfranchised young men. Well, yeah, I mean, like, that's why I started watching Nick in the first place, is I was like, Nick is the only one that's actually being effective, and he's going to be a problem. And then I actually don't think, like, I think that if Nick is successful with completely burning the conservative right down figuratively and like remaking it in his image, I actually don't think that would necessarily be a bad thing in the long run. So I'm less worried about Nick becoming the only port in the storm for a generation of disenfranchised men, because quite frankly, like, most of the things that Nick says make sense. I may not like all of the things that he says. I certainly don't agree with all the things that he says, but I actually don't think I think his influence would be a net positive for the things that we care about.
Immediately love them, and that's all. Yeah, but actually listen to Nick. Don't take heat and then turn, or maybe I don't like this, or I'm new, but here's my critique of what you're doing. Maybe ask questions about it. Ask questions. Hey, Groypers, what do you think of this? Find a way that's not antagonistic, and then see when they're treating you well, because you're good to Nick, what you can learn from them. Why are they like this? And maybe it can be a part of your path as you have a bunch of clout now, learning about the Groypers in their breakout moment.
Hey, Lily,
along
watch
with everyone
this.
else.
Hey,
Wait.
Carlin, what's up, babe? How are you?
Neo, I'm gonna switch devices because they're saying my mic's too loud. So I'll be right back.
All right, cool. So
that was when
that's
I went
something.
Hold on,
maybe
AF
you
has
do.
his hand up. He's allowed to speak now.
what's
He
up,
waited
dude?
his turn.
Yeah, no, Chief really kind of was a step ahead of me. I was going to ask, because you make this tweet. This was also the initial tweet. It said, Groypers need to start getting laid and appealing to more voters if they actually want change.
That was one of the stupidest things she's ever tweeted. Listen, I've done my fair share of like joking with the Groypers about sex, but like, to say that like to be effective, the Groypers need to get laid. No, I mean, actually, like, it's like so Nick has talked about how if men don't have sex, they can channel that into other creative enterprises, and he's actually 100% correct about that. Because sexual energy and creative energy are basically the same thing, and so if you're not fucking, you can use that energy to actually like do things in the world, because sex is the ultimate act of creation, right? And so, like, do I think the Groypers getting laid more would help make the movement more effective? No, it would probably make it less effective, to be honest. First of all, their whole thing is like traditional marriage and traditional values and like, you know, waiting until marriage and like all that stuff. But at the same time, if they were just like, and I say this as someone who, like, I don't think the Groypers are actually incels. I think the Groypers could get laid if they wanted to. Like I said, they're super cute, they're nice, they're funny, they're super fun to hang out with. But like, I think that they hold themselves back, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing they hold themselves back, because that's probably what's generating all the energy that's making the movement so effective.
That's not what Groypers need to do. And as far as what we believe, we want like a true Christian movement. Like Nick is a virgin. He's promoting virginity for young men to find a wife and have premarital sex, not to have promiscuous sex and have a child and then go do mushrooms in Detroit. So it's like different ideologies. We want to bring you on side, of course. And that's why Nick even retweeted you and was open to having you on side. Like we don't have any unnecessary issues with anybody. So I just wanted to see, like, what's your thoughts on like premarital sex and homosexuality? Because that stuff is fine in the big turning point movements, but we want like a tighter ship run around here. Because
You got to remember, they're not just Christian, they're Catholic, and they're really hardcore about the rules and stuff.
I mean, I think the guys should try to get girlfriends. I think it's kind of a weird vibe when nobody has girlfriends. There's a lot of pent-up testosterone. I think having sex
Yeah, it was
is good
awesome.
for men. I mean, what is it? You even have to ejaculate a certain amount of times a month to decrease, like,
Let her cook.
whatever
Let her
the-
cook.
Not
Let her
to
cook.
go with it. But listen, well, a lot of the guys that follow me, you guys, I wouldn't have even known it. They're like dads and wholesome family men and stuff. It's real, you know, guys. You think, oh well, here's these weirdos on the internet.
Well,
They're like
Mio,
wholesome
I am
family
just
guys.
a risless, unfuckable incel.
well, I wanted to ask, like,
Nice.
what do you? I haven't heard that. Is that like a study that says? Because there could be something there that it's healthy,
No, it's
right?
actually a thing. Look it up. It's like a thing. I don't remember exactly what it is, but there's a certain, like.
Let me
this is
guess
embarrassing.
where the study came from. Israel.
Yes. No, well, Google it. You have to ejaculate a certain amount of
Google?
times to prevent.
Just let her fucking talk.
God damn it.
Here's
I
the
don't know.
thing. I'm a
Disavow.
little curious
For
myself.
yourself.
Disavow, obviously. Number 2, at the last Afpac, Nick told his audience to infiltrate conservative organizations. I wonder how many Groypers have worked in Con Inc. over the last year. Can the Groypers answer that? Like, how many of you are actually like infiltrating conservative organizations? I'm just curious. I know there are a bunch of you watching right now.
So you're
Brittany
saying we need
wants
a
to know about
movement
the
where
ejac-
everybody
I would like to hear about the
ejaculates.
study, and you guys
We
keep
need a-
interrupting her.
We need a political movement where everybody ejaculates regularly,
Oh, for
right?
fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's good for you.
Oh, that's
You're on anonymous accounts, Mio. You're on anonymous accounts. All right, fine. Don't answer it. You're on. Okay. Fine. If you want to slide into my DMs and tell me how many of you have infiltrated conservative organizations, I promise I won't ever tell anyone. I'm just curious. Oh God, you guys are acting like spies or something.
that's why I think you guys should get girlfriends. That's
Look,
why I think
this
you should
all
get
took a
wives
really weird
and
turn.
get laid. Gee.
Let her
cooking.
cook. I
Yeah,
like
Now
the
listen,
rhetoric.
you know what they need, Lily? They need wives. If they were all married, then they would get laid regularly. They'd be popping out babies and all of this. But something you said as well is like, well, let's just put rings on these leftist girls. They'll trans and vaccine your kids, right? I just had a conversation with Jeff Younger a couple weeks ago, and he's the guy. James Younger is his kid, who his wife turned trans from like 9 years old, and it has been turning trans, and then took away from him, moved to California where they won't send the kids back over transgender issues and stuff like that. There's a California law that just like makes it a safe haven for moms to take the kids and trans them, by the way. That's real. And it happened to him. And he just had his like final court case on it. I don't even know what happened. I think they haven't publicized the details. But this is happening. You can't just marry the leftist girls and hope for the best, right? Well, I think I know better than you, so I'm going to give them the vaccine anyway. What can you do about it once you're married as a man?
And also, Lily, if it's good for men to ejaculate and you're walking around with a friend and you go up to his hotel room, you're not going to help him get healthy. That's fucked up, Lil.
So now I'm bad for not sleeping with him. Wow.
Hey, that's your own
You're
principle.
damned if you do and damned if you don't.
That's your own principle, is it not? So if your friend is sick and you have medicine and all of a sudden you're just going to withhold him being healthy, wow.
That's fucked up, man.
I guess I'm just a cruel person,
How could you?
That was beautiful.
No, I was going to, can I address what he said about the video that I made about the marrying
Yeah, let's hear
liberals?
that.
I say general things that I believe, but in kind of like a wild way. You know, obviously I don't mean go out and marry the most crazy lefty. I'm just saying when you're young, most people haven't been indoctrinated yet. You know, when you're, I mean, most of the Groypers I saw yesterday were very young, like way younger than me, probably like 20s, even maybe teens. You know, get married, get a girl before they've gone off to college and before they've gotten corrupted. And another thing, most girls that like the later you stay single, the more of a chance that you're going to start voting leftist. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's even a study, or what is it? It's like a stat that married women tend to vote Republican more than singled women. So like, you're kind of solving a problem. Obviously, I'm not saying go out and marry a lunatic. You don't want to do that. You don't want vaccinated kids. You don't want all that mess. But the general principle is put a ring on the best girl you can find and save her from becoming a childless spinster who's a leftist.
Well, then who's going to be working with Nick to save America from Jews then? I mean, we can't, these guys get girlfriends. You know what girlfriends want? Attention, right? We need to focus here for a minute though, Lily, you know, so we can save the country.
Well, we also have a declining birth rate. Like,
I actually, and this might be controversial, I don't think it's a good idea to get married young, because just as someone I've been married for almost 13 years, you change and your desires change. And it's not to say you can't work through those things, because honestly, in a healthy marriage, you should work through those things. But I just think like getting married young can be a recipe for disaster, with people not really being hinged into how to have a relationship. But
like, nobody's having kids. We're being outnumbered. If you care about America, if you care about, you know, white people not going extinct, I mean, white people need to start breeding more. That's just
how about Groypers take over the country so that we get all the white people in breeding programs?
And by young, what I mean is under 25, essentially. Like, your brain doesn't fully develop until you're 25, so I don't think you're fully making logical, rational decisions until you're 25. And so that would be what like 25 and under is young for the purpose of this example.
Marriage programs.
Breeding programs.
Cool.
That
sounds good.
All right, see, it's that simple. Right? We just listen to Nick. He knows all this. Nick knows, you know, that about white replacement and, you know, white genocide. He knows all this stuff. He's, you know, trust the plan. Well, you just gotta listen to Nick and trust the plan. Trust me, the guy knows best. He knows better than anybody. Pretty much everybody knows it too at this point. So, you know, you just trust the process, trust the plan. You know, the white kids, the white babies, the marriages, that'll all come along. We just gotta, you know, sort out this Jew problem, you know?
Okay, well, I think you guys need to understand, I'm not trying to join the Groypers. I'm a woman. I don't want to join an all-male club. So I don't know why I'm getting heat. Like, I'm just a person who can appreciate the ideas that you guys have, but I'm not trying to join.
But Lily, hold on one second. But in the very beginning of this, AF asked you, then why did, before all of this happened, you say that about the Groypers? And then he disagreed with your take.
See, Mio, and you wonder why your girlfriend broke up with you, bro. I'm just saying. American First doesn't offer any solutions. The debate, I've debated these people and they have nothing to offer, not a true nationalist group. I mean, I disagree, but I do appreciate the $5. Thank you for that.
So he wasn't asking you to join and do all this. He was countering you on the timeline.
Hey,
because I think it is
Groypers
weird.
are welcome to give me money too.
But that's facts.
I am not coming in here from a, some liberal or political position. I'm just a normal person, and you don't have to admit it. You don't have to like agree with it. But from a normal person just walking and looking in, it was a little weird. It was a little weird, and I have the right to say that. And I don't think I should be doxxed, and I don't think people should make up lies that I slept with somebody, something that really destroys my reputation, destroys a friendship, makes me look like a total whore. Why?
She's posting on the internet that she's doing shrooms at Afpac, and she thinks that her having sex is the thing. This bitch released a video saying the N-word, like, and she thinks that her having sex is what's gonna ruin her reputation. Come on.
Why? Because I thought it was a little bit weird. I'm allowed to think that. Like, I'm not a robot.
Brittany's a
doing
normal
mushrooms in
person too.
Detroit.
She's the worst.
Doing mushrooms in Detroit while your kid's like in North
Maybe I
Carolina or
will.
something doesn't make you look like a whore.
My son is very well taken care of. You don't even have to worry about him. And you should probably consider getting out of the house and doing more with your life as well.
Let's
Shoot.
I
Hey,
would
I'm
Let's hear-
comfortable. I'm
Look at
comfortable in this
that.
basement.
Hold on, everybody. I want to hear from Hannah real quick. Hannah, you've had your hand up for a while. What's going on?
I just wonder, like, Lily, do you not think maybe your energy would be better spent talking to like young women and letting the men handle themselves? Maybe you don't need
Yes,
to tell
that's the
men that they
point.
need to like marry leftists and stuff. We could just like follow 1 Timothy 2:12, talk to the girls, kind of get them, hey, why don't you not be a whore? Get ready, prepare yourself for marriage, whatever, and like just leave the men to themselves. And you would have avoided all of this.
Ooh,
Well, I
like
don't
her.
want to feel like I can't say what I feel
Well,
because I'm going to be attacked. That's my whole stick, is that freedom of speech should not be attacked. I shouldn't be like, well, if you say exactly what Nick
this is
says,
not,
then you'll be loved.
you're not actually responding to what I said, though. I gave you like a biblical basis for why maybe if you had followed the Bible, you wouldn't be in this situation, and you're just complaining about what the Groypers did.
True.
Right, I know. I'm a sinner like we all are, and let the first person go
Hey,
out of
speak
sin
for
for the first
yourself,
day.
mushroom girl.
Well, the idea is, I mean, you're correct about that. Like everybody fucks up. We all make mistakes. Nobody holds to it exactly. But I guess as we remind ourselves of these things, so we can reorient, we realize like where we went wrong, so we can get back on target, right?
Yeah, like I mean, it's
Right, well, that
done.
should be a personal.
It's done, and I'm just saying, like maybe in the future, you use your energy where it could be best used, and focus on the women.
These are specifically the group of guys who don't want to be told what to do by women, and so they'll be antagonistic.
It seems like she's also attracted like a wide range of the
again, and this is exactly the point I made earlier, is that like women like Lily don't know how to exist in boy spaces. If you're going to be in a boy space, you need to acknowledge that it is a boy space, and you need to back the fuck up and not nag the men and not get in the men's face and not tell the men what to do. I'm not saying you allow them to walk all over you, and you should certainly like there should be a certain amount of like, if you leave, here's my general experience. If you leave the men alone and you don't cause unnecessary shit and you're just chill, like most of the time, the men are going to treat you respectfully. They're going to be nice. They're not going to give you shit. But the minute you start like inserting yourself into a male group and trying to take over and trying to make it all about you, that's when the problems start. And that's something that she has not learned.
right, and even like the turning point people. So no matter what she says, like one side's probably going to be attacking her for sure.
But Brittany's Jewish, so don't listen to her.
Only 97.5%. Okay.
What's the other 2%?
Yeah,
fucking
Lily,
hair dye.
We don't have to
imagine
use
Brittany's
all
life when
numbers. All
everybody
right,
found
it's a
that
very
out,
big space.
okay?
Stop embarrassing me.
See, we've gone through this, the whole everybody projects their perfect triad wife fantasy onto the girl, and then they find out it's not that. Yeah, we've gone through this whole thing. This ain't our first rodeo, Lily. We're speaking from experience here. Us
She's too tall to
specifically.
be a Jew, you guys. She's way too tall to be a Jew.
What are you talking about? Jews crossbred with Nephilim.
There's no way. No, you can find me another 5'11" freaking Jewish girl. Good luck. Good luck. Not happening. It's not happening.
Not exactly a
All
warrior
right, you're
breed,
getting
are they?
banned now. Goodbye. I don't want you here anymore.
Just saying.
So Lily, you understand where we're coming from?
I do. I don't really get the defense. The thing is, this is my channel. I started out just saying whatever would piss me off, or I happen to think of something, I would just make a video. I'm not editing it. I'm not trying to appeal to anyone. If you don't like what I have to say, block me.
All right. Well, you know, I get that. I understand your attitude.
Well, I
as
don't
a
know if
woman.
I'll block you. You seem like a down bitch.
You're, look. I understand what a woman's attitude is always going to be. I guess maybe where do you focus your energy is the question. Is it about like what the Groypers are doing wrong? Because you got a big clout moment right after Afpac. All the Groypers are paying attention to you. Now you're going to get mostly positive attention as long as you are. Where's your direction? Right after Afpac, everybody would like to see. Wow, here's all the reasons. Here's all the things Nick was right about. Here's all the issues that I have with everybody else. Because the Groypers, right? It's not that many people pressing you online. But there's a whole mass of people. There's tens, hundreds of millions of people that all have very wrong views about the most important things that would actually fix everything. The Groypers getting laid is not going to fix this country. We need to actually have what we're after. We need to take back this country from our occupiers in order for anything real to get done. That's where everyone's energy should be focused, because so many more people that just...
I'd like to say that, like, okay, again, I know I'm probably going to regret saying this, but I feel like ever since Mio and Brittany broke up and Mio caused a whole bunch of fucking problems and then they got back together, Mio is surprisingly even-keeled, and I would even say level-headed. And so I just want to say, if there's like a moment like 6 to 8 months from now when Mio starts to go off the rails again, can someone just provoke another breakup between him and Brittany? Because then there'll have to be another like apology tour and like all this stuff. And then Mio again will be reminded of the lesson that he shouldn't have done it in the first place. And maybe he'll then be back on track to be more even keeled.
Need to wake up and realize the truth, and the problems are all solved like dominoes, one in a row, immediately.
Well, I get that, but believe it or not, like I don't spend all day thinking about the Groypers.
You should though, just Nick.
So whenever I happen to put out something that's not poignant, it just happens to be a thought that I have. So
you don't think things through?
No, I don't even look at the takes. That's why I sound retarded in half of my videos. I just take the video. I don't like listening to me back.
You're gonna love.
I noticed that. So. Yeah, you're gonna love Brittany too. The same. It's like I said, she's a normal person too, and it's infuriating.
I've never had a bad take in my life, and I would
she just jumps on the timeline. The problem is she's my co-host. She just jumps on the timeline and says whatever the fuck is on her mind, and then I have to answer for all that shit. So it's even more fun for me. But I'm used. I understand how these things should be dealt with because I've been screaming it at Brittany for a year. Right? If you just orient in the right direction, you're attacking the correct people, which really needs to be done. There's so much to do, so much work to be done. You have an opportunity specifically. You are specifically oriented or positioned in a place where you can reach a wide audience, a mass audience of people. You can lean in with everybody, but really a mainstream audience. And then you can teach them what you just learned is really important and going on. Right, slowly with time. Yeah, you got to say all the talking points. Right, gays bad, porn bad.
But Hannah just gave her the best. Like, okay, unironically, Lily, talk to the women. Okay.
I don't know if Lily has the best advice for the women. I don't know if I'm on board with that.
Well, yeah, go get married and all that.
Nobody should be following my advice. Believe it or
well,
not.
no, what you need to do is find like a Titus 2 woman in your local church, follow her advice, and then in a few years you'll be in a position to like talk to the women. But just telling men like just get married, marry leftist women, like this is not helpful. They have mothers who I'm sure are always like, get married, give me grandchildren.
See, I know that's all the best advice, but I know just from experience with Brittany, she's not gonna do any of that.
Yeah. There's no way. Like, what's happening? She's like, I can even hear it with all of you guys, like trying to mold her into
wow. It's almost like there's a fucking audience. There's like an audience listening to this right now, Brittany and Mio. Wow.
shut up. There's an it girl, and like every single person is trying to mold her into what they want her to be, to like say their thoughts, and she's just like kind of like spouting off whatever she wants.
Well,
to spout
she
off.
claims to be a Christian woman, and I'm advising her to follow Christian principles.
Right,
well,
but she's
my
very.
question was- Well, Mike, I want to ask her like what kind of direction she's planning to go in the future. Like if she has the people that she kind of follows, or where she's going to more lean towards. I don't think it's going to be towards the Groypers. I'm wondering where she's kind of leaning.
Well, again, like the common accusation has been that I'm a shill for Israel. What you don't understand is I'm not going to be a shill for anybody. I don't want anyone to tell me what to do. This is my voice. And if you don't like it, you don't have to listen. Like, I don't care. Cool. Like I don't agree with a lot of people, but I wanted to, I don't want to serve anybody's cause. I'm just speaking the truth. And if it resonates with somebody, that's awesome. If it doesn't, that's awesome too. But what I do not like is I do not like to be told what to do. I do not like to be told what to do. So I'm actually like, I mean, all the accusations of me being told what to do by Jerusalem or Israel or whatever the fuck, I don't even know. It's ridiculous.
Right.
I don't like that. I don't want to be told what to do. I'm just going to say what I want. And if you don't like it, that's cool. But I'm not anybody's teammate, and I'm not shilling for nobody.
Look, I'll tell you what. I understand how you feel in this moment, but that's not going to work for me. Right? You got to understand, Nick is going to be your king someday, and the best thing that you can do is get good with him right now. Right? He's the leader now. He's the king now, and it's really just a matter of time.
Listen to him, Lily. He's just
So,
trying to mold you into the perfect little boy bitch.
Brittany, you need to drop this new feminist talk of yours. I'm not liking it at
I'm
all.
having a good time.
Okay, she's been reading feminist literature. She's been, liking feminist tweets on the timeline. I'm not having it anymore. Now, Lily, I guess the point is, look, I understand. I like that you are the instinct that you were like, well, I'm not signing up with any group, is keeping you out of all the bad places where everyone is just shills that are all just in it for profit and don't care about anything.
A ship with no anchor goes adrift.
True.
Yeah,
that's actually really observant and good
that's
advice.
True as well, right?
Yep.
And so I think I'm talking about ships again, you motherfucker. But
anyone involved in Turning Point USA should be suspect. Anyone involved with the Daily Wire is suspect. Anyone involved in Moms for Liberty is suspect.
But I guess.
All right, Mio's brain is crashing,
well,
so I'm going to take over.
Fucking
He's
interrupting
kind
me,
of
asshole.
overloaded.
Hey, I can't keep my damn point with you interrupting me nonsense. These fucking Italians, I swear. All right. Now listen to the white. I'm just all right. I saw Goose. He's white.
Yeah,
I can't
whiter
see,
than you,
Brittany's
Muhammad.
been slandering him nonstop all over the place. All right, but Lily, you gotta listen to you gotta just listen to Nick and see what he says, and then decide for yourself if he's right or not. At the very least, that's my advice for you. You just saw this moment. I think you understand that we're right about a lot of things that are very important, right? So maybe listen and see if you understand or believe the same things, all like that, before you just pop off at here's why Groypers are wrong, because they will see you as an enemy. It's a very antagonistic group, like Brittany said, a hornet's nest. So you don't want to kick the hornet's nest. Maybe, learn what they're about, what the deal is. Like, it's your breakout moment. Learn who everyone is, right? And then you can make a more informed decision. That's my advice.
Listen, I already kicked the hornet's nest the second I got on Black Twitter. Okay, I'm not exactly worried about kicking hornet's nests.
Well,
but I just
but we don't want you to turn out like the kid from My Girl.
I never saw that.
I don't know what that is.
That was actually really good advice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, the problem is that Nick is going to be the king of America someday, and deep down you know it, and so you better just start listening now. It's not going to be Charlie Kirk. Who else is going to be king of America? Well, right, and that's just good. Don't be a shill for Israel. You understand? I mean, I was glad to hear you said, well, yeah, Jews control America. You're not happy with it. Now, you got to understand that's the most important issue in America. And then now you can learn, ask questions, ask the Groypers what they believe, show it to the people what we believe. And then we can open up that debate of whether we're right or wrong. Because I tell you what, that is the next conversation that'll be happening.
No
now that
e-girls,
Nick's name
not
is out
even
there,
once.
now that his voice is out there, that is the next conversation. So start asking questions, see what we're about, what we're right about, wrong about.
Neil's giving good
Because
advice.
I'm telling you, yeah, these Jews that control America, they're behind a whole lot of the bad stuff that you have problems with, it turns out. And you'd be
True.
shocked to find out to what extent that is the case.
True.
So now's a good time to learn and then decide what you're about,
Like,
what you're going to say
just
with your
look
voice.
at the treatment of Nick's group. You gotta, like, if you're onto something,
Yo.
and like you said, because Lily, I think I even heard
Fuck the redheaded MAGA grifter. She's not the redheaded libertarian. She's the redheaded MAGA grifter.
you say this about like the corrupt American system. If the American system targets you specifically,
Yep.
you being Nick Fuentes and everything he does, and it comes crashing down, he has to make a new event on the fly. I think that American system that you are talking about that is so corrupt, that's their enemy. All right. So, and his followers act a certain way for a reason. Now it is up to you to decide if you want to signal boost it or get out of the way.
I intend to just keep doing exactly what I'm doing. So if you want to get offended
That's
by
getting
it, that's
out of
fine,
the way.
but-
Thank you, Lily.
Yes. Well, if I'm getting out of the way, to be fair, I would like to not be harassed.
Yeah, if you're
Well, yeah,
quiet,
well,
nobody's gonna bother you.
I tell you, if you
Dare
just
to
don't tell Groypers
dream.
what you think about.
How tall is Nick? I think he's my height roughly. So I'm 5'6", so he might be 5'6", 5'7", something like that. But he's very handsome in person. Very handsome, very dapper. He looked great at Afpac. He picked out a great tie. I have no complaints. I was very excited to get a hug.
How they're wrong, then they're not going to have a problem with it, really. They'll listen to you talk about how, porn is bad and gays are bad, just like the rest of them, and see what you're up to and follow your path in life. But
I was wearing tall
but
shoes,
yeah,
so
just
maybe
the whole deal with
maybe he's
Groypers
taller, I
are
don't
all
know.
unified. The one thing we all care about, even though a lot of us hate each other.
Listen, Nick walks like he's 6'2". Nick's actual height doesn't matter. Nick walks like he's like the tallest guy in the room.
Is nobody wants to create problems for Nick. Nobody wants to make Nick look bad.
Yeah,
Nobody wants, because he's got enough on his plate. He's got enough problems, right? The people who run the world are trying to stop him every way they can. That's enough, right? His supporters don't need to be, or people who agree with him even, don't need to be causing him extra problems. And that's really what we're about. If Groypers see that, they'll attack you. If they don't, then they won't.
Okay, well, I don't think mentioning an obvious fact, which I'm sorry, again, it is true, from a normal person's perspective, was a little weird, a little weird of a vibe. Okay, I don't
You're
think
a
that's
normal
knocking
person.
Nick off his thing.
Normal people don't change the world. You're
It's
normal.
True.
It's because you broke
Yes.
their heart. They were expecting you to be the it girl for them, and then you.
The it girl. We got Carlin Borchenko, baby.
You do have to understand the disappointment factor in that, everybody, and you're going to get this from all circles.
Goose
Everybody
loves me.
sees the new It Girl ride.
Goose is so in love with me. I'm like his favorite person on the internet. It's all right, Goose. I
up,
understand.
And it's like, oh, which way is she going? And well, I mean, of course she's going to ignore us and go to CPAC, and she's going to go grift like the rest of them. She's the new Lauren Southern. But wait, she goes to Afpac. Wait, here's the signal. She said something on the timeline. Wait a second, that's basis red. Maybe she's red-pilled, man. No, she's Jewish. It can't be true.
I did meet Goose, and he's very handsome and dapper and debonair. Almost second only to Chief Trumpster.
Jewish, opposite her kid. But, and so this conversation is happening. Wait, now she just woke up and she's attacking Groypers. Fuck,
Right,
man, it's over.
Okay, so Lily, your disagreement about like you want us to get married and start having sex with our girlfriends. Understand this: the morality that we have seen the decline of this country stems from that is a libertine idea. We do not want that. What we want is order. Most of us are Catholic. Okay, we are Catholic. You do not have sex with women before marriage, and when you're even in a marriage, that is to procreate. So going off and doing like the sex thing leads to societal degradation. And that whole attitude has to go. It's just, it will never lead to a founding country that we have this strength again and we're rising up and like our cities are clean. Like you do not get any of it. Okay? That's where
Yeah.
we're coming from. And if you don't understand that, I'm sorry. But if you think it's about having sex and everybody relax a little bit, not going to win that way.
Well, look what you put in. I put in the nest. Goose made this post yesterday, at the church yesterday. So look at that post, and this is what the core of the movement is about. It's a very serious thing. So when you get on the timeline telling the world that we're wrong and the Groypers need to have more sex, and meanwhile you're like a single mother doing mushrooms in some random city, which is fine, you're there.
Now also, guys, now hear me out, guys, because I'm going to say both things. We also got to understand where she's coming from. I remember what one of her original videos, I haven't seen a lot of them, but one of them was about it's like a revenge of the nerds world, right? Where it's like, oh, these guys who weren't getting laid, now they're the tech billionaires that run the world and everything sucks now, something to that effect. And so
Yeah.
the guys who weren't getting, she's always
I
been.
was actually kind of surprised that the Groypers gravitated to her, just because, like, in one of the videos she made that went viral, she was talking about how much it sucks that nerds run the world. So I agree with Mio on this.
Saying that it's not like she turned in some way, but what they're saying is, Lily, you're wrong. There is something to the guys who are the worst running
Mio,
things.
why are you re-explaining this? We just said it.
Right, because I work with a woman, dude.
What the
I
fuck
know
are you
how to
doing?
deal with
Hey,
them, okay?
Mio, you seen me. Am I out there not having sex because I'm some fucking incel,
That's
like
why-
whatever?
No, he's
Now,
very
now,
handsome. He
here's
can
the
get laid
point.
anytime he
Here's
wants.
let me talk, Goose.
All right? No, because you fucking talk in circles, and then you're probably going to talk about philosophy for another 3 minutes.
Goose.
Let's cut to the fucking point.
Damn, he knows me.
Yep.
We
Yep.
do not want that world. We do not want it. We are going to remove it. And then we are going to build on top of it what we want. And you don't get there by relaxing.
We're going to drag the right wing to the altar of the church. These are Nick's words, and this is the main point that I follow, the core of the movement. We're dragging this movement to the altar of the church. We don't need e-whores telling us how to move while they're on shrooms.
They should be chads and not get laid in high school. They should get married.
And I could have had sex with you, Lily, if I tried to hit on you.
Probably true. Listen, I just want to say this entire conversation and situation could have been avoided had Lily just understood that when you come into a movement run by men, you don't tell the men what to do. Like, that is not your role in this. And I'm like the least, like, patriarchy, like component, like proponent on the planet. But this is just reality. If she had just kept her mouth shut and had been nice and had been sweet and had been cordial and maybe flirted a little bit, and that's like, you don't want to flirt too much with the Groyper, just a little bit with the Groyper, just a little dab will do you with the Groypers. You don't need to go too far or anything. But if she had just been nice and cordial and like and like all this stuff, none of this would have been happening right now. The problem started when she tried to insert her opinion into male spaces.
I have a question. Are you?
It's true. He's
I'm handsome. I'm a
He's
beautiful
got
man.
that yacht.
Okay. Anyways, are you saying, like, when you're saying that, because I know sometimes you probably like are just saying things just in like a I don't know, in an entertaining way, I guess. But are you saying like that you think that people should just like go around having sex, or you actually kind of
guys were very
encouraging people
nice
to like
her.
get married and have babies type of thing when you're saying that?
Well, like I said to them, that's why I was saying get married. I never said just go out and fuck a bunch of whores, but they should be getting married and they should be getting laid. Sorry, men should be getting laid. Wow, that's a crazy, crazy fucking thing I just said, but I think it's good for men to get laid.
Only with
and
their wives, and you shouldn't pull
what I said.
Groypers out of
So
the
wait,
movement
you
to
describe,
give women attention.
you describe a husband and wife as getting laid? That doesn't sound like the correct speech to me. I don't think that's what you mean.
I love Goose. He catches on to these things. It takes a certain level of IQ to catch these things.
All right, dude. You sound like you really get girls.
I could have
I'm
fucked you,
just
Lily.
an unfuckable incel.
I'll tell you, Goose fucks. All right. I mean, he doesn't fuck.
No, I don't.
But he could if he wanted to. That's true.
He could if he wanted to.
That just can't get laid. A lot of these guys, they want things to be better. They want the country to be better. They want people to be married and not just in hookup culture. Right? Hookup culture it's even a mainstream thing that nobody wants that if we're really being conservative here. Right? It makes a better country. It makes it so you good neighborhoods. The kids grow up and everything's wholesome and better. right? When people hook up with each other, that destroys their pair bonding. It's not good. This is all what we would call degeneracy. But we don't
You're
want
never,
that.
Lily,
Yeah.
let's say you get married one day. Let's say the guy who you didn't sleep with is like, I'm going to marry her. You're never going to be able to fully
I'm like
commit
waiting
yourself
for
to him, you know?
Peloton to come in.
Everything about the lead up to that point, children with a guy you're not with anymore, hookup culture, you will never see one man as the only man. Having sex with somebody does change the pattern of the way you think. And now you will always have a distrust, no matter what, in your heart. Imagine two people that fell in love, never had sex, and are together forever. Those two people know nothing else, and they will grow together and they will build together. But this line of thinking is where you get people that are in distrust, and you lose it. You lose the foundation.
I want to say I don't actually agree with them on this point. I really don't. I think it's actually a bad idea to get married to someone that you haven't had sex with, because I think like sexual compatibility is a real thing. And you know, but it's not like they can do whatever they want. And I understand why they're doing what they're doing, and I understand their perspective on it. And though I may flirt and banter with the Groypers, I'm not actually going to try to like get any of them to, you know, do anything. It's just like it's playing and bantering. So I don't agree, but I understand why they believe what they do, and I respect it. And I mean, to be honest, like again, like I was actually genuinely surprised at Afpac, because a lot of the Groypers are cute, like really cute, and they could absolutely get laid if they want to. And I think that it's one of those things that like it is actually a statement that they're not, to be honest. Yep, I've already seduced half of them. It's true. Yep.
Lily.
Mhm.
It's gone. And if you lose the family, you lose the nation, don't you?
And it's really, yeah, it's really that you have to have it in marriage. You can't have the hookup culture and have everybody destroy their pair bonding. Have that. Think about it in terms of what would you want for.
It's not a bad philosophy that they're preaching, to be honest. It's actually very wholesome. And probably if the world ran according to the philosophy that they're preaching, probably things would be better.
For your daughter, right? Not what you did wrong. Not how do I not meet this standard. Not people are judging me. What is the perfect standard that you would want for your daughter? And that's, to be with one man for life. He's the only man. They grow old together, have grandkids, and they all die happy, right?
Oh, absolutely. That's obviously the ideal, but I would almost suggest that everybody on this page probably should block me, because I like saying things in a funny way, and I like to make jokes.
I'm
And
funny
you guys
too.
don't seem to
But
get
if
jokes.
it's the ideal, why?
I joked with Nick about fornication. It's not that the Groypers can't joke about sex. Goose has been flirting with me this entire Twitter space, and I wasn't even in the Twitter space for most of it. It's not as though they can't joke about these things. It's just that like when you're telling them in an unironic way to go get laid, and them getting laid will improve their movement, they're going to take offense to that.
Won't you promote it?
Did I say that was the ideal, dude? I didn't. That's just a
You
funny
said
way
that
of
would
saying
be
it.
the
Y'all are just
ideal.
getting way
30
too offended.
seconds.
Goose is saying, do you
Dude, no,
do you
nigga.
think what he
No,
says
I
is
said
the ideal?
ideal is getting married outside of
Oh,
high school.
she said
Quote,
nigga again. There's another
obviously,
million
that would
followers.
be the ideal. I remember everything, especially up to a minute.
Well, yeah, but that's the ideal. I think everybody
That's
knows
what she
that
fucking
deep
said.
down. Right.
I said the ideal is getting married in high school. That's why I was saying
No,
the
you said
Groypers should be
obviously that's
getting
the
laid. They
ideal.
should be getting
You
married.
said obviously that's
What?
the ideal after we were talking about what we said. So I asked you, and
About
then I
marriage.
asked you, then why don't you promote that?
Because I'm not promoting anything. I'm just getting on there and saying funny things and saying things that I find to be factual. And if you don't like that, and if you're too offended by that,
Join the
Well, this
snowflakes
is
and
why
talk to
Sweetheart,
me.
you don't offend me.
I don't believe it because
You disgust me.
you tweet, you
Coop.
promote Jacob Wall, you tweet the IDF, you push David Murray videos that are like the rise of anti-Semitism. Was Israel justified in their October 7th attacks? This is the type of stuff
Yeah,
you
so-
promote, but you act
So
ignorant.
let's talk about that for a
Yeah,
second.
that was really gay, and I promoted that years
this
ago.
was
It was
last
really
month.
fucking
This
gay.
was your first tweet on this account. Everyone goes
Well, to be
scroll.
fair, she couldn't remember what she said 2 minutes ago.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
someone
It
tell me
felt
when Nick
longer.
goes
She's not an
live.
actual
I
threat.
don't know, dude.
All right,
Whatever.
let's
Call me a
dial
Jew.
it
I'm
back.
kind of.
Hold on a second.
She's a
everybody.
Zionist, dude.
Guns down. Guns down. Don't make me mute the room, everybody. Chill. Guns down. Let's all take a breather. All right. Because do you understand where these guys are
I'm
coming
turning
from?
this
Where
car
you're
around.
getting all of these lines of attacks, these hostile lines of attacks, and it feels like just people are against me. They're cautious. They're concerned. They're wondering what's going to happen, because what we see happen over and over again is, especially girls, but people in general, will cozy up sort of to our talking points, and then they'll turn and make a hard left in the left field. And that's what they're concerned about. So that's like, okay, you were talking about anti-Semitism not long ago. So the following question is this a grift? Well, now she's saying, I'm not okay with Jews running the country and Zionism and all of that. Well, that's a good thing. So this, instead of maybe just pressing, because I know that women don't respond well to that. Let's ask, what was it exactly? What was it since the October 7th attacks? And at what point did you change your mind or realize this? What was that moment for you?
When I heard the interview.
You fucking said it this morning. You hated on us for being against Israel.
No, I was just saying, can we relax with it? Like every sentence, there's a
No,
Jew.
you
Like, can we
can't.
stop with this?
No,
like,
we
come on,
can't.
I'm not saying it's
But Lily, what if it is?
Okay, well then, again, I don't know why you care so much what I think, because I'm not trying. If I was trying to infiltrate your club, I get it, but I'm not trying to be a member of your damn
I
club.
do not care
I don't
about
want
Can
to
I
be a
tell
member
you?
of anybody's
Okay,
club.
can I tell you a story real quick, Lily? When I first met Brittany, she didn't tell me that she was Jewish for like 4 months. And I went off and I was talking all about, Zionist occupied government and World War II and World War I and, all this civil rights movement and all this stuff. But then I just see her on the timeline one day. Somebody calls her a Nazi and she's like, I can't be a Nazi. I'm Jewish. Never fucking told me, right? It happens.
And this is the basis of the trust issues between Mio and Brittany. We have now sussed out the root of the problem.
All the time. A tale as old as time. They blend in. They look like us. They make themselves look like us. But then we find out later they're Jewish.
Hold on. In my defense, he jumped into the Jew thing way too quick. And it's one of those things where okay, now it's getting awkward. Like he just said the wrong name or something. And now it's taking so long. Now it's all right, when do I tell him? And then he did a quick little just to hint that he knew. The same thing happened with David Duke too. We had a 6-hour interview and he said Jews 690 times. Somebody calculated it. And I'm everybody's you got to tell him, man. You got to tell him. I'm when the fuck am I supposed to tell this guy?
Only you two. Hey, 1 second. Only you two could have 1,000 people listening to this, very curious about what the Lily AF thing is, and
they
turn
start
it into I
fighting.
said this to Brittany once.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't fucking stand.
Exactly.
You know why? Because if I allow you to press her,
Brittany and Mio I know that what I'm about to say is controversial and it goes against everything the Groypers believe, but Brittany and Mio just need to fuck and get it over with already. For fuck's sake.
too hard without giving her a breather.
I know it would be
she's
outside
gonna
of
flame out.
marriage.
I can feel it
He
coming.
could marry
I've
her, I
worked
guess.
with a woman
She's
for
cooked.
a year.
She's cooked.
Okay, so
This is a
so
down
let's see how
bitch.
this
She's
plays
out there
out.
fucking.
She's out there.
No, what you don't understand is I don't take abuse. All right,
No,
I'm not
Race
taking no
Mixer.
abuse.
What's
I'm
your
not
husband's
trying to
name?
join I'm not married. Shit
Oh,
for
there
brains.
you go. That's kind of shitty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like you can
Okay.
take a lot of shit.
All right, so I want an answer to my question though about anti-Semitism. What was it? What was the moment that changed your mind?
Again, like I said, the Kanye thing. When I started seeing that they were debanking people, I was like, "Holy shit, that's awful." and then you start to look into it. But again, that's not my main shtick. Like, that's a big deal. But I care about like the culture. I'm interested in culture. I have a normal life. Okay, I don't have time to be investigating. I'll leave
I
that
tell
to
you
you
what,
guys.
name something wrong with the culture.
More power to
Name
you.
something wrong with the
More
culture
power to
and add Goose on the timeline and ask him how the Jews are behind it. He'll tell you every
I'm that
single
big of a-
problem.
I
Yep.
have a normal life.
Every
Chills Jacob
single
Wool.
problem.
I'm in
Which is
Milo's
so
true.
Telegram
Trying to-
chat. I'm in
I don't see it.
Milo's
So
Telegram
what's
chat. I have
what's
a
the
normal
Milo
life.
thing about? So a lot of people.
Well, no, every single problem in the United States is created by the radical revolutionary far left, but there might be a connection, also, all I'm saying.
We're talking about this Milo thing. What's the Milo thing about?
What Milo thing? Like, I used to listen to him when I was like younger, back like when I was tweeting out those things, but I don't know what the Milo thing is.
Is Blue Jay
You know-
Paul down? Does anybody know? I know he's trying to get in, but
It's
he's on.
what? What did you just say?
Is that
Is
Paul
Blue
Town?
Jay Paul down? Yeah, he's trying to get in, but I don't know what fucking account he's trying to use. I think
I
it's
don't-
Blue Jay. Sure.
No way.
You're like, why is he using some weird account? I don't understand.
Yeah, just to
I
like
tell you
explain
what, let's find out if it's
my pressure was like I saw 6 years of like staunch Zionism. Like you're politically an activist for Zionism for 6 years, like maybe up to 100 tweets on this single topic, all the way up until April. I don't think that you're some type of psyop or something, but like your ideology doesn't align. Saturday, you were like, "Why don't you shake my hand?" And I was like, "Well, will you say that you're an anti-Semite now?" And you're like, "Fuck yeah, hee." And then the next thing I see is a tweet from you giving us a hard time for talking about Israel, saying that we're losers that only talk about Israel. So
I
you
think-
have been
I
an
think more-
activist for
I-
6
look-
years.
Lily,
on this
can you hear me?
topic. You know what's going on.
Yeah.
All right,
What's up?
Lily, you're a single mom. You do drugs in Detroit. You don't take care of your kid. You shouldn't be giving advice to like young men. Like your life sucks.
that's
Your
cool.
life sucks. You failed. You're a single mom.
Hey.
Like, why are you giving advice to young people? Like Nick's like 7 times, like he's like half your age and like 50 times more successful than you. Like I don't think you're
All right, that's
unlikable.
cool. Thanks.
Like that video you posted is just imagine everybody watched the video she posted where she's in the car bitching, and imagine it's you, and imagine you're married to her. Like obviously you get divorced. She's a loser. She's completely unlikable.
Happened to like last week's energy where you were like
Paul
being
Town
like
does
Like, this is why you're lonely. It's just like that car video is just picture you're bitching at a man and he sees you. So if he doesn't hit you, he'll divorce
He's
you.
usually a lot nicer than
He
this.
tagged me. I didn't even watch it. 'cause
Like,
it
you're
was
just an
so
obnoxious
fucking
bitch.
long.
You're just an obnoxious bitch.
Oh, wait,
like why
holy
like
shit.
do you
Hang on. We need to rewind it. I need to listen to this again. Hang on. I want to listen from the beginning of him starting to speak. I met him at Afpac. I met him and Jimbo, and you know, Paul Town was dressed like a professor, and he looked very nice.
About this Milo thing. What's the Milo
Okay.
thing about?
Again,
What Milo thing? Like, I used to listen to him when I was like younger, back like when I was tweeting out those things, but I don't know what the Milo thing is.
Is Blue Jay
You know-
Paul down? Does anybody know? I know he's trying to get in, but
It's
he's on.
what? What did you just say?
Is that
Is
Paul
Blue
Town?
Jay Paul down? Yeah, he's trying to get in, but I don't know what fucking account he's trying to use. I think
I
it's
don't-
Blue Jay. Sure.
all right,
No
we're just
way.
I'm gonna be quiet, and we're gonna
You're
enjoy
like, why is he using some
Paul
weird account? I
Town's
don't understand.
go off. 'Cause I didn't realize it was gonna be quite that epic.
Yeah, just to
I
like
tell you what,
explain.
let's
I don't think that you're some hard time for talking about Israel.
kid, you shouldn't be giving advice to like young men. Like your life sucks.
that's
Your
cool.
life sucks. You failed. You're a single mom.
Hey.
Like why are you giving advice to young people? Like Nick's like 7 times, like he's like half your age and like 50 times more successful than you. Like I don't think you're
All right, that's cool.
unlikable.
Thanks.
Like that video you posted is just imagine everybody watched the video she posted where she's in the car bitching, and imagine it's you, and imagine you're married to her. Like obviously you get divorced to her. She's a loser. She's completely unlikable.
What happened to like last week's energy where you were like being like
Like
this?
this is why you're alone, Lily. Because like that car video is just picture you're bitching at a man and he sees you. So if he doesn't hit you, he'll divorce
He's
you.
usually a lot nicer than this.
He tagged me. I didn't even watch it. 'cause
Like,
it
you're
was
just an
so
obnoxious
fucking
bitch.
long.
You're just an obnoxious bitch. Like why don't do you not get people don't like you? That's why you're alone.
Chill, man.
See this guy rambling around. If he had ejaculated this morning, he would be a lot more
I actually
calm.
did. I had sex when I got back from Afpac.
I've been masturbating during this whole
I don't
space.
think-
After you made that point, I was like, she's got a good point, and
I
it's
literally got
medically
back from
backed up.
Afpac and had sex. You were in a
Sure,
hotel room
dude.
with strangers
Whatever you
doing
say.
drugs.
W, Paul
Okay.
Town W.
Alright,
So why are you giving advice to young men? You're like, your life sucks. You're not a good parent. You're abandoning your kid to do drugs in Detroit. Like, what are you doing?
down.
Well, then why are you following me? If you don't like what I have to say,
I'm not
fuck off and
following you.
block
You're
me, dude.
obnoxious.
Good, thank God.
Okay.
Like, do you not get that? Like, listen, there's a lot of single moms who do drugs in Detroit who say the N-word who are white. You're not special.
I know I'm not special, but I've got more followers than you do.
No, you
motherfucker.
don't.
You don't have the influence.
You have people.
That this
You
guy
have people
has.
who. You have people who like wish they had sex with you because they haven't interacted with you. You don't have any followers.
You're also
So
shaped like a
true.
surfboard.
Okay.
Like you're like. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Listen. Either you can be like Carlin and you can be kind of like butch and masculine and have a bitchy personality because it's like kind of charming, or you can be really hot
Exactly.
and have a bitchy personality, which is like
Exactly.
okay, it's obnoxious, but she's hot. You're neither. Okay. You're just like you're
I've been
lame
trying to tell
and you're
Brittany this
obnoxious. You're
forever.
unlikable.
I can be butch masculine and have a bitchy personality. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm not even mad, Paul Town.
All right. This is not what happened to you, Paul
Which one?
Town. You were
Paul, are you
so
talking
nice
to Lily or Brittany? I'm confused.
No, Brittany's awesome.
Ugh. Okay.
No, okay. I have never said I was hot. I've never said I had
Nobody
a good
else has
body.
said that either.
I never said I had a good personality. So
Damn.
that's all just
Yeah,
you,
you're an obnoxious
dude.
single mom. Like, why don't you shut up and take care of your kid?
Don't listen
Like,
to him.
why are you on the internet? Take care of your child. The reason your kid is on the internet is because you put her there or him. I don't
Yes!
even know.
Thank
Like
you.
what are you doing? You're like a mama. Like
Exactly.
picture a mama bear, right? And she's like, "Here's my child," and what my child got hunted by a hunter. It's like, how about you like take care of your kid instead of going to Detroit to a political conference to have sex and then also do drugs with strangers in a hotel room? Why did you not have a hotel room? How did you not have a hotel room? Did you plan on sleeping with somebody? Why did you not have a hotel room when you showed up?
Did you
flight
actually
too.
realize
She has a child
that?
and
Did
she
you guys?
missed her flight.
That is actually a really good question. Why the F did Lily come to Detroit and not get a hotel room? Because there are plenty of hotel rooms. There just were. It's not like they were unavailable.
All right. It's gonna be one at a time. Like we don't need to talk about it.
So
Tom,
like,
what happened to you
why
this
why
week?
no? How did you show up to a conference without a
Brittany,
hotel
shut
room
up.
booked?
True.
You were doing drugs. You didn't have a hotel room booked. You must have assumed you were going to sleep with somebody.
Okay, whatever you want to
slept
say.
in his
I
bed
lost
till
my
yesterday
job.
afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah, I did, and nothing fucking happened because we were all crashing out. And I'll repeat it again. I swear to God, nothing happened, and I'm getting.
You're an
over
old
this
lady
too.
with a
Like,
kid. Why
again,
are you
I'm not
crashing out?
All right. All right.
How don't you get lost?
Get
Groyper's
lost,
one,
dude.
bitch.
All right.
Put
Okay,
America
okay.
first, bitch.
Okay, all right.
Dude, you sound like such a fucking loser.
You're a single mom who went to Detroit to do drugs with strangers.
And you're on some random chat room calling somebody names. Like, wow, way to go for the low-hanging fruit. Like, could you think of anything more creative? I make fun of myself for being a loser single mom all
Yeah,
the
yeah,
time.
you
Whoa,
are a loser. I'm not a loser. You are a loser. Okay, so who cares?
Okay.
all right, well, I'm bored of this
All right.
conversation.
Bye,
Bye.
Lily.
Bye.
Take care of your kids.
Now listen here. You all stop it, okay?
Mio.
Now, so
Mio
I
simping
think you
again.
understand. They're gonna be really mean to you if you're not nice to Nick.
This
That's what
isn't
we're
being
and it's
mean.
not
Mio,
personal.
This is not being mean.
That's how they're gonna
Everything
be.
No, he's a little bit.
Bluebird
You guys
said
being a little bit
was
mean.
the
Maybe
truth.
just a little bit. Maybe
Everything.
just a little bit.
That's not
They're gonna
me.
and it's not
Hey, aren't
personal.
we out
They're
here?
gonna do
But
it to
Mio,
everybody.
Lily said,
True.
all I'm out here doing is speaking the truth. Is that not it? What
Okay,
is
I also
one
don't want-
thing
I don't
that
want
was
to
just
talk
said?
about- like
That was
Dr.
just said
Alcide.
that's a lie.
Listen, there's a
Name
lot of
one
guys
thing.
in the room. Everybody's trying to have a chance to speak, but we can't do like a 5v1 here.
Yeah, no, I
When
don't
we
like
came into the room to mend fences, right? That doesn't ever really help.
This is why No Holds Barred is better than this gay ass show.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
listen,
good luck
Lily
with
already
that.
did a 5v1 in a hotel room in Detroit with drugs.
Hey,
Okay.
Wait. Oh my God. I love Nick Fuentes so much. He's going right after James Lindsay. Oh, I never thought I could be more turned on by like a Groyper Catholic virgin. Nick is just Nick is perfect. He's everything I want in an internet leader of some sort. Nick is live. Is he actually live? Hang on. No, Nick is not live. Stop telling me Nick is live when he's not live. I appreciate the money, but Nick is not live.
Yeah.
No Holds
yeah,
Barred
okay.
hit it first anyways. Y'all got
There you
sloppy
go.
seconds.
Okay.
Damn, got my ass.
All
Okay,
right. Let's
so
maybe.
Yeah, I love how they have no actual evidence against me, so they just have to keep making up
I
lies. Like,
was
keep
in a
making up
hotel
lies.
room, but it wasn't anything happening. You fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, believe it or not, some of us actually have self
Lily, weren't you
control,
leaving?
and some of us see things
See, this
actual.
is
Lily, why don't
Like,
you
all-
yeah,
leave and let us have the last
all
word?
beside the
Ready
point
from
that
the space for now, like and just let. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, we know
Yeah,
Nick's
we need
awake.
to-
He's
this is
tweeting
like
anyway,
not
so
everyone else's
he
space
should be
to
going
talk
live
about, actually.
soon.
All right. Did I do it?
Okay.
Everything do it right. Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Okay,
Did it work? All right.
now everybody, let's be civil here. Because this is all not what I'm concerned about. If you guys want to do a space and talk to Lily about her hotel room escapade,
You know what? Like a week ago, I would have said never. Today, I don't know. Ask Nick. I don't know. I can't make these decisions. I'm just a woman, man. I can't make these decisions. I'm not gonna like if Nick deems that so, then it will be so. But if he doesn't deem it so, it won't be. So ask him.
I'm not really concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the ideas. I'm more concerned about that this is all not happening at Nick's behest and command, and that we all recognize that. I think it's important to recognize that they're going to be mean to you if you're mean to Nick, and that's not personal. They do it to literally everyone who's not nice to Nick, and that kind of pressure is the only thing that got Nick back on Twitter in the first place. It's the reason why people are now recognizing him. So it is a good thing that it happens. You just want that pointed in the right direction. You want that pointed not at you. And the way to do that is, yeah, you're either understanding and alongside it, or you're, at the very least not in the way, right? If you understand.
when was I ever like mean to Nick though? Like I was never actually. Did I ever mention Nick's name? I just said they're losers. That I was talking about the people that was like weird
Right.
over there. Which I'm sorry, but that's true.
So you maybe look, if you said there's some losers that are real losers, that may be one thing. But Nick is building this whole movement and he's calling his people Groypers. And then you're like, well, Groypers are all losers. I just got back from Afpac. That sucks. That's kind of mean to Nick. He's been really nice to you.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I never called out Nick, and it wasn't like a poignant. I don't even think I tweeted it. I think it was just like a reply. I don't know. All I know is I'm not worshiping at Nick's feet. I really appreciate what he has to say. I think he's exposing a lot of truth that needs to be told. But I don't worship Nick. I don't worship the Groypers.
Well, you
I don't want to
should.
be a part of any club. So if you don't like what I have to say, I'm going to continue saying exactly what I want to say. And if you like it, that's good. If not, good. Now I'm ready to go. I'm kind of bored of this conversation, but thank you, Brittany, for inviting me. I
Sorry
really
about all
appreciate
that,
it.
by the way. But thanks for coming on. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, best of
Got
luck in the
it.
future. My only advice is stay on target. Remember what's most important and try and keep your voice pointed in that direction. That's really all I'm looking for here.
Okay, Nick should go live now.
All
We
right,
can
well,
transition
I
over to him.
appreciate the advice.
All
I really
right.
do.
You have a good day.
All right. Thanks for being
you too.
here.
Bye.
Well,
Man.
that was fun.
I swear, Groypers really know how to drive everyone off sometimes. Fucking A. Fucking A.
Oh,
You gotta
they're just
keep
having a
working
little
people
fun.
skills, damn it.
Well done. I want to
Shit.
hear the debrief.
Yeah, this is why no holds barred is better. We run everybody off.
Fucking A.
Incredible.
Swear. Sometimes you people.
And yeah, I was right. The girl's never going to be, Little Miss Groyper. And that
No.
much is obvious. But we don't have to have an antagonistic thing going on if it doesn't have to be like that, right?
Yeah.
We can.
Yeah.
Right. Let's not make A-logs and enemies out of brand new influential people who are neutral at worst right now.
You missed the whole
Well, yeah,
thing,
like,
Brittany. Where the fuck
my
were
big
you?
thing, I just don't like dog piles. Like when it's like a 5-on-1, that I don't like that shit.
It would have been funny if it was just Paul Town, but
Yeah, exactly.
if it was
Brittany, I followed you on Twitter. Please retweet my stream on there. I appreciate it. That's the trade. I'm following you and Mio because I'm mad at Big Tech and I'm getting revenge on him by following you guys.
Josh Gooser, it's just the other guy.
Yeah, and she's like been like kind of taking it for a while. So yeah, I think that was a little much, but
it's hard to manage spaces because you can't mute individuals. It's like everybody, you
Yes,
got to drop
can.
them from
You
speaking.
can.
You can?
But
Yeah,
you can press a mute individual, but they can unmute themselves right away.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, did you ban them from the space or did you just drop them
No, I
from
just moved
speaker and
them.
they left?
I just removed them. I think I don't know. Actually, I'm not entirely sure.
Well,
how to
yeah.
work.
Okay, so yeah, you banned them from when you hit remove, it
Oh,
completely
you
takes them from the
literally
space.
removed Paul Town from
Right.
the space and Goose. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I just undid that.
But you can, yeah, you can undo it. Yeah. So there's a button, there's an option for like remove from speaker. That just drops them back to listener.
Oh,
Just
okay.
for future reference. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
You give a woman a little bit of power, she goes crazy. Look at it.
My bad. I didn't mean to.
But
do that.
you know, yeah, but it's also, you know, hey, we get somebody in the space, we're having a conversation, we let you in to speak here. Hey, why don't you leave the space so they're not talking to you? Is not the move. That's, you know.
Yeah, well, that's what happened like with our pop-ons and stuff a lot of the times. And it's like, great, you got really good content in the moment, and it's like, oh, it's like there's fireworks and all that stuff, but then the person never wants to talk to you again. And I don't like,
great. You got
Yeah.
to be an asshole and have your moment on our show. So
Yeah.
now it's a problem for us. Great.
yeah,
You know
so-
what?
Oh, I'm back.
Conversation with
Never
you is
mind.
over. I fuck off, man.
yeah, it's like,
Internet
oh well,
flip.
yeah. And like I said, like, yeah, it is firework content and all that stuff, but that's so short-sighted, and like that's how we ended up like shrinking with who was willing to come around, because they knew it was gonna, like, they were just walking into like a dog pile, and nobody wants to do that. So like you have to have like some kind of decorum. Like if you like ever, I mean, if you want to do that on your own shows and stuff, like fine, because then it's like you're controlling who's going to be coming back and who's not. But
Yeah, Dalton and Paul go and do that to people on No Holds Barred. I'd never comment on it. I don't
yeah,
give a fuck if
exactly.
they
Yeah,
run
go
off of
do
their
it on
thing.
your shit.
All right, we're not going to have people come on and do that here in our spaces, though. Obviously.
Yeah, so that's fine. But
By the way, speaking of our spaces, follow Politically Provoked, both of us, host, co-host. Follow
Yeah.
on Cozy, follow on Kick, Rumble, whatever you do.
yeah,
What else do we got here? Well, that's fun. You know, it's funny. Every single person who went to Afpac had a good impression of Nick, a good impression of all the people that they met there, all of those things. And then it's, yeah, a couple, you know, just the people go back online and then everybody gets bent out of shape. Well, not everybody, just her, but she's taking the heat. She's the new it girl that everybody wants to, like you said, mold into being their thing exactly. Oh, we don't agree with you. We're going after you hard-hearted. It's admit everything we say. Admit we're totally right or else blah, blah, blah. You can't press people like that and expect them not to just say, fuck off, man. You know, these things work gradually. That's how it works. And, you know, thinking otherwise, it's like you just don't understand women enough, right? They're not going to respond to just constant, incessant pressure well in the moment. That's why dog piles are not productive.
Okay, wait. So hold on. I'm not sure if he still wants to talk really quick.
Oh, he's Paul Town.
Yeah. Hey, Paul Town. Sorry about that. Okay, that was an
What's up,
accident.
big guy?
It was my first time doing
No
that. and
worries, I understand.
I
It's
just
okay.
saw remove and
It's okay.
I fucked up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, you guys. It's just like, why even try to convince her? She's a single mom, drug addict. She's leaving her kid to go do drugs in a hotel room.
Well, what we were saying right before, because I accidentally removed you, is that like that's how like the pop-ons kind of went a lot of times, and I see people like commenting, oh, like this is like bad content, whatever. It's could be really good firework content when everybody's dogpiling somebody, but then like nobody ever wants to come and talk to you again, and I kind of want to avoid.
Nobody wants to talk to her.
Yeah, but like I might.
No, you don't want. Gee, she's obnoxious. Like, watch the video where she's complaining.
Brittany's
about deliveries.
obnoxious, dude.
And no, realize this is just like a bitter, like freakish, like old hen. Like literally, that's the only way. Like,
Yeah,
I was at
every day,
Afpac.
man.
I was at Afpac, and there was like Reactive May was there, and like Lauren Witsi was there, and they were all very nice. And Carlin Burshenko, or however you say her name, she was there, and it's just like everyone treated them nicely. They treated people nicely, and it's fine, right? It's just like, yeah, they're there and they're having a good time.
There are no problems.
And it's just like the people who are obnoxious, weird freaks, It's just no reason. There's no reason to even entertain them, honestly.
Noxious,
agree.
weird freaks can be good content.
Yeah, that's true. But then I think we did have good content. It was a nice slow
Right,
burn.
one time, and that's
Yeah,
all.
yeah. The thing is, she's just this unlikable. That's why she's single and she has a kid.
I agree.
Yeah,
She's
people
very
like to hate
unlikable.
unlikable people on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's just
Good
like
content.
the thing about it too is, it's like she's giving advice and her life sucks. My life is awesome. When I give advice,
Right.
I
When
have an awesome
it's
life.
okay to say it. We've been saying that the whole
Yeah.
time. Goose been saying it the whole time. But when it comes 5 people all saying it, she can't have a chance to speak. She starts hyperventilating and nobody fucking stops. And then it's, well, I decided you can leave now. Okay, well then the conversation's over, the content's over. Who decided that?
Well, it's kind of like her with her kid. It's just used once and then gone forever. You know what I mean?
So how was
I
that?
think that's not better is the point, right?
Paul Town? How was Afpac?
Oh, it was so awesome. It was really, really cool. It was the best time I've had, like with strangers and like people.
Did
it
you
was
meet new
so
people?
cool.
They're like,
Yeah. I
"Whoa,
met some
Paul
people.
Town."
I met some people from Cozy, and I also met Keith Woods. That was really fun. And then I just it was so awesome. Honestly, it was like one of my favorite things I can remember doing.
Aw,
That's
fun.
cool. It's so awesome that like literally everyone who I've talked to who went has that impression, and it didn't even happen. That's the crazy.
Yeah,
part.
yeah. It's crazy
Amazing.
too, because it's like that's like another thing. It's like this is like a gathering of a crazy amount of people and like a random like crap hole city about like the most boring thing in the world, which is politics. It's literally like insane that Nick is able to pull this off. And yes, it sucks that it got canceled in the sense that there
intro
wasn't any good
starting?
speeches. But like you're never ever gonna see
Okay.
Jared Taylor like making a speech with like club music
All
playing.
right, we're gonna.
Is there any video of
There's
it?
bottle.
We're gonna go watch Nick. Do you guys want to watch Nick with me? Oh shit! Hang on, I need to fix my screen. I need to make it bigger. Yes. Okay. Hang on. We're switching over to Nick. I know you guys are gonna go over to Cozy or whatever, but we're switching over to Nick here too. There it is. I want to be able to see the chat too. All right, let's see what Nick has to say. Actually, I'll look at the chat in a different window. You can make Nick bigger in this one. You've never watched Nick live before? The suspense. Dun 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 dun. Who in the chat has not watched Nick live before? Anyone? Bueller? I'm excited. I want to see what he has to say tonight. You guys are going to get to see Nick in all of his glory. Oh, people are saying hi in the chat to me. True. Hang on.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited. Yeah, okay. I thought I wasn't. Thought my microphone wasn't on. Very excited to be back with you here tonight on Monday. We have a lot to talk about tonight. Lots to get into. Big show. I lost my voice a little bit. I don't know if you could hear it. I'm a little bit raspy because it's been a long weekend. A lot going on, man. And that is what we'll be talking about tonight. We'll be talking all about what happened this weekend in Detroit, Michigan with Afpac 4. The Afpac that wasn't. The Afpac that never happened.
His hair's
And
looking
it
good,
didn't
Brittany.
happen
Did you
yet.
cut it?
We're going to be doing an Afpac 4. It wasn't
I
what
like
you
it.
saw this weekend. We're going to be rescheduling it and doing it some other time. Hopefully in a more friendly jurisdiction, a more friendly neighborhood. But we'll be talking all about the conference. We'll talk about
Good
the
tie,
Turning
not his
Point
dad's tie.
USA situation and my reflection on the entire thing. It's going to be a pretty good show. Before we get into it, I just want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble and Cozy to get a push notification whenever I go live. And leave a like on the video if you're watching on Rumble. Whether you're watching live or the replay, make sure to smash the like button. I don't even really know what the likes do, actually, on the site. On YouTube, it's like it helps the algorithm. You like the video, and then it shows up in the search result. I don't know what it actually does on Rumble, but I like to be liked. I like my videos to be liked. So like the video if you enjoy it. And with that, we're going to dive into the show. And I have to tell you first, before we really get into it, I am beat, okay? I am exhausted. It has been a brutal weekend in Detroit, fighting on the front lines, just getting kicked out of everywhere, and people being rude for no reason. Mostly black people, although some white people too.
True.
And it's also hot.
Wait, no,
It's
disavow.
like
That was wrong. He shouldn't have said
100
that.
degrees. I'm sweating.
It was hot as
and the show
AF.
hasn't even started.
Yep.
So I'm already furious. And I drove 5 hours today from Detroit to get here. So I'm tired. I'm hungry. It's way too hot in here. My voice is gone. I have had enough. And we'll have some funny stories to tell tonight. But I just want you to prepare, okay? And this segment is going to be absolutely brutal.
I am so excited for the super
I
chat
can already
segment.
tell it's going to be a long show. It's going to be 1 million super chats. And it's like an oven in here. It's an oven. I'm cooking. I'm cooked right now. So
Nick
with all
sacrificing
that being
himself
said,
for all
we're
of
going to
us.
dive into it. It's actually been a minute since I've done a show. I think the last show I did was actually like a full week ago. I had to cancel a bunch of shows last week because we were getting ready for Afpac, so I was just too busy. Keith Woods was in town. We were hanging out. So it's actually been my first show in a week. I think I will do a show. Oh, and one other thing. I'll do a show tomorrow, and then I'm going to take the rest of the week off because I am exhausted. So I'm going to do a show tonight, recap everything. I'm going to do a show tomorrow and recap the latest news, whatever I've missed, because I haven't done a show in about a week. It'll be a regular news show tomorrow. And then I'm taking the rest of the week off. But we have some really exciting things planned in the coming weeks. I don't want to spoil anything, but some big surprises at the end of the month. And the first presidential debate is on June 27th.
Oh, shit. That's coming
I'll be
up.
covering it exclusively on
I forgot about that.
Rumble, so make sure to tune in for that. But I will return before that. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here next week. And we'll do the big debate. But I'm going to take a few days off to recuperate because it's been a lot. With that being said, we're going to dive into it, and it's going to be more of a, I know it's Monday, not casual Friday, but it's going to be more of a casual show tonight.
Yeah, we're going to watch
I just
the
want
debate.
to talk
Don't
a
worry.
little bit about what happened this weekend because obviously it's a big deal. This was a big moment for us. It was supposed to be, and it was, but just not quite in the way that we expected or that we wanted it to be. But I think it was positive nevertheless. So as you know, we had been preparing really for years for our 4th Afpac conference. And just to take you back a little bit, because it's been so long since the last time that we held one of these, it's really been all over the place. The last Afpac we did, Afpac 3, was in February 2022. So it's over 2 years ago. And the reason we haven't done one since then is because the way that Afpac has grown alongside CPAC really became unsustainable at a certain point. And I'll tell you what I mean by this. When we started Afpac in 2020, we did it in Washington, D.C., because we started Afpac as our answer to CPAC. CPAC is Conservative Political Action Conference. Afpac is America First Political Action Conference. So I had been getting kicked out of CPAC for a couple of years. They banned me. And CPAC was for a long time like the central, the biggest, the flagship conservative convention in the country. It was for maybe 15 years. Every year they hold it in Washington, D.C. So in 2020, we started Afpac and we put it at the same weekend in the same city as CPAC. And it was supposed to be our answer. This was for all the canceled people, all the people that were canceled for being America First. And there's really like two categories of those people. It's people that are not pro-Israel. If you're not pro-Israel, you can't go into CPAC. If you're not pro-Israel, you're not allowed into the conservative movement. But you have to be really indifferent to Israel to be America First. And the second category is people that are pro-white. America was founded by white people, built by white people. It's a country that has a distinct European
I don't like this.
character and
Disavow.
identity.
Disavow. I don't like this.
But if you are
That's okay, though.
too
I understand.
pro-white, you're not allowed into CPAC.
I just don't agree with it.
But being pro-white is being pro-America.
I don't
So
know
when
about
we
that.
started in 2020, we put it across the street, and it was for people that are America First, but are not allowed into CPAC. It's for people that are pro-white and critical of Israel or critical of Jewish power. Those are really kind of the big categories of canceled America Firsters. But when we started, it was small. It was like 100 people. A week after the first Afpac, the COVID pandemic started. So Afpac 1 was in, I think, February 2020. Literally 3 weeks later, it was the lockdown. So in 2021, CPAC moved to Florida to evade the COVID restrictions. Of course, the blue cities, the Democrat cities, had very strict capacity regulations for large gatherings. So CPAC couldn't do their convention in Washington, D.C. in 2021 and 2022. In 2021 and 22, they moved to Orlando, Florida. We moved to Orlando, Florida alongside them. And in 21, Afpac grew from 100 to 500. In 2022, it grew from 500 to 1,200. But then last year in 2023, after the pandemic ended, CPAC moved back to DC. The problem was we couldn't, because Afpac is now so large. When we go to these liberal Democrat cities, we can't do a huge event. You can fly under the radar if you have like 100 people. If you have thousands of people, you can't get away with it.
That's a good point.
In Florida, they have especially Orlando, they have a big hospitality industry. It's much more conservative. And as we grew, we were able to get away with a lot. Now the scrutiny is on. And so we had actually planned on doing an Afpac in DC last year, couldn't find a venue. We had a venue. They pulled out like 2 weeks before. And in the event that happened, we called it Fuentes Rally. We sort of rebranded it, anticipating we would have a problem, which we then did. So we thought last year about what we were going to do with Afpac. Clearly, it's not going to work in DC because it's just too liberal. There's too much Antifa and all that kind of stuff. So we said, really, at the same time, CPAC isn't even central anymore. CPAC used to get like 10,000 attendees. Now they get like 3,000.
Yeah, CPAC is lame.
Less. I think this year they had like 2,000.
Seriously.
So CPAC gets smaller and smaller and moved back to DC. Afpac gets bigger and bigger. We can't. So we rethought it last year and we said, well, let's put it next to Turning Point, because Turning Point seems to be getting bigger and Turning Point's a younger crowd. And Turning Point typically does their thing in Florida and Arizona. They have 2 conferences. They have one in the summer in Florida. They have one in the winter in Phoenix. Historically. So this year we said, well, let's do it in June with the Turning Point Summer Conference. But this year they put it in Detroit, Michigan because of the election. The Republican convention is in Wisconsin. And I think Turning Point put their summer conference in Michigan because they're swing states. So the idea is you bring everybody to the swing state and it's like a surrogate political rally for Trump. That's the idea. So the RNC's in Wisconsin, a swing state. Turning Point put it in Detroit, swing state. But now we have to ask everybody to come to Detroit in June, which nobody wants to do.
Yeah, for
including
real.
me. I don't want to go to Detroit
Ever.
let alone in June when it's 100 degrees and humid. And it's chaos. There's homeless people everywhere. We're driving on the highway. I swear, I saw a drunk driver crash into the wall of the highway when I was driving in Detroit. And that, that was like within 5 seconds of me getting there. Nobody wants to be there. Nobody wants to be there in June. So we do it in Detroit. And I have to be careful about what I say about this conference because we are pursuing legal action for reasons that we'll get into. So I have to be a little bit measured about how I talk about this. But so that is how we got to Afpac 4. That's why it took us so long. Contrary to what people say, people talk a lot of crap about me, but that is the conversation that evolved over the past couple of years. Also, I was working for Yay, so I was a little bit busy, but that's why it took us a couple of years. That's why it was in Detroit. Everybody was texting me, Detroit, Michigan in June. I was like, I know, but can we all just suck it up and just, do it? So anyway, so that's why it took us so long. That's why we landed in Detroit in June. And it was going to be great. I mean, really, we sold almost 2,000 tickets. We had a huge VIP
That's
lineup. We had some
crazy.
great speakers. And the venue, it's actually a remarkable venue. That's the part that sucks. We booked a venue called the Russell Industrial
The venue
Center.
looks
it's like an
sick.
old abandoned warehouse.
Thank you, Angel Eyes.
But they refurbished it into a very cool, like indie music venue, and it is really cool. That's what sucks. And for the record, when we booked this venue, I met the people at the venue. I was there, okay? I went in there.
There it is.
I
They
said,
did
hi,
know.
I'm Nick Fuentes. I'm with the America First Foundation. The girl that I talked to is some black girl named Karen. She gave me a hug. She had like a crush on me. I'm not making this up. She gave me a big hug and she's like, oh, they were ready to sign the contract the day that we toured the venue like a couple months ago.
Wow.
Sign the contract. We get everything ready. And it was going to be awesome. I mean, it was really spectacular. The merch was great. The graphics were great.
The merch was
theme
cool.
great. The music was
I should have
great.
gotten a t-shirt.
Venue was exceptional. The vibe was immaculate. We get out there ready to do our
It was like a rock
conference.
show.
I drove up on Thursday. We get into the venue. We start setting up. It's going great. We set up the giant LED video wall. We set up the laser lights, the subwoofer. It's making the building shake. We set up the chairs, the tables. The food catering was coming in. Friday, we're basically like show ready, meaning we're nearly finished setting up, ready to start rehearsing. We got a call late Thursday night going into Friday morning. And the venue called us up and they said, yeah, you can't have Afpac here. The whole thing's off. Now understand, we're in there. We have 100 workers in there, something like that. We have dozens of my interns. We have
Yeah,
AV
I did,
people.
obviously.
One of these days I'll post the pictures. We're getting everything set up. It's coming together. They call us a day, like 24 hours, a little bit more than 24 hours before doors are supposed to open. And they say, yeah, it's off. We have like $1 million worth of equipment in there. LED video walls, like I said, lights hung on the ceiling, you name it. It was the works. Ready to go. We had stalls set up for tables and booths. We had a green room. We had tacos. I mean, we're ready. We got a small army in there. They call us. They say it's off. And we say, well, we have a contract.
Not the tacos.
We're doing the event. So the venue called the police. The police came. They sent I'm not exaggerating, 10 squad cars. They sent in a dozen cops. And the cops mediate between us and the venue. We're there for a little while. It's a big dispute. Eventually, the cops tell us, look, if the venue says you got to go, you got to go. They said, and I don't know if they're correct on the law. That's one of the things we're exploring. But they say, well, if they don't want you here, you got to go. And eventually, the cops told us, we will trespass everybody. We're going to throw you all in jail. A real tough guy. We're going to throw you all in the police van if you don't get out of here. So we literally got kicked out. Had to abandon a lot of our equipment. A lot of it remained inside the venue because, if you guys know anything about this stuff, it's actually a pretty arduous affair. It's not like you set up Afpac like it's a jumpy jump, you stick the air cannon in there and you blow it up and then you suck the air out and you take it down. We're talking trucks. We're talking union guys. We're talking, a lot of labor that goes into this stuff. So you can't set it up over the course of 2 or 3 days and then say, oh, pull the plug, take it all down.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Get all this stuff brought in. They told us, pull the plug. We're locking the doors. We said, well, we can't just call the trucks to come back and take the stuff. They wanted to lock the doors because they thought we'd try to get in. So we struck the set. Some of the stuff was still in the venue. That's where we were as of Friday night. The event was supposed to take place on Saturday night. That's where we were. So we were exploring legal remedies, ways that we could maybe force them to let us put the event on. We were negotiating with their lawyers because I do believe they're in breach of contract. So we were exploring legal remedies. We were talking to lawyers. We're also looking at backup venues. And a lot of people say, well, why didn't you have a backup? For a 2,000 person event with this level of production, it doesn't, maybe you have a backup, but you don't have a backup for a 24-hour cancellation.
Yeah.
It's not
is right.
fungible like that. Anyway, we're looking for venues. We're looking for an alternative. We literally had a team of 50 people calling every venue in the entire city throughout the night and into the morning for Saturday and Sunday. We called wedding venues, hotels. We called people within a 1 hour radius of the city. Couldn't get anything because it's so last minute. Where can you find a venue that can fit 2,000 political people on a 12-hour notice with production, with the needs that we have? Impossible. So we made the decision. Really, we pushed it until the last minute trying to find a solution. Last minute on Saturday night, we said, you know what? Can't do it. We can't find a venue that can accommodate nearly 2,000 people while also guaranteeing safety, security, privacy, and also, because those are big concerns. I mean, we were getting a lot of death threats. We had a huge security team. We had metal detectors, the whole 9 yards, And also, there's a privacy component as well. We need to make sure that people aren't going to get doxxed on their way in and out of the venue. So those are legitimate concerns. And we also couldn't guarantee a very high level of experience, to go from what we had set up, which was, like I said, really the highest level production tier, LED video walls, subwoofers, laser lights, and so on, to go from that to like a kind of curtains and
it sounds like
pipe
it was
and
going to be
drape. I said,
amazing. I'm so upset.
We can't
I'm
really
upset for
bring
him,
it.
but
I don't want to do it. So we pulled the plug on the whole thing. We said we'll do a small event with our donors, our VIPs, our speakers, our guests, and we will refund everybody, the general admission ticket holders that weren't able to get the event. It's going to take us some time because we got to get our refund from our vendors, and then we could give the refund to the ticket holders. But that is something that we're going to accomplish this year. So that is how it all went down. That was the situation. We'll get into a little bit what happened after that, but that is how we got from Afpac 3 to this debacle here in Detroit, and also how it played out. And I want to say to everybody who bought a ticket, everybody that flew out, I'm very sorry personally. Wasn't really my fault. It was out of my control, but I am the responsible party, and I do have to apologize for myself and on behalf of the organization for anybody that flew out. It hurts me because it's disappointing. I wanted to bring the production. I wanted to have this great event where everybody have a good time and we're going to be able to get the message out and so on. But it really hurts me even more for everybody that flew out. I had a guy run up to me in the parking lot on Saturday and say, "Hey, can I get a picture? I flew in from Australia." It breaks my heart. I feel so sorry for people that came out and we weren't able to pull it off the way that we wanted to. So I do apologize to everybody that did that. But I also do appreciate, I think everybody understands, or most people do. You know, we put out the refund thing and we got like one email asking for a refund. And I think there'll probably be more, but we got like one. A lot of people are saying, hey, don't even worry about it. I am worried about it, but I think that shows that people that are in this movement, they understand what I and you and we are up against. And so I want to also say thank you for your patience. Thank you for understanding. And I thank you for your support. It was really unbelievable. I didn't get any flack, really. Almost everybody that I saw this weekend, everybody online, everybody was just saying, hey, man, we got your back. We're with you. We'll go to Afpac in the streets if we have to. And we did, ultimately. We'll talk about that. So I want to say I'm sorry. I feel so badly for people that came out and weren't able to get the event. But I also appreciate your patience and understanding. And I want to say that what we're doing, and I said this last night to a small group, what we're doing is actually not easy.
For real. Yeah.
And that is something that we all have to accept. It's something that I've accepted and I've lived through. My life isn't going perfectly. Don't get me wrong, I love my life, but I have to make sacrifices to do this. I have to be hated by a lot of people. I have to deal with a lot of problems like being banned from payment processors and being banned from banks and being banned from Instagram and having to worry about my safety and security and so on. So I face my share of sacrifices. And from time to time, the people in the movement have to bear that as well. Because we are all joined in the struggle, and this is something that it is,
he didn't.
by definition, a
No.
struggle.
Can you DM that to me?
We're in a revolutionary struggle. And struggle is the operative word. This is not the movement where we all get a ticket to Disney World and we eat funnel cake and we ride on the parade float and so on. We'd like to get there. Don't get me wrong. That is the goal. We'd like for us and for our children and grandchildren to be on the Disney World float and to eat the funnel cake. But we understand that we have to labor and sacrifice and suffer to get there. And it's going to be uneven and it's going to be in ways that we really don't like. But it is a struggle. And that is the condition of what we're doing. And people have to accept that on some level. And I know for a lot of people, that's not a satisfactory answer, but that is also what we're up against. We do face, as an organization, as a movement, very unique challenges and very unique problems. I think we overcome them almost all the time, but sometimes you get a lot of opposition, and that's how it is. With that being said, I don't think that this weekend was a total disaster. I think it was actually a great success. And a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, that's cope. It's true. It didn't go as planned, and it didn't go the ideal way, the way that I wanted it to go. I wanted to be able to put on the biggest, best event we've ever done. That's what we were ready to do as of Friday. But I think that what happened after the cancellation was really remarkable. After we canceled, we didn't just go back into our hotels and Airbnbs or fly back and change our plans. You guys took to the streets.
It was pretty crazy.
And what was so amazing is, I'm going to be candid. I'm going to be really honest with you. It really inspired me. Not to sound, I know I sound like, hey, I'm going to be vulnerable. You inspire me. But it's true. I was taking it really hard that we had to cancel because it's just like a disaster. You know, I felt terrible. I felt terrible that we couldn't do it. I felt terrible that people they flew out, they couldn't make it. So I was feeling really lousy. I was telling my team, I'm like, you know what? Let's just do a VIP thing and let's get out of here. This is really messed up. I was taking it really hard. But then I saw, and honest to God truth, this is what happened. The America First people, not me, because everyone thinks it's all about me. It's a cult. The people, the movement showed up in the streets at Turning Point. And so I heard that some of the Groypers were spontaneously gathering at some of the hotels downtown. And I heard they were marching and gathering outside. And I saw these.
There was like a half a mile long
all the
line.
Groypers marching in a line like a half mile long, like 500 people marching in front of the Turning Point convention shouting, "Christ is King." Then they gathered in the center, right in the middle of all the traffic, chanting, "We want Nick, we want Nick." And this is honest to God truth, because I mean, you know how I am. I was like still in bed. I jump out of bed, I jump in the shower, I jump in the car. I was all the way out in Birmingham. I jump in the car, I drove all the way down there and came through the crowd, climbed up on the balcony, gave a speech. And I thought that was one of the most remarkable moments in the history of the movement. Obviously, will go down in history when we look back on this, and we will years down the line, as one of the iconic, had to be there moments. And it almost makes it better in a way. I mean, again, I know that sounds like cope, but if you were there, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's something that's actually more fun and more exciting about the oppositional nature of it. It's contentious, it's conflict driven, it's organic, it's driven by passion. Instead of, because don't get me wrong, I wanted to do Afpac. Like that is my preference. That would have been ideal. But people go to their conference. It would have been a great time. People shake hands, they eat their little hamburgers. We give speeches. Everyone has a good time. Everyone goes home. Everyone's happy. But there's something so awesome about everyone comes out, but the cops shut us down. Looks like we're foiled. But the people rise up. They go in the streets. They demand the leaders show up. They shout, "Christ is King" also. And I drive through the crowd, jump up. Security's freaking out. These security guards are like, "Hey, you can't go up there." People go, "Fuck you." I mean, literally, I'm sure there's videos. Security's freaking out. They're like, "Hey, get down from there." People are going, "Call the cops, bitch. We don't care." Climbing up on the megaphone, yelling in front of the whole crowd. People are heckling. These are moments. These are really like fun, authentic.
No one else on the right has this. It's only him.
Movement. We've had many of them with the Vax Watch, with Stop the Steal, with Groyper War. And it just speaks to the realness and the energy of our movement. Nobody else is doing this. Nobody else can do this. No other movement is like this. No other movement gets this much opposition.
Nick.
Turning Point USA, they pretend to be the opposition.
WAF.
Then they get the convention center downtown, and all the politicians go. They got Atheists for Liberty in there. They got Gays Against Groomers in there. You're not challenging
Gays Against Groomers.
We have the most opposition. We're literally like can't get a room at the inn, driven away everywhere, but still show up in the streets with real force, with literally hundreds of people, and look great in suits, young kids, and excited and passionate, and just looking for where to go. Tell us where to go and we'll go there. I thought it was a really amazing demonstration of solidarity and resilience, and it totally flipped the script for me. I mean, totally changed my mood. Because like I said, I was totally despondent, and you know me, I can get on, I can get through things, but I was feeling pretty bad about what had happened, and then to see everybody marching in the streets, I'm like, I gotta give them what they want. I gotta go out there, So I thought that was great. And let me just make sure I'm live. Lately I'm so paranoid about like I'm not live or whatever. Okay. So I thought it was the thing that we did outside Turning Point was so cool. And, we really went into their front yard. Turning Point is over there. They are co-opting our message. They're trying to do their own Christ is King thing. And Charlie Kirk is trying so hard to sound like me while still kicking me out. I got kicked out on Friday. We come back on Saturday with like 500 people giving a speech right in their front yard after the Trump speech. It was unbelievable optics. And then that night we went out, we did a VIP event. It was rowdy.
Awesome.
And it was intense.
It was awesome.
It was wild. We found this like rooftop bar in the middle of downtown. You had all these like metal detectors because people are getting shot where we were. All these black people blasting music in their cars with the pimped out rims and everything. And we're in like a rooftop bar in the middle of it all. Last minute, threw it together. Really we really duct taping this whole thing together, the production, but we pulled it off. And we go to this rooftop bar. We just did like word of mouth, VIPs, friends of friends, guests. The place was packed. And it was like a who's who. Like everybody that was in town was there. And the music's blasting. We're giving speeches. Everybody's having a great time. People are getting drinks. I go up, I give the intro. It's going great. Jared Taylor comes up. And Jared Taylor, lately I'm leaning more into talking about Jews. As you know, Jared Taylor talks a lot about black people and like immigrants. So Jared Taylor goes up there.
I didn't like Jared Taylor's
speech. He gives a speech.
Did not like it.
And right away, Negro is one of the words that's flying out with regularity. Okay, Negro's flying out. And I think at one point he said the adoration of the Negro. I think he said something like the St. George Floyd, pray for us. And it's flying, but this is what we expect. But I think the black security guards didn't love that.
No,
speech.
I would say no.
I'm not trying to blame it.
They did not love it at all.
But the black security guards at the venue, they did not like what they were hearing.
No.
So they decided to shut the whole thing down. They jump in the control room. They take Ed Zoll from Crosstalk News, throw him out of the booth. There's a brawl. He gets tossed out of the booth. They blast the music during Kevin Deanna's speech. I go and inform him, hey, man, they cut your mic. The whole crowd moves forward and swarms the booth. There's a fight breaking out. There's this jacked bodybuilder screaming in their face, yelling at him, telling him turn the music down. So the whole place is about to blow up. I get up on the stage. I'm like, they're turning the music up. That means we got to get louder. The place blows up, deafening screams.
True.
Sneeko gets Superman punched in the face by some black guy. The police show up. It's crazy. And so that was our Saturday event. That was like our after party. That was kind of like an unofficial like substitute event. And that's what we had going on Saturday. And I think everybody there had a great time. I have to tell you, you really, and I'm not just saying this, you really have to be there for these things.
It's true. You have to be there.
And
100%.
anyone that was there will tell you that.
Yep.
Anyone that was there will tell you that I'm not just saying that. You have to be there because you can't hear how loud it is from the recording. You can't feel the energy when you're watching the video. Everybody that has been with this from the beginning, the energy at Groyper War, at UCLA or Florida State, the energy at Afpac 1, Afpac 2, Afpac 3, the energy this Saturday in Detroit. There's nothing else like it in politics. You feel like euphoric. There's so much energy, so much excitement. People are so into this. It's unbelievable. And even though it was totally scuffed, even though it was totally spontaneous, even though we got thrown out of 2 venues and we're getting chased around by the cops and everything's last minute, it's so fun. It's so energetic. The energy and momentum somehow gets bigger when this stuff happens. So all things considered, it was don't get me wrong. I'm very disappointed we didn't pull it off. I'm very sorry for people that weren't able to show up to these other things. But I really thought that we came out on top with what happened on Saturday.
Yep.
Because we showed that There's no way. There's no scenario where we get stopped. There's no scenario where we don't have a good time. They shut down the event. Well, we're going to show up and rally in the street, give a Mussolini speech on the balcony, screaming for an hour. We're going to go downtown. They're going to turn up the music. We're going to dance. People are getting Superman punched in the face. People are getting flipped off. Okay, the cops are there. It's unreal. Now, granted, I prefer that all the events go according to plan. I prefer that, Sneeko doesn't get Superman punched in the face. I prefer
But it was pretty
that
awesome.
it's not like that. But we're dealing with something that's bigger than plans. We're dealing with something that's bigger than logistics and venues. The superpower that we have, because we don't have money like Turning Point, we don't have organization, we have no friends in like the institutions that'll help us with a venue or whatever. What we have, our superpower that no one else has, is just raw energy, raw, young, pure belief, the power of true belief and energy. That's what we have. And in a sense, then, it doesn't really matter where you put it. You could put it in the venue, but it can't be contained in the venue, because if you shut down the venue, it spills out into the street. It can't be silenced by turning up the music, because we're louder than the music. We're louder. There's more of us than the security. We're more willing. We're more amped up than the security. The security needs security. Jake Shields, these other guys, the security needs security at these events, because we have the power of true belief. And I've always said this. I said this from my American Renaissance speech in 2018. There are people in this movement, most of them, I think, that are willing to die for this because we actually believe it. We're willing to give our lives to this. I'm giving my life
I'm not
to
willing
this.
to die for
Many
yet.
people are giving their life to
Yet.
this. People that are willing to give their lives to this.
Maybe someday.
You think some nig at a bar, like
Oh,
some
come
security
on.
guard who took offense because
Seriously?
we said white this and white that. Do you think that even comes close to the level of seriousness that we bring to the table when we're willing to die for what we believe in because we believe in God? You think Turning Point USA and this stupid security firm they hire, these goofballs and lanyards, you think these people can stop what we're about? They have no faith. They have no
I did the
belief.
pledge
They're
at
not
the
willing to
event,
die
okay? I'm
for
not
God.
doing
They're
the
not
pledge
willing to
now.
die for anything. And it's that reason that it doesn't matter what happens. They can physically remove the guy from the convention center. They can physically lock the doors of the venue. They can't stop the energy because it's not here. It's not tangible. It's not in the real world. The energy is spiritual. You can remove the guy from the venue because, like, I'm a smaller guy, okay, and I'm not, like, trying to punch security guards and get thrown in jail. So you can remove the guy from the venue. You can put a padlock on the door. You can't stop
Pledge
what's
is against my
happening
terms of
spiritually.
service.
The spiritual
So
is
Nick will have
just as
if
real
Nick gives me a
as
cozy
the
channel, then
physical
I'll
and
take the
tangible.
pledge.
It's just as real. It's just as
Maybe,
powerful.
probably.
It sits right on top of the physical realm. And that is where we're active. And that's why we're able to, people say, how does this happen? This guy must be a Fed. How is he doing this? It looks like magic because it's invisible, because the true belief, the energy, it's not here in the world where people are like, just trying to get their coffee and go to work. It's happening on the level of our souls and our connection with God and our connection with the truth, which is a man, which is Jesus Christ, because we're all at Calvary every single day. That's what we're meditating on when we do these things. We're not selling water bottles. We're not playing cornhole with a bunch of atheists and gay people inside the Turning Point Convention. We're at the crucifixion observing the sacrifice all the time, and that's where we're at. So in spite of the setbacks, challenges, whatever, they didn't stop anything. We came, we saw, we conquered. We gave the speeches. Everybody connected. Everybody had a great time. Everybody had fun. Airbnbs across the city were turning up with Groypers. Turning Point USA, Groypers were everywhere. In the downtown bar, everybody was there. So it's really remarkable and really something special. And I promise you, we will be back. We are going to give ourselves the prom that we deserve. There is going to be an Afpac
The prom.
Tentatively,
I love
I'd
it.
like to do it at the end of this year. And I like to do it just as big, if not bigger, than what we had planned, with the production, with the speeches, with the rest. If they cancel it, we'll be back the other way. We're going to do it one way or the other, but I'd like to do it at the end of this year. And I'd also like to do something. I'm not promising these things because, you know, it's always logistics, but I'd also like to get together a stipend to, when we reschedule this thing, if we do it at the end of the year, I'd like to do like a stipend for some of the younger guys that paid money to travel to this one and didn't get to go. I'm talking general admission, younger guys. I don't know how we're going to do it. It's going to be logistically
That's actually a
complicated.
really
My staff's
nice
gonna hate me
idea.
for saying this, but I'd almost like to, and not anything right away because we all got to decompress a little bit, but I'd almost like to do like a fund. Maybe we could raise money. Of course, the foundation will put money in, but I'd like to do a stipend for the next one for some of the younger guys because that's the part that is really unacceptable. It breaks my heart because it's such a young movement and it's these teenagers, college-age guys. They don't got a lot of money.
Plane tickets are expensive, yo.
They use
They're
their meager
expensive.
funds. They get on a plane, they get a hotel, they fly there, and then the event's canceled. That really sucks. So I'd like to do something nice and maybe just make it a little easier for some of those guys for the next time. Like I said, I don't know the details yet. We just got finished with this whole deal, you know, so I'm about to crash in bed. But I'm thinking forward for the next one. We're going to reschedule it. Not sure when. We're going to issue the refunds when we get our refund back. And then I'd like to do a stipend so that we could get some of these young guys back and just make it a little easier next time. Because that's the only part that really upsets me. You know, I don't get upset. I get angry. I get frustrated. The part that really upsets me is because I really love you guys. I love these young people. They come over and, you know, they're like, hey, can I get a picture? You know, and they're shaking and they're like, hey, man, I've been watching this Groyper war. I'm 18, whatever. And that's the part that breaks my heart is people that pay money to get on a plane, get the hotel. They come out, they're all ready to go. They're wearing their suit and everything, and then they can't show up. That really upsets me. So I'd like to make it up somehow. We don't have a lot of resources, but I'd like to put something together for those guys. And that's the gist. That's sort of what went on with Afpac. That's it. I mean, at the end of the day, the movement is about the people. It's not about the smoke and mirrors, the lights, the fog machine. I'm like overdosing on the fog machine. My whole staff, they're like, you got to take it easy. I'm like, okay, so what if we had a mist machine and a fog machine and we made it 65 degrees and it felt like you were being born again, you know? So, but it's not about those things. It's not about the venue. It's not about that stuff. It's about the people. And that's one of the things that Kanye taught me that everyone always hates when I speak positively about him, but I really believe he's a genius. And he would always say this. He said, our greatest resource, our greatest asset is each other. It's human beings. And I so believe that. I so understand that on a deep level. The movement really is the exceptional people that are involved in this thing. They're honest, they're Catholic, they know what they're talking about, they care about the country, they care about God, they like to have fun. You know, we're really bringing back the real America by becoming the real America. A lot of people say, hey, why are the conditions in the country not better? We're becoming better. We're looking in the mirror and saying, why are we not better? Why are we not where we need to be? And so it's just about getting the people together, whether it's outside, inside, whether you're getting thrown out, you know, whether the music's too loud. It's about the people coming together. And so I thought it was such a special weekend. So, one for the history books where you and me together, we were in there. And like I said, that's one of those moments where you realize it really is a movement. Everybody, what they always say about it is, oh, I'm a cult leader. I'm a fed. I'm a narcissist. It's all about me. I think you guys, for people that follow me, you know that's not true. And when you go to these things, you see it isn't true. people spontaneously getting together, dressed up, rosaries in hand, with their AF hats on, marching in front of the thing, yelling, "Christ is King." That's what it's about. You know, I show up there to the city to put the thing on. It gets canceled. You guys show up for me and spontaneously get together in the place and set it up in such a way where we can't lose, you know? So that made me feel good. That was very inspiring. That was like, hey, we're a team. You know, I'm your voice and we're in this together. So we are in it together. We did it together. So that was Afpac. A lot of fun. I told you had to be there. That was a great moment. I mean, the Mussolini speech, the party at the end of the night, Sneeko. I feel so bad for Sneeko. He was the casualty getting punched. But the video is so funny.
The video
I think he knocked his hat off.
Great.
Because the security guard, I don't know if you saw the video, Sneeko got hit in the face by a security guard. At first, he was really obnoxious, really rude. He's flipping everybody off, pretending like he doesn't care because everybody was giving him a lot of guff. So he's flipping everybody off. He's dancing. Somebody knocks his hat off. He goes, okay. And then he leaps into the air, pulls the fist back. And the video of it is just crazy. I mean, I can't believe it's real. Like this guy flying, literally leaping, flying into the air with the fist pulled back and blasts Sneeko in the face. And then he goes tumbling on the floor. The drama of the moment was crazy. And I feel horrible for Sneeko. I hope he's okay. I saw him later that night, and I think he's doing okay. He got his teeth repaired today. I feel bad for this guy, man. This guy's getting beat up by Jonathan Strickland. Then he goes to he gets Superman punched by some security guard. It's like, this guy can't catch a break. But, so that was just wild. And yeah.
Someone should make a
talking to some
movie
of the
about
guys
this.
last night. I was
should make a
coming to the
documentary.
donors. I'm like, the sponsors. I'm like, man, what did you guys think of last night? I mean, I apologize, it wasn't. And they were like, that was awesome. They were like, we loved it. We are with this movement. So I really love to hear that, that people they're down with the struggle. And that's what we have to be. I think as long as we are doing our best, as long as we're really bringing it, as long as we're in it, you guys are down for the struggle. And that's what we have to be, because this is going to be a struggle for our whole lives. And it's not going to be easy. And we're going to get punched in the face. But you got to get up. You know, you got to get up. The show must go on. And it did. So that was Afpac. Like I said, I don't know about you guys. I had so much fun. I always have so much fun when I go to these things. And I get to see everybody. Everybody looks great. I did get kicked out of Turning Point USA again. That was annoying. I showed up there on Friday. Within 5 seconds, security rolls up on me. Excuse me, can we see your ID? I get thrown out of Turning Point USA. But doesn't that just say it all? I mean, at this point, it is so transparent that you've got like the conservative movement that is desperately trying to emulate our talking points, our energy. But there's just one thing they can't let go of. And that's the Israel thing, because that's where their money comes from. That's who butters their bread.
They also don't understand culture.
That's why when Candace Owens spoke there, they had to put up a disclaimer and say, hey, man, she's not with us. We don't endorse her. We don't agree with everything
They put
she
up a disclaimer before Candace Owens spoke?
And that's why I get thrown out.
Wow.
That's why you can't be critical of Israel and work there. And then you've got the real movement that it's just this guy, it's just this eccentric guy, and it's just all of you Groypers. So some of you guys are Spurs. I think most of you guys are pretty Chad or normal, I'll say. And then you got the Groypers, and the Groypers are the only ones that are willing to say, hey, it's America first every time. Even yes, before Israel, even yes, before immigrants. And this was a white country. This is a white country. The Groypers say that. These other guys don't. They say it's color blindness. Israel's our closest ally. Whatever. And it couldn't be more obvious when you see what's going on, but the energy's with us. There was one other thing I saw from Turning Point. It's just so beyond parody. They're selling water bottles now. I don't know if people were getting that. I kept talking about it all weekend. They're selling like a conservative water bottle now. Not like a reusable water bottle, like a single-use plastic water bottle. They're
What?
calling it Freedom Water.
What?
Freedom 2.0. That's the brand. That's their new thing.
Wow.
And there was like an advertisement during their conference, and it's Alex Clark, that bimbo that does Poplitics, their like stupid girl show. And she's up there and she's saying, Freedom 2.0. You don't need to just drink water. It's about the message that you're sending by drinking the water. Because this is conservative water. This is water that's like for freedom.
Cringe.
Okay? Like this is the Republican Party. This is the conservative movement. Freedom 2.0. It's just like beyond parody. What's next? Toilet paper? Freedom to wipe. You're not just wiping your ass. This is patriotic wiping of the ass. This toilet paper comes in a package with the flag on it, okay? You're not just drinking water. You're drinking water and you're supporting freedom because you're buying it from us. You're not just wiping your butt with toilet paper. This came in a package with the American flag on it, and you bought it from us. You're not just shaving your face or eating chocolate. You're shaving your face and eating chocolate, and this is a statement about being transgender or not. That is literally what they're doing.
Oh my God.
So there was like the Freedom Water from Poplitics, Alex Clark, who's like the biggest bimbo. She was literally on like some dating show in a hot tub with some black guy. She's got all this plastic surgery, post-wall, roasty. And, I'm not just trying to dump on her, but it's like these are not actually serious people. These are just clout chasers. This is like someone who is chasing fame so much, her only prior is being a wannabe reality show star. You know what I'm saying? She's like some Pastor Prime woman who just wants to be famous. She wants to be the Turning Point version of Megyn Kelly or the Turning Point version of Oprah, but she's not hot or funny. And she's selling like a water bottle with the flag on it. Like, I'm sorry, like that's just not what anyone cares about. There was the Freedom Water, and then the other thing that I saw was Jack Posobiec trying to do the white boy summer thing.
It's so cringe.
We invented that. Well, I shouldn't say that. Chet Hanks, literally 3 years ago, said white boy summer. And the Groypers heard the call, and we did White Boy Summer in 2021. We did the White Boy Summer road trip. We did the White Boy Summer tour. We did the White Boy Summer playlist. That was years ago. That was in 2021, 3 years ago. Fast forward 3 years later, and Jack Posobiec is trying to make it cool again. He's got the pit vipers on. He's got a pink hat. This is White Boy Summer. Completely shameless. Totally shameless stuff. You know what's so funny? It's like we did it in 2021. John Doyle did it in 2022. He sold all this crappy merch. I mean, literally, he was like a year late. Turning Point does it 3 years later. They finally catch on in 2024 and say, hey, it's going to be White Boy Summer. White Boy Summer was 3 years ago. What are you talking about? So Jack Posobiec comes out to trap music. He's got the pit vipers on. One of his douchebags has got the White Boy Summer flag. He's throwing out White Boy Summer hats. And the camera is on the stage with Jack Posobiec, who's like a 40-year-old man, throwing these stupid hats out. And then they cut to the audience. And it's like these two, and bless their hearts, I'm sure they're very nice. But it cuts from Posobiec, hello, my fellow kids. Look, it's White Boy Summer, remember, from 3 years ago? And then it cuts to the audience. And it's these two like 50-year-old women, these two like moms, and they're doing like the mom clap. You know what I'm talking about? They're both like, so me, I'm out there on the balcony.
Make sure you're subscribed,
like Mussolini
guys,
with the
please.
raised
I would
fist.
appreciate
It's
it.
America first, down with Israel. Everyone screaming. And then you go into Turning Point, you got Alex Clark with her Botox face. It's not just about drinking water. You're like supporting freedom. And then you got 40-year-old Jack Posobiec throwing out the hats. I think it's kind of like the wrong audience. And you got the moms in the audience. They're like on their phone. They're doing like the mom thing. You know how boomers hold their phone? They're like, you're taking pictures like, wait, how do I do this? Like that's what they're doing. My nephew's going to love this. Hey, Braylon, do you know this Jack Posobiec? I got you a white boy summer hat. You know, the nephew's like, Mom, Turning Point's gay. Mom, White Boy Summer is 3 years ago. We like Hitler now. You know, like I saw
We
that.
like
I
Hitler
tweeted
now.
Jack Posobiec.
Disavow.
I'm like,
Obviously,
why did you
Hitler
make
is
it
the
suck?
worst.
Like, yeah,
Hitler is the worst thing that's
LOL,
ever
but why
happened.
does it fucking suck now? So that's what they got. That's Turning Point. That's what we had to get kicked out from. Trump is up there giving a speech about how like the water pressure in the shower is too low because of the Green New Deal. Really? Who needs them? Step aside. Get out of the way. Okay. Jake
Rio.
Shields and Ten Rio and Nick Fuentes are here to put America first, bitch. Get out of the way. Get your fucking water bottles out of my face. Get your stupid 3-year-old hats out of my face. It's Israel last now. It's America versus Israel last now. All right. So those are just some reflections on the weekend. There's one other funny story. This last story I'll tell, then we'll move on. We'll take the super chats. But last night we had a dinner for our sponsors, for like all the people that put up most of the money for the conference. We went to this nice restaurant called the Whitney in downtown Detroit. And it was like it was one of those menus. We had like beef Wellington, surf and turf, steak. It was like a high-class dinner and everything. We had a little sponsor dinner just as a thank you to our sponsors. It's a part of the package, you know. And, we're having the dinner. We're all having a good time. It's, the sponsors are there. We had some of the guests. Kumia's there. Jared Taylor's there. I was talking to Kevin Deanna the whole time. And we all started to notice during the dinner last night, it's very low-key dinner. There's like 15 people there. We're at the dinner, having a good time. We noticed the waiters are giving us like some serious attitude. They started out nice. As the evening went on, they're like dropping the plates down, you know. They're coming up with the dinner. Here's your dinner. They're like plopping the plates down, giving us some attitude. I asked the lady, she's like, who wants coffee? I'm like, I'll have a coffee. She brings it. I'm like, where's the cream and sugar? She goes, it's right over there. I'm like, excuse me?
Wow.
Whatever, let's just get the fuck out of here. Okay. Like I've had enough. It's a long, hot weekend in Detroit. We're getting chased out. People are getting Superman punched in the face. Like, let's just get out of here without another fight. We're wrapping up the dinner. It's like 15 people. We're all being very civil, polite. I go up to give a little speech. Quick speech, nice little wrap up, whatever. The whole restaurant's empty. They're like going home. They start playing music inside the private dining room where we're having the dinner. 15 people where I'm giving like a low-key speech, no microphone, nothing. They start playing the piano louder in this like classy, fine dining restaurant.
Fuck them.
So I march over. I rip the door open. I'm like, hey, can we turn the music down? The hostess goes, your dinner's over at 9:30. It's 9:45. I'm like, 5 minutes, please. She goes, okay. We finished the speech. And there was almost like another riot. Like, we're getting rowdy. We're getting into this like contentious thing. We're eyeballing the hosts and the waiters. I'm like, you know what? We need to just get out of this stupid city. So it's just like, it doesn't end. We get chased out of the Russell. We go to the bar. They're punching everybody and we're flipping them off. And so, some girl's 21st birthday was on the balcony. Greatest birthday ever. We're doing the sponsor dinner. They start playing the piano really loud. Like, oh my gosh. But that's what makes it. But if it wasn't for that, it wouldn't be so much fun, But I just thought that was too good. If only you guys could have seen it. I wish we had footage of it. Maybe we do. But I mean, literally, I'm sitting in front of like a big table with like 10 people giving a little speech, and they start playing the piano louder. You're like, your thing expired. Are you effing kidding me?
No tip. Fuck them.
Crazy night. But I hope everybody got home safe and everybody was okay. Hope everybody enjoyed. we're going to move on. We're going to take super chats. But like I said, in closing, total victory. We are the movement. We are the venue. We are Detroit. We're America. Okay. We are the people. So it doesn't, these other things, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do. Okay. We won. Great time in Detroit. And I will say that we're going to reschedule Afpac 4. We're going to give you the conference that you want, and we're not going to have this happen again. And, like I said, the refunds will be processed. We'll keep you updated on that. And like I said, I'd like to do, as we get closer to the next one, maybe a stipend for some of these younger guys, because that's the only part that I'm really pissed about. The rest, I hope most people were able to show up and have a good time. It bothers me that some people weren't even able to do that.
I don't really know that much about event planning, so there are probably better people to do that than me.
We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats and see what you guys have to say about all this. I'm already sweating, but I'm going to hang out, and we're going to see what you guys have to say about all this. Let me know what you think. If you were there, if you weren't there. Oh, great. Only 100 super chats. That's great.
100 super chats. Not too bad of a night.
I mean, I'm literally dripping sweat, but we only have 100 super chats to read, so that's not a lot.
Why don't I get 100 super chats?
All right.
What are you guys doing? Nick's audience is way better than you guys.
Mind over matter. That's what they say.
You can do it, Nick. We believe in you.
Let's see what we got going on here. I need to cool off a little bit. All right. Oh, okay. Let's see what we got going on here.
Space Crusader sent $5. You must now contend with the golem of your own creation. I rose my right hand. I swore an oath to vote for Trump. All I have in this world is my balls and my word. And I don't break them for nobody.
Let's see what we got going on. That's my show now. Yeah, was that, did I say that? I feel like I said something like that this weekend.
Oh, thank you, Bot. I
Groyper
appreciate
Chat
it.
sent $15. Nick, I bought VIP Afpac tickets 864 and 1,695, but only one ticket was emailed to me. Last night I emailed the team to ask about.
This is from June 11th. Whoops! This is from a week ago. All right. This is from the last show that I did, or the day after the last show that I did. Well, it's too late now.
Pretty Fly White Guy sent $5. 362. All the Jews on Twitter pretending like loyalty actually means unconditional support for the co-opting and misleading of someone you love. Very telling.
Very true.
Thank you. I appreciate
Space Crusader
you.
sent $5. You come to me, on the 2nd anniversary of Afpac 2. You ask me to betray Trump for Palestine. What have I done
thank
to
you
deserve
guys.
this disrespect?
Thank
You don't even call me Godfather.
It's not about Palestine. It's about America.
Spence sent $100. Thanks for adding Europapa to the intro.
Thanks for the big super chat. Yeah, I love that song. That's an awesome song. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Groyp TF sent $10. Hey Nick. I'm sure you're aware. Groypers have been organizing on X and getting into Trump's replies on Truth Social. Any advice on what messaging we should be focusing on?
The messaging on the show, genius.
Raspberry
Obviously.
Groyper sent $5. Can we get more Groypers
Oh.
to press Hassan into making an
Thank
anti-Israeli
you.
influence alliance? While he may not be receptive, his thousands of viewers, and the young left in general, are primed to support a ban IPAC
They will
campaign.
never support the right. Will never happen.
Red Pill Catholicism
Yeah,
sent
Nick is
$10.
right.
No message.
Thank you.
Awoken American sent $10. Thank you for shifting the paradigm. Do you remember me? See you Saturday. Christ is King.
Thank you.
Do AF sent $107. I was typing this during P. Allen's X Space. Was intent on calling out V Zoomer and C Champion for being so damn cringe and was going to glaze the new e-girl Lily. But I'll be damned if in the very last minute of the space, someone found an old tweet where she is talking about dating an Iranian and glazing the Israel holy war. W. Nick.
Thank
LE
you, Nick.
sluts.
Appreciate
Still,
it.
we Groypers need to mature.
No. Thank you for the big super chat. No, none of that. Listen, this is what happens every time. an e-girl says something really stupid, really careless, she's obviously not with us. She's saying what we say for attention. She's saying what we say because she knows she's going to get engagement. People start to figure that out. They say, hey, so you're with America First now. So what's going on with this stuff? And they bring up evidence that they're not really 100% with us. What always happens invariably is that e-girl will take the nastiest reply out of the group. And then she'll say, oh, well, this person said this. Oh my gosh, all Groypers are like this. Oh, now they're doing this. Oh, now they're doing this.
True.
An e-girl could get hundreds, thousands of replies expressing legitimate criticism, legitimate arguments. Every time they will pick out the one person that says, oh, you're a C word. Oh, you're a bitch. They'll take that one tweet and say, oh, so now they're saying I'm a bitch. Oh, so now so now they're doing that. And then all the other women who do the same thing back her up and say, wow, the Groypers are really immature. They do that every time. It's the oldest trick in the book. Do not fall for it. And by the way, you might think I'm referring to one person. I'm referring to 3 people. This has happened with 3 people in just the past few months that I can think of off the top of my head. You can guess who they are. But that's always, they will put out some shitty opinion. It's totally stupid, totally careless. They get ratioed, or they just attack us. They say, oh, fuck incels or something. They say, fuck incels. And then Groypers get in the reply and say, oh, fuck you, bitch. And then they go, oh my gosh, oh, people are attacking me now. Oh my gosh. And then they start doing the tone policing. Then they say, oh, well, I just said this and now they want to kill me. Oh, really? It's the internet, you stupid fucking bitch. Everybody gets attacked by anonymous people. Everybody gets attacked in a certain way. It is what it is. It's not representative. Nothing serious is happening, but they'll put out a shitty opinion. They get pushback, and then they want to pretend like all the pushback is rape. If 1,000
that's
people
true.
reply and disagree with me, well, you're all rapists.
I tried to explain to
single
Morgan
time.
Ariel. I was like,
So,
they
no,
don't
do
really
not
mean
fall for
that.
They do that every time. Women with their shitty fucking opinions. You don't like it? Log off. You don't like getting pushback on social media? Look away. Lock your phone. Get off social media. People do it to me. I put out a tweet, and you should see the stuff people say. People say they're going to kill me. People say, oh, I want to kill you. I fantasize about a civil war so I could kill you. It's internet. Everybody gets death threats. It's mostly BS. Everybody gets shit on. Everybody gets attacked for private things. It is what it is. You know, you have, especially with these single moms. These single moms, they talk about being single moms. They brag about being single moms. They try to ingratiate themselves in this. People say, hey, you're a single mom. What's up? What's the story with that? And then they go, you're attacking my kids. Oh my.
Yeah.
Really?
Fuck her.
Every
Seriously.
single time. So, you know, politics isn't for everybody. If you can't handle being on social media, then don't be on social media. No one is making you dump out your shitty opinion on the internet. And you certainly can't, if you get negative feedback, pretend that all the negative feedback is just rape. Oh, if I get 1,000 replies and 90% of them are legitimate criticism, but maybe 10% are questionable. Oh, well, it's representative of the whole thing. And let's all just stop and feel sorry for me. And let's just tone police the whole thing. No, absolutely not.
Musician Groyper sent $10. Hi Nick, first time super chatter here. I got exposed to your content during Groyper Wars and I have to say you've truly changed my life. At a time where I was questioning my faith, with your reason and great humor you brought me back to God. Thanks for all you do. See you at Afpac. Christ is King.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. God bless you, buddy. I'm glad to hear it.
Anglo-Saxon Negro sent $10. As Barry said, whites must reclaim the word goy like blacks reclaimed African American.
I don't really agree with that.
Thank you.
Suman Navani sent $20. Hey Nick, stumbled upon this crypto called $Groyper on ETH. Smile, the movement is spreading. God bless.
No, we're not doing shit coins.
Spirits Inside sent $6. Sneeko / Nick like Adolf. You said that terrorist tactics are unacceptable. Pogrom/Kristallnacht equals terrorism. More than 6 million Jews, plus thousands of gypsies and Poles, killed by Germans, Austrians, Croatians, Romanians, Lithuanians, and Ukrainians.
Well, that never happened. Also, there's two sides to every story.
Ironious lover sent $10. All these faggots are hating on the red zip-up you wore into Turning Point. I thought it looked pretty good.
I thought Nick's
These
outfit at
anon
Turning Point
losers
looked
on
fine.
Twitter
I
take
thought it looked
themselves
cool.
too serious.
I don't think anybody was hating on it. You guys get a little too, look, some people are going to love it. Some people are going to hate it. You guys get way too caught up in like, oh, so people didn't like it. Yeah, well, you know, not everybody's going to like everything. I don't really think there was too much pushback against the red hoodie. Everyone hates your red hoodie, but I like it. Like, shut the fuck up. Thank you, though, for white knighting the hoodie.
The Savage sent $250. What happened was BS. Love, Hillary's hit list.
Thanks for the big super chat. I appreciate it. It was BS.
Tranny Godparent sent $5. What is up with the non-stop chants at Afpac? Sounds like there was a couple psychopaths who kept trying to start chants even during the speak. It never ends.
That's energy. But yeah, that one guy just kept screaming down with Israel. I'm like, okay. Like, it was good the first 3 times.
Tranny Godparent sent $5.
Yeah, I didn't like
the
that.
structure of your speech was the exact same as Trump's. After you do the main event, you had your Tim Scott come up. Shite my man Nick here, I know we ain't racist. He loved black folks. LOL big T less than 3.
Oh, hey. You know, it is like just unironically a real life hack. If you just stand next to a black person, it's like a million social credit points. Like, I know it's stupid.
Nick doesn't make
but
the
it
rules.
does work. I know it's stupid.
Not
I
his
know
fault.
It's dumb, but like, yeah. I mean, but
Tenrio's in
normies
the
are
chat
stupid,
saying,
okay?
"I'll
Normies
fucking
are
do it
dumb.
again."
Like, yes, it is cynical. Yes, it does work. Like handing the mic to a black guy to say like, yeah, shit, man, he's not racist. Like, yeah, and it works. And you know, I know why it's cringe, but I also know that it does say something, which is like, yeah, we also do love everybody. Like some people, I know how it looks, but to like base people are like, oh, here comes the base black Groyper now. But a lot of people really do think that we're like unironically hate.
Thank you.
Well, we hate all black people and hate all these people. We don't. It's a Christian movement. We're pro-white. We're pro-Christian. We're pro-America, but we love everybody. We do treat everybody with respect, and we do think everybody should be treated with dignity. And so, yeah, like it actually does say something about our movement, actually, even though, you know, people might be cynical about it. I think it's fun. I think it's funny. And I also think it does communicate something true, which is, you know, if we are the bad guys like everybody claims, why is it all about love? And why are there a lot of different kinds of people there? It's because it's about America. It's about loving God, loving America. And even the people that are there, they understand that it's about white identity also, even if they're not white themselves. So, you know, yeah, we had a black guy at the speech. And it's awesome. And he looked great. And he had a cape on.
He looked awesome.
So, but yeah, it is funny. Yeah, Tenrio's
cape was blowing in the wind.
Our
it was
black
great.
guys are way better than their black guys. Tenrio's way better than Tim Scott. No, but it is good. He's a funny guy.
Radagon Sorciel sent $100. Had a blast at the makeshift Afpac after party even though that got ruined as well, but the team still made the most of it. I was a sponsor and I met/took pictures with everyone except you. Super sad about that, but all good. There's always next time. We just need to have the event hosted at a Groyper owned facility. Thanks for the inspiration. Christ is King.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat, man. I appreciate it. I'm sorry we didn't get a picture. We should have, but you know what it is. I mean, it's last minute. It's how it goes. But next time, you let me know. You tell, you know, whoever's running the next one, and we'll get a picture. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, even though it was a little scuffed, and I appreciate the big super chat.
Radagon Sorciel sent $5. Oh, and I was looking forward to the tacos at Afpac. Disappointed face. Damn you, Charlie Kirk.
Tacos were good.
Radagon Sorciel sent $5. Lastly, shout out to the Groypers that stayed and marched through Detroit. That shit was fun as hell. No other movement has that kind of energy. That's how you know America First is legit.
It's true. You can't fake it.
Radagon Sorciel sent $5. You said in your impromptu speech that our movement is fun. I admit that the marching and chanting with all the Groypers was some of the most fun I've had. I'll never forget the experience. Afpac 4 wasn't cancelled, it transformed. Trust the plan.
Love that. Thank you,
Aw,
man. I'm glad you
that's
had
really
fun.
sweet.
Bobby Fisher sent $200. Nick, based J here. I was honored to shake your hand as you left the stage following your final words last night. You proceeded to playfully pretend to hit me in the stomach, as if somehow to vanquish the Jew, and I was more than happy to oblige. As I write, I am stranded at the Detroit airport, as Shaniqua has instructed me to step aside, sir. And yet I have a smile on my face. God bless.
I
AF
wasn't
bitch.
I wasn't pretending to. I was doing the TikTok thing. Okay. After I got off the stage, I was doing the TikTok. I was going like that. And then I went to this guy who was standing off the stage. I was like, you know, when they do, I can't do the move well, but I was doing that move and they go, psh. I was doing the TikTok move. It didn't translate. That's okay. I'm not a good dancer, but thank you for the big super chat, man. It was great seeing you. No, I was not vanquishing you. I was doing a TikTok dance with you. But hey, I appreciate it. Thank you for coming, and it was great to see you. I wish we got a chance to connect and talk a little bit more, but there's always next time. It was good seeing you, as always. And I'm sorry you have to deal with the Shaniqua at the airport. There's a lot of that going on in Detroit. Everybody was very rude there. Very rude. So I'm not surprised to hear that, but I hope you get home safe, man. It was good to see you.
Raspberry Groyper sent $5. Is Keith's face really that wide? Thoughts on Tenrio's fit?
Yeah, he's got a pretty wide face. Tenrio's fit. I love the fit.
Devin Higgison sent $50. When our group of 200 plus Groypers merged with the other 200 plus, it was amazing. One of the most white-pilling events I've ever been to. I am proud to be called a Groyper. All loyalty to NJF.
Thank you, man. Yeah, that was awesome.
Protestant Groyper sent $150. Made lifelong memories in Detroit. Got to meet everyone save for Nick. I'll catch you next time. Shout out Prince Wig, Maxiabro, Dinkelberg, Wizardly Woodchuck, Pink Polo Groypers, Triz, Josh the Remover, Yamato, Hotep Squidward, Mash, Douchebag, and everyone else I met in Groyper City. We run these streets. In the words of Just Klein, I love you all.
Thank you, man, for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Shout out to all those people. I wish I saw all of them. I didn't know all those guys were there. Maxi, bro. I haven't seen him in a minute. Yamato. That's the name I haven't heard in a minute. Man. Well, next time. Next time I'll see all you guys. But I'm glad you had a good time. I love all you guys, too.
CC Groyper sent $50. I was disappointed that Afpac got cancelled, but your speech at the protest made it worth the trip to Detroit. Love you, nigga. RKD4 and JF.
Love you too, man. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed.
Spence
Whoa!
sent $1,000.
Wow.
Silverware reimbursement.
Hey, thanks for the huge super chat. Were you stealing all the silverware? Where? At the dinner last night? Oh, hey, thanks anyway, man. I really appreciate it. Let's get some 07s in chat for Spence. Big shout out. Thank you very much, man, for the silverware. Yeah. I don't know. Are you talking about at the donor thing last night? One of the guys, he needed new silverware. The waitress gave him a really hard time. I don't know if you're talking about that or something else, but thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it, buddy.
Spence sent $100. Seriously though, thanks for an incredible weekend. It's easy to see how hard you and your team work to make things happen.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you had a good time. Yes, got to give a huge thank you to the team. Could not do it without the team. And these guys worked like day and night for days, weeks, long time. And I'm sure they're crushed because we weren't able to put it on. But they all had a good time and they had fun. But they're working their fingers to the bone just as much as I am. Maybe even more to put these things on. So, yeah, we love them, though. We love those niggas. We're going to take care of them.
Florida Groyper sent $30. Friday, I received an email from TP saying my application had been denied. No explanation given. Also, would have come to the event. Had an after-party ticket but not VIP. so didn't get the email.
Well, yeah, we sent it to VIPs, so that makes sense. But sorry to hear that.
Elosa sent $250. They made me include a message to send.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Had to do a message though, huh?
Florida Groyper sent $20. Apparently TP was really watching their people to see who they were hanging out with.
Yeah, I don't
Thoughts
think
on
so.
us for Afpac? I don't think Chicago is the greatest idea.
Well, it was in Detroit, not Chicago. And also, Jake Shields and Sneeko got into Turning Point, so I don't think that's it. Sounds like a you problem.
Luke the Evangelist sent $10. You're Tony Stark, I'm Peter Parker. Winking face.
Dude, it's crazy. I thought this guy was black. I swear. You've seen this guy. If you watch the show, you've seen this guy super chat. I swear I thought it was like some autistic black kid. I don't know why I thought that. But in my mind, I just thought he was like some autistic black kid. This guy is so handsome. Not gay, not like in a homo way, but I met this guy and he's like, yo, it's me, Luke. And I was like, what the fuck? I thought you were black. And he's like this Chad and like smart and just like clean. I swear, not knocking him. I don't know why, but just based on the super chat, I'm like, this is going to be some like spurgy, like little goblino. This is going to be like some spurgy little mystery meat guy. I'm going to have to be nice. I'm going to have to be like, hey man, thanks buddy for coming. I swear, I don't know why I thought that, but I just did. That's why when he did that edit with the animation, I was like, he did that? How? I thought he was. And then I saw this guy and I was like, what the F? So great meeting you, man. He legit looks like Peter Parker. Crazy. So, hey, thank you, man. Thank you for being you. That made me feel good. I was like, this Chad likes the show. This is awesome. Crazy. And I'm not making that up either. I swear I thought it was like, oh, this is going to be some like weird, like brown kid with like a lanyard, like a zip up hoodie or something. It's like, no, this guy was like a total Chad. So earned. It is Peter Parker and Tony Stark. Mr. Stark. If you actually cared, you'd be here. I come out of the suit. What up, dude? That was me. That was me on Saturday.
Paul Allen sent $100. Hi, Nick. It was a pleasure meeting you this weekend. I was pleased that you were humble and down to earth. We made lemonade out of lemons was a great event despite the speed bumps. God bless. America first is inevitable.
Thank you, man. I appreciate the big super chat. Great meeting you as well. You and Dalton. You were a lot less rowdy than Dalton. You got to take care of this guy, man. Dude, Dalton, he's a party animal. Let's just put it that way. Fun guy. But yeah, great meeting you as well. You're clearly the one that's holding down the fort over there. Dalton's the leader. You're the babysitter. But no, that was good stuff, man. It was great to finally meet you also.
Jordan B sent $10. However briefly, it was great seeing you, man. Without you, we don't all link up in Detroit, and Pine Sap doesn't lead a 400+ person rosary. Incredible speech you gave. S.O. Tenrio, Spexo, CWC, everyone did their part. Love you, brother, and see you at the next one.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I wish we got more time to catch up, but it was great getting a chance to see you. The rosary was great. You know, next time, though, cargo shorts. Let's just change up the cargo shorts. We got to get somebody to drip out Pine Sap. Pine Sap is too good of a content creator. He's too pious of a man. We got to drip this nigga out. We got to go to the Black Person Mall. And we gotta drip this nigga out. But I love, don't get me wrong, I love Pine Sap. The rosary was great. He's great. He's got a great following. But I was like, the cargo short. You know, one of these days, first is purple polo, and he got dripped out. Now it's the cargo shorts. I saw that. I was like, so close, you know? No, but we love him. But he's too, dude. But he should be doing rosaries in front of hundreds of people. He needs the fit. We got to swag him out. Culture War Criminal in chat to swag this dude out. Culture War Criminal has got swag, okay? I hate to admit it because, you know, me and him, we don't agree on everything. People know there's some disagreements. I like him. I appreciate he was there. He held down the fort. He locked down the steps. He's a huge asset. This nigga's got some drip. Culture war criminal has got drip. He's got the fitted clothes, good materials. This guy's like GQ. He's more fitted than me sometimes. So maybe CWC can help.
Paul Allen secretly loves me, by the way.
Can drip out Pine
Paul
Sap,
Allen and I had it out.
Pine Sap can get CWC
and we gave each other the finger a lot.
anymore.
And now
Like
we've made up and
that's
we're
kind of
friends.
what needs to happen. We could get Pine Sap can get like a suit, and CWC can stop supporting eugenics, killing all like non-white people. No. Kind of kidding, also kind of true, but no, but we love them both. And they were both, it was actually cool. I mean, Pine Sap did the rosary, CWC gave a speech. So it was great. But a little bit of the look, No, but we love them both. God bless them.
Milkshake Shrimp sent $20. No message.
Thank you.
The Quack sent $5. Good seeing you, brother. I hope you win so much from suing them. You can buy your own venue. Quack.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I can't really talk about it, but thank you, man.
Florida Groyper sent $10. If you remember, I was suspended from my local ear. Do you think TP denying me has to do with that, or is that unlikely?
I don't know. Probably. I imagine that's what it is. But I don't know. I don't know why Florida Groyper was banned from Turning Point, okay? This is like a one-way conversation. Like, I don't know what insight do you want me to provide? It has nothing to do with me because Sneeko got in. Jake Shields got in. Like a lot of people that fuck with me heavy got into Turning Point. It had nothing to do with that, I can assure you. So maybe it was a YR thing. I don't know. It's like, why was it VIP? So why did you get the invite? It's like, yeah, it was only for VIPs. Oh, brother.
Sweet Life Zach sent $25. No message.
Thank you. Okay. Let's refresh.
Josh the Remover sent $10. Afpac was absolutely incredible. Marching around Detroit, gathering the Groypers and doing our own Afpac right across from Pusa was so kino. Huge props to CWC for everything he did to make that happen. What an incredible and crazy weekend.
Yes, well done. Well,
He's
well
making a
done
reference
him.
to the
There were a
movie.
few people that put it together. I don't want to dox them because some of them are low-key, but CWC, Pine Sap, some of the other guys, you know who you are. I appreciate it because that was really like Groyper general moment, like Groyper lieutenant moment. I hate to throw that out because some people say key lieutenant, but thank you to all of those guys. I just got a funny text. I'll try replying to that in a minute.
Triz sent $20. Thank you so much, Nick. I got emotional watching you walk up those stairs, not gonna lie.
Thank you, man. It was a powerful moment. It was a very powerful moment, but thank you. Just give me 1 sec. Yeah, that was it was emotional.
Rusty sent $5. Afpac 4 was going to be my first AF event. Our enemies took that away from me and 2,000 other attendees. I love our enemies. They strengthen my resolve. Thank you, Nick, for opposing them.
You got it, man. I'm sorry about that, but we'll make it right.
Based Crochetter sent $35. Hi, Nick. I gave a Jake a rosary to give to you at the event on Saturday. I hope you got it and you like it. It was fun seeing you speak. Have a good week, King.
Hey, thank you very much.
Brought him a rosary.
I'm not sure if I got it because I got handed a lot of stuff, and I also don't know who you gave it to. Jake Shields or some other Jake? Jake Shields didn't give me anything, so if you gave it to him, I don't think I got it, but I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to talk, but thank you anyway. Maybe the next time. It's tough. You know how it is.
2K Brute sent $50. Want to get involved more but have wife, kids, and corp job at a fong. I think there are many of us in this situation. Taking your advice on building up value for the long-term play. It
Yeah, the
pains
rest
me
of
not
this is
doing
just the super
anything
chats,
immediate in
which
the
you
short
know you don't
term.
need to stay for,
Love the
obviously,
clips
but
from Detroit.
sometimes they're
America
funny.
first.
But yeah, it's basically super chats. But I'm gonna go to bed after this.
It sucks. For people that are high level, you do have to hide your power level and look for an opening, wait for an opening or an opportunity where you can provide value. But in the meantime, yeah, just keep leveling up, keep stacking cash, building your network. You know, try and slowly red pill the people around you, especially the powerful people you know. Try and slowly, not in a way that would risk anything, but that's what you can do at this point. Things will change over time.
Radagon Sorciel sent $5. Shout out to the Groyper / Jake Shields for not fight the guard that hit Sneeko. Just imagine the negative press if we kicked the crap out of him for hitting Sneeko. It's better to just let it go. Ignore the Fed posters saying we're pussies.
Yeah, no fighting. We cannot be fighting. No violence. I disavow all violence. I disavow all fighting. Getting involved in that stuff, it only creates liability for me, legal liability, and for you, more importantly. No, but it creates liability for everybody. It's bad press. It's just bad. So we just can't. We have to, unfortunately, in that situation, turn the other cheek. When Sneeko gets punched, you can't just kick the shit out of the guy. It would have made things a lot worse, trust me. So I'm very proud of everybody that they controlled themselves.
Saad Syed sent
Even though you
$5.
wanted to.
Hi, Nick. Do you know where I can find that vid of you shooting guns? I want to make an edit. Also, you should play Rise of Nations on Roblox. It's like Code W.
Okay.
Anyway, it sucks Afpac was raped and Akun punched Sneeko. Will there be new Afpac this year? Less than 3.
We already talked about that, but thank you.
Mexican nigga Groyper sent $5. No matter how much they tarnish and disrespect your name, Nick. We Mexicans niggas must unite and back up the realest nigga representing us.
Seriously?
Love you, nigga.
Seriously?
May Jesus bless you,
Come
Fuentes,
on.
and America first.
It's true. I love Mexicans. Great Mexicans.
Alan
are
Gregory
great
sent
people.
$10.
Nick is Mexican.
My
Mexican
dear
white
leader and
supremacist.
champion of America, Afpac could be cancelled 1,000 times over the next 1,000 years and we would still not abandon you. You could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and you wouldn't lose any Groypers. You are so awesome. Thank you for being so awesome.
Hey, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that.
Chad Champion sent $5. Hey Nick, where is the event going to be? I've been walking around all day waiting for the location to be dropped.
Very good. Very funny.
Chad Champion sent $5. I can't believe they shut down Afpac because we were going to talk about the laptop from hell, Sleepy Joe and the corrupt Democrats.
That's right. Yeah. They had to distract from it.
Chad Champion sent $5. Hey, can I get a free super chat tonight because I gave you $5 in Detroit?
Now, you gave me an IRL super chat, so that was it. That was what you paid for.
Stimulant Groyper sent $100.
I'm starting to
Fair
fade. I'm
skin.
starting to get
Thank you
tired.
for
But
the
if
big
Nick is gonna
super
finish
chat.
it, we're gonna
I
finish it. It's gonna be
appreciate it.
fine.
Skipper sent $10. Had a great time in Detroit.
Can't believe
I
it's
don't
almost
regret
3.
going at
I'm like
all.
wide awake.
RKD until the end of time.
Thank you, man. I'm glad to hear it.
Johnny Rebel sent $10. Down with Israel. Down with Israel. Down with Israel.
That was crazy. That was good, but I was like, dude.
It was enough.
chill. I'm trying to get
Enough
this
down with
Chief
Israel.
Trumpster sent $5. Enjoyed getting to see you. Can't wait until the next Afpac. Crown.
Thank you, man.
Total
Great
Detroit
seeing you, too.
takeover.
Yes, we did.
Crunk will rise again sent $5. No message.
Thank you.
Geralt sent $100. 07.
Thank you for the big super chat.
I'm gonna send in a super
Sabian
chat saying Chief
sent
Trumpster is the most
$500.
handsome Groyper.
Thanks for the fun weekend. Sorry about the gay venues. Love you.
Thanks for the big super chat. Love you too, man. That's a huge super chat. Thank you very much, man.
How much was that?
It is what it is. It's Detroit.
I wasn't paying attention.
It's all libtard, nig city, like just total ignoramus shit. So it sucked, but we had a good time. Sorry for what? We had a good time. They gave us a better experience, actually. They made it more fun. They made it challenging. But thank you, man. I really appreciate the big super chat. 07s for Sabian in the chat.
Ohio Groyper 88 sent $10. Thanks for the shirt. I'll have to get you to sign it at Afpac 5 or 4 Part 2.
Oh, did you catch one? Yeah, I'll sign it.
Aquarium Groyper sent $5. What an amazing weekend. Was kind of like a fun return to form. especially for new guys who need to know what it was like to be a Groyper in the 2019 to
That's right.
2020 days. Rest up, big guy. You killed it.
Thank you, man.
Pooh Smith sent $10. Shout out to Lake Superior Groyper for getting us into the after party. Been watching
Yeah.
you for 7 years. It was crazy seeing you in person and meeting you. Awesome getting to speak with Lucas Gage and Sam Parker. All of you were so nice and down to earth. I love you all.
So it was Lake Superior Groyper who was giving out the after party location to everyone and their brother.
Aha.
Well, yes, thank you, Lake Superior Groyper, for telling everyone. No,
It's 500.
no, it's great. I don't know which one you were, but thank you for the super chat, and it was nice. Whoever you were, nice meeting you. I don't think I got your handle, but good meeting you. Glad you got to mingle a little bit with everybody. Love you too, man. Were you the
Pooh
Canadian?
Smith
Or?
sent $10. Also, the impromptu speeches were great before you showed up outside Pusa, but some of them could work on their public speeches and get some more material. They were struggling before you
Well,
got
fine.
there.
I won't send him a
Jordan B
super
did the
chat
best,
then.
though. Also noticed
They're
not
telling
a
me
lot
not
of
to send it
media
'cause he
have
won't
even
read it.
talked about Afpac.
Okay, thanks.
Oh,
Packet.
well.
Fuck you.
Oh,
well, some of the opening acts that were totally spontaneous weren't that good, and like some media. Fuck off, faggot. Kill yourself. The
Corlick
fuck is
sent
that?
$20. If Henry
God.
Ford has been rolling in his grave over the state of Detroit, I think he is smiling now. It was an honor to be 3 feet from you without you noticing me.
Where were you? Were you up on the balcony or what? Hopefully so.
Spaz Jutes we can send $30. America first. Christ is king.
Hey, thank you, man. Yep.
HLF Mexican HLF Palestinian sent $10. Even though Afpac was cancelled, getting to meet you and prove we are real was worth the trip. Made some amazing memories and some amazing friends. Praying the rosary with the Groypers showed everyone that faith in Christ the King is what is most important. See you next time.
Great meeting
07.
you too, you and your son. I can't believe you're real. I thought you were joking. It's like, that sounds like an A-log super chat, like half Mexican, half Palestinian sent a super chat. Hey, we all love not white people, right? Like, so I was like, there's no way this guy is real. But it was great meeting you. It was great meeting you, great meeting your son. And I love you, man. I appreciate you. We love Mexicans. We do love Palestinians. Most importantly, we love Christians. So I'll see you
There.
next time.
Well,
man.
I sent
Hopefully
it.
at a
If
better
it
Abdul
gets
time.
read, it
Bosnian
gets
sent
read. If it doesn't, it
$5.
doesn't. Whatever.
I'm sorry to hear about the cancellation of Afpac. I'd be happy to
Doesn't
offer you
matter.
the opportunity to schedule an event in my
Oh,
city, Sarajevo,
thanks, yeah.
Bosnia. I'll ensure that the venue at a 5-star hotel is covered at no cost. God bless.
I think it would kind of defeat the purpose to do America first in Bosnia, but maybe I'll take you up on
Kyle
that.
Yeah,
Undercover
it's
sent
good.
$20.
That's a good
Best
point.
weekend ever. Thank you again for inviting me as a VIP. You didn't have to extend the invite, but you still did, and it meant the world to me. So excited for the next event. God bless you, Nick.
Glad to hear it, man. You're doing great work out there, so just keep it up.
Valley Zoomer sent $50. Pleasure seeing you again this week, King.
Valley Zoomer was very
07.
nice to
Good
me,
to
by
see
the
you
way.
too,
You
man.
know, I didn't always get along, but
You're a funny
I like
guy.
Valley Zoomer.
LaCropper sent $100. Great seeing ya.
We're friends
Even if
again.
events were unfortunate. Love Kirkpatrick's energy.
Yeah, I can't wait to get him to speak at the next one because his speech got cut off and was so good. But
He did have a lot of
thank
energy.
you,
I didn't
man.
like
It
his
was
speech,
great
though.
seeing you again. Glad everything's going well. I'm glad we got a chance to catch up a little bit and hear about what you're working on. I don't want to dox, but I'm glad to hear it's going well. And yeah, I really want to promote James Kirkpatrick. I think he's so excellent. He's such an amazing speaker. We're so on the same
He was a really
page.
good speaker.
And next time we're going to give him the proper stage because that guy deserves like fireworks and like pyrotechnics. He's fucking awesome.
Mandelbra sent $10. Who else can have their main event canceled and still be the talk of the town?
True.
Unorthodox W. What was meant for evil, God uses for good.
That's right. I was thinking about that this weekend.
The DB Network sent $6. Hey Nick, it's me Joe. I just wanted to pop in and let you know Brat-Pack was a stunning success last weekend.
Very good.
I saved you a plate of food. How did your thing go? Sorry I missed you in Detroit. I will catch up with you soon. I've got something very special for you.
Very good. Good to hear from the DB Network. Well, I'm glad one of our events went off without a hitch. Brat-Pack, yeah, maybe he'll invite me next time. I can't seem to get in there, but yeah, our thing was okay. Thanks for reaching out, though. Good to hear from you.
Grant sent $15. I joined AF shortly after Afpac 3 when I was a sophomore in high school.
I don't know if I want to do
Even
that
though the venue
optical.
canceled, I am so grateful to have got to see your impromptu speech as well as
I feel like
meeting
I'm
all the
being set up for
Groypers a
something.
week after I graduated high school. Thank you so much, Nick. You have been such an inspiration.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. It's at this point, it's for the young people. You know, it's all for
Nick
the
is
young people 'cause
25
they're
and
the
he thinks he's
future.
old.
And
Jesus Christ.
so that means a lot to me because we need the young people to activate and to step it up. I'm no longer young. I'm an old man.
See,
But thanks, man. I appreciate
25.
you spending the week with us or the weekend. And even though you had your high school graduation last week, I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad to hear you love the movement. You got to stay good. I mean, I feel like these young people, were in such a war for them because on one side, young people are being dragged into drugs and degeneracy and all kinds of other fucked up shit. And then on
If
this
you
side,
guys-
it's towards no drugs, none of that.
If you guys have never
nonsense,
watched
marriage,
Nick live
kids,
before, what do you
religion.
think? I know it's getting late, but
So
I'm
I
just
hope you
curious
stick with it,
about.
man. I appreciate you.
Canuck sent $200. Trust the plan.
Anyone who
Thank
might
you
be
so
seeing him
much,
for the first
man.
time.
I wish we got a chance to talk. I don't think I saw you one time the whole weekend, but thank you for the big super chat. Hopefully you'll be there for the next one because I really wanted to meet you, but with all the chaos, I barely met
St.
anybody.
Jonah sent $5. It's my birthday. I love you. Pray for me, brother. God bless you.
Happy birthday, man. Thank you very much. I'll pray for you.
Daniel Roach sent $10. I love you so much, brother. Keep my money. This movement is the only movement that will save America and our children. When we win, I will tell my kids all about the man who made it all happen. We love you and will never stop fighting for you. Christ is King. America first for life.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. But we will offer a refund to everybody. People that want it can take it. If you don't, we appreciate it as a donation. But thank you very much, man. God bless you. I appreciate that.
Base Texas Gamer sent $5. God bless you, Nick. May Jesus Christ and all his angels and saints keep and protect you.
Thank you.
American Hill sent $5. What a weekend, Nick. Can't wait to do it again later this year, but I have to say this weekend was really special and unforgettable. Between the improv rally and the VIP event. Felt like a movie. I'll never forget it. America first always.
Thank you, man. Glad you had a good time.
David Lee sent $10. Huge shout out to Pine Sap. His speech was electrifying in person and you could tell the spirit of God was with him. My first AF event. I loved meeting Groypers IRL for the first time. Downtown Detroit is not as bad as I thought.
Gets pretty shitty at night though.
It
was nice by the convention
Downtown
center,
Detroit
but it got
is
pretty
that
hairy at night
bad.
downtown. But thank you, man. I love to hear that. Pine Sap was pretty excellent from what I've heard. A lot of good reviews. He's a really solid guy, and I love that he's Catholic. I love that he's so Catholic because it's such an important part of what we're doing. And I don't necessarily have that vocabulary.
I'm starting to fade,
you know,
but I'm
not
gonna
really
stay
more from the
up.
Political world.
I'm
It's
gonna
one
make
of the
it.
areas I need to brush up on. So I think I really love that we have people that are so theologically sound and so driven by that. Like that's their nucleus. So I love to hear that. I'm glad to hear that everybody loved his speech.
Pragmatic Culture sent $100. Thank you for this event. Security can't stop us and their garbage music can't silence us.
Maybe I'll have
Sorry I
Joshua
couldn't
talk
say
about it
hi.
tomorrow. We've looked
Looking
at his
forward to
birth
next
chart.
time.
Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate the big
Well, what
super
we know,
chat.
we don't know everything,
we'll
but
get in touch soon, I'm sure.
Christian Nationalists sent $5.
Exactly.
We will always support you.
The right has
Mr.
no
Nicholas
one
J.
like him.
Fuentes. You made Mr. Henry Ford and all of the Detroit Patriots proud. Thank you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Sinclair sent $25. Oh, 7 amazing weekend.
Thank you.
Rinsler sent $100. Hi, Nick. Been watching you since before Iowa State and wanted to send my first super chat now that I finally finished college. The venue situation sucks, but your persistence and ability to push forward is an inspiration to all of us young guys. This past weekend showed that the future belongs to us, not to conservatism.
True.
Much love to you, Nick.
Yeah.
Hope to attend Afpac 4.
Yes.
Love you too,
Nick
man.
is a Leo.
Thank you for the big super chat. You're right. The future is
This is why he and I get along. He's a Leo
It
sun and
sucks,
I'm a
but
Leo moon.
You're right. We're a resilient movement, and I don't think the
Those two
energy's
things go
going
well
anywhere.
together.
AV Owen sent $5. Love the movement. Opinion on fascism?
Based?
Clem von Strasbourg sent $5. Howdy, Nick. Congrats on Afpac turnout despite the ops. I visited the Detroit Institute of Arts and the Henry Ford the day before. What a contrast seeing the city's achievements of the past compared to the malodorous potholes and crime of the present.
Ah, yes, very astute observation. Things were good then, they're bad now. Very wonderful observation, really delightful.
Musician Groyper sent $5. Some of the Groypers and I met with Madison Cawthorn and he was totally in love with our look and we all got along well. Once we mentioned you, he legit put his head down, shook his head, turned around in his wheelchair and rolled away. Love you, Nick.
Yeah, roll away, bitch. I'm gonna take a stand. Oh man, he's legit just jealous. I had people who were in a group chat with him, and he was like, "I could get a crowd like Nick Fuentes." He's legit just
No,
jealous.
he couldn't.
He's a jealous bitch. Get over yourself, man. Just join the winning team already. We can put our differences aside. I'll give you a high five. We'll put it on the pamphlet. Afpac 5. Me and Madison Cawthorn in the wheelchair. I'll be crouched down. And Madison Cawthorn would be like, high five. Hey, buddy. For the pamphlet. Let's get one for the pamphlet. Tenrio, Madison Cawthorn, half Mexican, half Palestinian, Canuck.
Chad Champion sent
That'll be
$5.
great.
Bro, WTF was up with Cam Higby? Bro was at the rally throwing up Romans and
Yeah.
saying death to Israel. I was like, go off King Ig, but can we stay optical?
Yeah, Cam Higby, I totally disavow that guy. He's way too extreme. I heard from other people that he was just like totally like yelling about loving Hitler and just like killing everyone. I was like, get that fucking guy out of here. Hate that extreme stuff. So I heard that from other people. I don't know what's going on, but that Cameron Higby.
Farty
fucked up
McDougal sent
guy.
$10.
Evil.
Let's quit with the gay fancy shit and just embrace the grunge. No one needs LED walls. Save that for the Jews. with their money.
No, that's
Let's get
horrible
good
advice.
security.
Shut up, ignoramus.
Exactly.
Shut up.
Clem von Strasberg sent
I
$5.
love when people say, you know, that's where I love when everybody, when stuff happens, people go, what you gotta do is, oh, here's what you gotta do. It's fucking do it in a field, duh. Yeah, that sounds like, and then someone's gonna fucking drive through the middle of it or what? Like, really, dude? Oh, brother. Oh, I say we do this. Yeah, oh, really?
Clem von Strasberg sent $5. Looking forward to Afpac 4 Part 2. Come back to Florida, Winter Wonderland. Thanks for all you do and shout out to Top End Tenrio, who looked immaculate with the purple vest / cape drip and
He
always
was.
brings high energy.
Henrio looks like
He
a
was
king.
immaculate.
He did.
Orphead sent $5. Afpac 4 Beta, or whatever name we're going with, has been an extremely white pilling experience. God willing, the first of many AF events for me. Whatever challenges we face, whoever tries to shut us down, if God is with us, who is against us?
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, man.
X-Gunny sent $200. Detroit was epic.
Thank
Looking
you.
forward to Afpac 4.5 Vengeance.
We definitely have to call it 4.5, like the.
I'll
like
ask
the rebuild
Joshua.
Evangelion
I'll take a screen. I'll
series
take
or
a
something,
screenshot of
you
this.
know,
I'll ask him
Afpac
tomorrow.
4.5.
Thanks for being a member of the
What were
channel.
some of the names
Appreciate
of those
it.
movies? Just some corny title like "You Can't Kill Death."
Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate you.
The rebuild series.
Getting a little
What are they
tired
called?
because it's
You
3 a.m., but I
cannot
appreciate you staying up with us.
Redo. Halfback 4.5. You cannot redo. You cannot advance. You are not alone.
He should call it Return of the
Thrice
Groyp.
upon a
Return of
time.
the
Yeah,
Groyp is
Afpac
great.
3+1. That's what we got to call it. Something fucking awesome like that. That's genius. Great
Return
idea.
of the
We
Groyp.
workshopped that. We workshopped that. Thank you for the big super chat. Great title. We're doing it.
Sergey Lewis sent $40. Flew out from the West Coast for Afpac. Wherever it's rescheduled, I'll be there. AF is the only motivating political force in my lifetime.
Love it.
Shout out Trumbull and Porter Groypers. America first. Christ is king.
Hell yeah, man.
07.
Thank you. America first. That's what it's all about.
Greekoid sent $11. Hey Nick, sorry I couldn't come. I know you wanted me there. By the way, do you think Morgan Ariel will sell me her sweaty shoes from Afpac? Love you.
Oh, thank you for that.
Dan sent $10. Please define genocide and clarify whether Nagasaki / Dresden / My Lai / Fallujah qualify.
You're Jewish. Thoughts on Nigel Farage? I don't know that much about him, but I think he's a Zionist, right? Pleased with that.
Hoplite sent $100. No message.
Hey, thanks for the big super chat. Don't punch me. Hey, man, don't hit me in the face. Jeez, relax. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you. Dude, what the fuck? I'm like melted, by the way. I'm a melted M&M right now.
Nick is dying right in front of us.
This fucking thing isn't working.
Boogly Woogly sent $10. How do you rank Detroit-style pizza?
I've never had it, actually.
It's
Honey,
really good.
Dude, shut up.
Virginian sent $5. America first is inevitable. God bless you, Nico7.
Thank you. God bless.
A Wax Groyper sent $5. Once Nick was asked
Nick
by
is
the
getting
Groypers
testy.
when
I should have
Afpac
said the
was
super
coming,
chat earlier.
and he
Whatever. It's
answered,
just for fun.
Afpac is not coming with things that can be observed.
I love that.
Broward Groyper sent $150. I missed everything but enjoyed my time in Detroit. No refund needed. See you at the Redux.
Thanks for the big super chat. Yes, I'll see you at Afpac 1+3. It's going to be good. That's going to be fire.
Tenrio sent $100.
2 Afpacs.
I'm a rich nigga.
Thank you, Tenrio. You are a rich nigga. Tenrio's rich. I had no idea. He's fucking up, dude. He's up. We up. I had no idea. Tenrio's loaded. We up. We got rich niggas. Jake Lloyd is fat and broke.
Hoplite sent $100. W.
Thank you for the big super chat. W punch. W strike.
Farad Luco sent $100. Best place for single moms is a nuclear crater.
I remember when I made that joke. Thanks for the big super chat. Well done.
Patriot J sent
Hey,
$50.
Jay!
Just had to be there. America first.
Hey, thank you, man. It was great to see you there. Dude, it was so funny. Jared Taylor was giving the speech, and he was like, the adoration of the Negro. And Patriot J was sitting right next to the stage, and he was, I don't know what he thought of the speech, but he was like, and I was like, damn, I hope he doesn't feel bad. I hope he doesn't take this personally. No, but I love you,
I'm
man.
sure Patriot J is fine. He's got a good sense of humor.
I thought there was, but there wasn't. So whatever there was, we squashed it. It was great to meet you. I wish you luck with your practice. You're a good guy. And I'm glad you had a good time.
Kelcorp sent $20. You are the man, Nick. You have that Mussolini energy about you. And you on that balcony was or for real. I will definitely be coming to Afpac later on this year.
Dude, I was terrified because I'm like afraid of heights. I don't know how I did that. That was legit God, because I'm like terrified of heights, escalators, anything like that. I saw those steps. I was like, I should go up there. I was like, I'm terrified, but I just did it. I just went up and I just did it because I'm built like
X-Gunny
that.
sent $100. Crazy to see how far AF has come. First time I saw you was your YouTube channel being clipped and spread everywhere on a funny during Groyper War. Met a bunch of great Groypers in Detroit. God bless you all.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat, man. Yeah, it's come a long way. 5 years in the making, and look at where we are now.
Farad
Still
Laco sent
reading
$20.
super
Tenrio's uncle did Sneeko real bad with that punch.
He's like so over it.
Got to apologize for that.
Dragon sent $10. That girl Lily is an obvious fed and did check all my stuff to make
Yeah.
sure she didn't plant anything.
Really?
The job she got fired from Twitter account was made not even a month ago. She's obviously Jewish and had a nose job. They're gonna throw every hot girl at you to try and get dirt on you. Don't fall for it.
I don't think she's a fed. I think she's just an e-girl. But I don't. Everyone's like, who fucking cares? Like, who even? I didn't meet her. I don't know anything about her. People are like, a girl said nigga. I'm like, I don't care. I say it every day. Like, so I don't know if she's a fed, but she's obviously now like totally crashing out and whatever. I mean, the whole thing about, oh, you got to be careful. You really think I'm like one of these pussy niggas that goes to events like, I wonder what e-girl I can hang out. Like, that's so not me. So don't have to worry. We got to worry about
Thomas
a lot of
M
things.
sent
That's not one of them.
$5. Long-time Catholic here. What is the best way to defend the integrity of Catholicism when some libs instantly attack with pedo attacks against priests from the past?
You know, some people are just going to be turned off from it. Stuff like that, I just say there's way more of that. The Catholic Church is one of the biggest organizations on planet Earth. So just like any institution that is global in scale, there's going to be bad apples. There are far fewer bad
They're
priests
talking
than
about
there
the one
are
we watched
bad
earlier,
school
Gala.
teachers, bad military officers, bad you name it. Compare the track record of America's public schools to the Catholic Church. It makes the Catholic Church look like the Catholic Church. You know, I mean, like, there are far fewer, proportionally and in absolute numbers, offending priests than there are teachers. So if you're comfortable sending your kids to school, you should be more than comfortable sending your kids to a church. So
Nick is
but
actually
that's
right
just a
about
load of
that.
shit. That's just a lot of
You should definitely be
anti-Catholic
pulling your kids out of
prejudice.
school.
Dalton Claudefelter
Dalton.
sent $250. That was the best.
Whoa.
Kumia and I had a blast, haven't laughed harder in my entire life. Talked about how incredible you are and how motivated all the Groypers are. God bless you, man, and good night. I'll see you at Afpac 4, brother. Shout out to everyone involved for their hard work, including yourself.
Hey, thank you so much, man. God bless you too, Dalton. I appreciate the huge super chat. I had a blast with you guys also. I love Kumia. I love you. You guys are both so fun and so funny, dude. I was laughing so hard. Kumia is hilarious. And so much energy too, you know. He's just like always on, always. And you're always on too. You're always lit. No, but it was great. It was a great time. You guys were the life of the party at the house party, at the dinner. So, well, that was Kumia, but I love both of you guys. I'm glad you could make it. I can't wait to see it the next one. It's going to be fun.
Ignatz sent $20. Was awesome meeting you, Nick. We'll never forget you saying I look like Timothy Chalamet.
Thanks, man. Yeah, great meeting. You did look like, I mean, it's just like uncanny. The hair was different, but the resemblance was uncanny.
Musician Groyper sent $5. A Groyper and I were blasting Europapa downtown in our black Dodge Charger. We have our own Detroit. Christ is king.
Yes, we did.
Sinclair sent $25. Had a great time at all the gatherings. Love you, man. It was an honor hanging with you. Not a simp, by the way.
Oh, okay. You're not a simp. Good to know. No, good meeting with you too, man. Appreciate
Ex-Gunny
it.
sent $100. Shout out to my niggas papist, Florida Groypa. Today with Julian, Big Tech Groyper, Converse. Also meeting a bunch of big shot America firsters at the MGM was epic.
Hey, thanks for the big super chat. Yes, shout out to them. Good stuff.
Hivis Boy sent $100. Work with great litigation firm in Michigan. Big fan. I'm sure you have a legal team but would be happy to send info for top-notch local counsel and me who can make this hurt. Email? Cheers.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the big super chat. Yeah, we already have legal counsel, but shoot me an email. The email's on my Telegram bio. Okay, I don't want to read it out because then people are going to shoot me a bunch of emails, but it's on my Telegram bio if you want to reach out to me. But thank you very much, man.
Filthy sent $10. Despite the adversities you and your team faced, you guys really knocked it out of the park with the Saturday night private event. I had such a blast. Even though we didn't have a proper Afpac, the true Afpac experience was the time we all shared together. Thanks and God bless.
Thanks, man. Yep.
Jabra Bush sent $25. Best impromptu event. No one else in their team could do it. Even if it wasn't the real thing. That's why God made next time. I can't wait. It was great seeing everyone.
Yes, great seeing you too.
Bobby Johnson sent $5. Hey Nick, not a shill as it's already so high, but today supposedly Trump launched a crypto token and Bo Loud and Colby Covington and a few others that have met Trump / close to him said it's confirmed owned by Trump. Thoughts on this?
I'm not really into all that stuff. I don't know much about it. I'm very skeptical of it, so I don't feel comfortable giving any kind of advice on that stuff. You know, Dan Bilzerian's promoting a lot of that stuff, and Tate is doing it. I don't know anything about it because I'm just not in that finance world. So I can't really advise you one way or the other.
Racist Sailor Moon sent $50. A shame Afpac 4 was canceled. I was really looking forward to seeing Pariah the Doll sing the national anthem.
Oh, very funny. I think that's at Sovereign House, though. I think you're confusing our event with the raw egg nationalist man's world thing. We don't have trannies in our magazines or whatever. We don't really fuck with that. So I think you're a little confused. You're thinking of the Bronze Age pervert that's associated with gays and trannies and Satanists and that whole crowd. That's what's in their magazine. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Pariah the Doll is interesting because on the one hand, he's trans. On the other hand, he claims to be Catholic. So, you know, we got to get him to become a guy again. That would be so awesome So awesome. If Pariah the doll became a guy again, I don't know how anybody could become a girl. How do you not love being a guy? It's the best thing ever. I just never could wrap my head around this. Like, repudiating maleness. I understand repudiating women. I don't know if I want to say that. People are saying, oh, you're gay. But I understand being like, well, fuck women. But I don't understand saying I'm going to be a woman. That I don't understand. So I get it. I hate women too. I don't want to be one. But yeah, so we got to get that guy to become a guy again. Make Pariah a guy again. We got to get him back on the winning team. Boys, the boys. We got to get him to be a lad. As Keith Woods would say, he's got to be a lad instead of a girl. Who would? Anyway. But yeah, so Pariah, if you're watching this, what's going on? What's going on, bro? What the fuck? Get a haircut. Put the makeup down.
Yeah,
Let's
we
go
have
toss
his
the old
chart. We
pigskin
just don't know
around,
his
huh?
birth time. So it's like
Let's go
we
get a
can't get the
couple of
complete
beers.
chart without his birth time.
I'll pull my truck.
And I'm not going to be texting Nick Fuentes to
We
say,
gotta get
Nick,
this
can I
guy-
have your
because
birth time so I can
listen,
run your
the gay
astrological
shit,
chart?
it's
That's not going to
funny.
happen.
The
All right.
trans shit,
That
it's not
he
funny.
would not approve. He's
It's just
Catholic.
gay and trans, and we don't F with that, okay? So you got to just go and be a guy again. Become a guy again.
Yeah, Joshua and I ran his chart a while ago.
I'll never understand that whole scene. But he's a Jew, so Jews are into that weird shit. But anyway,
Nathan Lynch sent $100.
So you tell him,
The
racist
chaotic
Sailor Moon.
nature of
You
Roman
tell him.
Detroit with hundreds of Groypers, the balcony speech,
No,
the after
I
party,
don't
and
think
seeing you
he
get
I
kicked
don't
out
think
of
he would
Turning
like
Point made
that.
the flight from Australia
I'm not
worth
gonna
it.
I'm not gonna
Anyway,
make
I
Nick do
think Keith
astrology
Woods should
against
give
his
you his
will.
reading list to cheer you up.
Well, he already did. But thank you for the big super chat. I'm glad it was worth it for you. I feel bad. I mean, you fly out, you should get a top-notch thing, but I'm glad he had a good time anyway. Yeah, Keith is a funny guy, man. He's a funny guy. We had a great time. Me and him are like, I don't know if he reciprocates this. He's kind of a cold fish, but we're like besties. In my mind, we're like besties. But in his mind, I don't know. He's kind of a cold fish. So, but me, I thought it was fun. And, me and him and the whole Groyper crew, we were having a great time. We had a party.
Miso Groyper sent $10. Afpac was the first event. Energy was crazy, worth every penny.
Glad to hear that.
Grant sent $15. I joined
That was a duplicate. Well, thank you, man. I'm excited to see you too.
Carlin B sent $50. Chief Trumpster is the most handsome Groyper. Goose a close second. Shout out to Super Groyper, Womble, and Swifty. Thanks for having me, Nick. It was iconic. You guys are the counterculture. See you next
Hey,
time.
thanks, Carlin. Yeah, Chief Trumpster's a handsome guy. Always a pleasure to see him. I'm glad you made it. I wish we got to hang out more. I saw you on my way out.
I
gave you a
know,
hug,
me too.
But we were literally getting chased out by the cops. I would have stopped and lingered, but they were throwing everybody out.
It's okay, Nick. I forgive you.
Next
it's fine.
time, we'll be able to sit in a spell and chat a little bit. But I'm glad you made it out. I'm glad you had a great time. I saw your post about it. It was very kind, and I really appreciate you. And I know a lot of people were giving you some crap before. I don't really want to weigh into the controversy, but you've always been nice to me. You've always been fair to us, and I really appreciate that. So thank you. I'm glad you had a good time.
Valley Zoomer sent $25. One more for saying you liked my pants. Thank you for the staff badge.
You're welcome. The fit was cool, and the pants were cool.
Daniel Jones sent $5. Thank you, Nick, for all that you do. The shift has happened and the trajectory is America first. It's inevitable.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Pooh Smith sent $10. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude about it.
You were rude.
But I
I'm
was the guy
teasing
in the
you.
gray hoodie. The Canadians were nice too. Tyler Russell is a G.
I'm just
No,
teasing you. You're
I would never
fine. I
blush
don't
because Nick
remember
read
the
my
gray-
super
I'm
chat.
sorry, gray hoodie's like the least descriptive thing
I
ever.
know.
Like,
I was
gray
very
hoodie has a
happy. He
pop
seemed
out.
to be very. I was afraid he was going to be
guy in
cranky.
that gray hoodie? Who is that guy in like the jeans and the gray hoodie? So I don't remember the outfit, but But hey, I'm sure you were great. I don't remember the fit, but thank you.
Farad Luko sent $20. Lucas Jenko said that corruption is because of Jews, and the Albanian president said Israel and America are evil right in Blinken's face. Eternal Jew El Shalom smile.
Yes, W. I love it.
Farad Luko sent $20. Henry Ford has accomplished more than all black and brown people combined.
Yeah, that is true.
Ruined Foreskin Groyper sent $5. Did that fucking slut seriously get nailed by Jake Childs? Triple 999 sent $5. EMJ didn't get an invite?
Well, he did. He did. He turned it down. We sent him an invite and he said, well, if I'm not going to be a speaker, then I'm not going to come. I said, okay, then don't come. Because that's not how we do things.
London Wog sent $10. Afpac 4 Improv looked so awesome. By the way, did you see the non-stop fetching from the Talmudic network this weekend?
I did not. I'm blocked by all of them. But who gives a shit? They're all Jews.
Frozen Pizza Groyper sent $5. The aura this weekend was insane. Tenrio in a cape. Your speech from the rooftop. Groypers rolling around in Lambos.
Thank you, man. Yeah, a lot of great
I'm
photos.
so close to bed. I can taste it.
Farad
We're going to
Luko
finish this
sent
out.
$20. Watching your Mussolini moment from Italy hits different. Italians know you, by the way, and they definitely claim you.
Let's go.
Salve Cristo. Latin Cross. Italy.
I got to get out there, man. I got to get out to Italy. I got to be with my people. I love Italians.
Goodbye sent $5. Did you see the beef between Myron and Dawson? Smiley face. Smiley face.
I did. Yeah. Well, hey, hate to say I told you so. I love Myron, but it's a little frustrating, but I'm glad he came around. Because I told these guys, I'm like, yeah, this guy's just like a total fucking asshole. And they're like, no, he's fine. You know, he's got some good information. I said, yeah, like he's got good information, but he's a total jagoff. I said that, but that's okay. But, you know, no, I'm teasing. But, yeah, the guy, it's a shame because he does have good research, but he's just such an insufferable human being, just like completely detestable, that he cannot be used in any way. He would be an asset. He could be an asset. He could be successful. He could be rich. We could help him. It would be better than the sum of its parts, but he is totally turned off from that. And I don't know. I mean, is it naive to think that this could be a wake-up call?
Reagan, you're probably not going to miss much if you go to bed now. I don't want to keep anyone up. I feel like I'm committed to this now, but
like with everybody,
everyone here has been done. You guys have been champions tonight. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours.
It's a shame, but
a full Nick show can be a lot.
Based Crochetter sent $50. I'd kiff my super chat went through, but yeah, I gave it to Jake Shields. Haha. I was too shy to approach you myself. Thanks for all you do.
Get a load of it. I would have given it to you myself, but I was too shy. Pick me, pick me. I'm so little. Pick me because I'm too shy. Pick me, I'm shy. Pick me, but I'm shy. I'm little and shy, and I'm the cutest little thing ever. Pick me. Pick me. Oh, I'm too shy to be picked. Jake, I'm pulling on your shirt because I'm so little. Can you ask him to pick me because I'm so shy? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. No, I'm teasing. I'm just teasing you. Little pick-me behavior, but that's okay. Yeah, I didn't get the rosary, but I'll ask him for it next time I see him.
Oh.
But hey, thank you. I'm just messing with you, but I appreciate it. I wish, just come up to me. Just come up to me. I'm very approachable. I'm a nice guy. Just come up to me.
I'd be scared to meet Nick. I'd be nervous.
Okay,
I'm not even
nice
joking.
to everybody.
I think he would be very nice, but I would still be nervous.
That's crazy, though. I'm a little too shy. Don't make me feel bad. I wish.
That's why I stayed in the back.
All that way. Just walk up to me. Just go up and talk to him. But next time, just come up and talk to me. We'll have a laugh about this. It'll be great. Okay. That's funny though. But I appreciate it.
Pooh Smith sent $10. I should add I love CWC and all the guys that spoke. They were awesome.
Good. Yeah, it was great. That whole thing was great.
Radagon Sorciel sent $5. I got to talk to Lucas Cage and Sam Parker for a bit in the VIP area. Those dudes are legit and so easy to connect with, almost like I was friends with them for a long time. Love them.
They're great guys because they're just normal guys. You know, they're not pretentious. They're not full of shit. They're normal guys, and I love them.
Protestant Groyper sent
Both of them
$5.
avoided me.
We gotta get
I made
Pine
eye
some
contact
pants.
with Sam
Detroit
Parker. He
ain't
looked the
ready
other
for
way.
that
I was
giant.
like,
Yeah,
okay,
we're
I
ready
see.
for all that.
I see what's
Yeah.
going on. That's
You
fine.
do not
Trumpster sent
get some
$100.
pants, buddy.
The best part of these trips is getting to see so many people aligned with putting America first. Glad to have seen you and so many others this weekend. We love you, Nick.
Love you, Chief Trumpster. Love you, man. Keep up the great work. You're amazing. It's so incredible to me that like Chief Trumpster came around during Groyper War and he's outlasted everybody. Imagine going, for those of you that have been around, imagine getting in a time machine and going back to 2019 and saying like, out of all the people that are here, Chief Trumpster is going to be the most loyal. He's going to be the most hardworking. He's going to be the guy that puts his nose to the grindstone. He's going to be the guy in the spaces with Don Jr. He's going to be the guy in the space with Matt Gaetz. He's going to be the guy with 50,000 followers on Twitter or whatever it is.
He
He's
does a
gonna
good
be the guy
job.
getting 50 million impressions.
Yep.
And that's not to knock
W
you, just to
Chief.
say you're anonymous, and yet
He's also just a
through
really
will
nice
and
guy, by the way. He's just
determination, you
really,
become
really
such a star and
nice.
such an asset. So you're the man, and I love you, and I appreciate you.
Pooh Smith sent $5. Me and my friend had brown hair and mustaches. Everyone who met me said I looked familiar even though I hadn't met them before.
We went to Mustache City. Everyone knew you. Okay, all right. Is that enough super chats? Can I finally stand in front of my refrigerator? That's going to do it for me tonight. That's our last super chat. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Difficult weekend, but we made it work, and it's an amazing movement. And what more needs to be said? We've read 100 messages, but that's the show. Remember to follow me here on Rumble and Cozy to get a push notification whenever I go live. I'm in the air Monday through Friday. Only going to be here tomorrow, though. Then I'm taking the next 3 days off. As always, thanks for watching. Huge thanks to our top super chatters. Special thanks to Spence, Sabian, The Savage, El Oso,
All right.
Dalton, Bobby Fisher, Canuck, Gunny,
You got a
Protestant
lot of
Groyper,
big super
Broward
chats tonight. Good for
Groyper,
him.
DoAF, Spence, Radagon, Paul Allen.
I really feel like my audience needs to start
Groyper,
stepping it up in the
Pragmatic
super chat
Culture,
department.
Rinsler, Hoplite, Tenrio, Farad Lukovic.
I'm just kidding. You guys do a great job.
V Boys, Nathan Lynch, Chief Trumpster. I think that's everybody. Thank you to, well, that's a lot. Thanks to all of our big super chatters. Thanks to everyone that super chats, everyone that watched the show. Thanks to all our supporters. Thanks for your patience and everything.
Thank you,
I'll see
Nick. We
tomorrow.
appreciate
Until then, have a
you.
great rest of your evening.
All right.
Americanism not.
And that's it. That's it. It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Hey, thank you everyone for hanging out with me. Thank you for the Groypers that kind of continue to hang out in the chat after Nick went live, because I know the temptation to run right over to Nick's stream can be very tempting. So I appreciate you hanging out. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you are not already. I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern time, so I will be back, I guess, later today at 5 p.m. And then we do socialism Saturdays on Saturdays at 6 p.m. Mount the like button off the way out the door, and I hope everyone has a great night. We'll see you soon.